even tolerating his fiancée sneaking off to Shrek to fool around with other men. This unparalleled genius with twin spirits and 5 soul rings is, in the end, nothing more than a stray dog kept by the 7 treasure glaze sect. When the young lady has had her fun outside, he'll have to gratefully accept whatever's left. Grandfather has broken through to level 96 and is stabilizing his realm now, so I won't disturb him. Uncle Jin, Uncle Feng, what's happened to make you so panicked? Uncle Jin, look for yourself. It's a message from the Shadow Guards in Saotua City about Rongrong. That girl Rongrong is absolutely out of control. Not only did she run off to that Shrek Academy, she's even involved with a food-type brat named Oscar. What does she take you where for? What does she take our 7 treasure glaze sex marriage contract as a game? Rongrong has been spoiled since she was little. She's always complained that Yuer is dull and boring. This time she's probably doing it deliberately to anger Yuer, to get a rise out of him. Even if it's just an act, it won't do. Yuer's talent is absolutely terrifying. Twin spirits, ultimate holy dragon, innate full soul power. If Old Bones and Yuer find out, our 7 treasure glaze sect will be turned upside down. So this news must be immediately contained. Absolutely no word can reach Uncle Gu or Yuer. You can't hide fire in paper. Old Bones has a terrible temper. What if there is no what if? When Rongrong gets back, I will personally discipline her harshly and make her cut all ties. I just hope Old Bones and Yuer are both in seclusion and haven't heard any rumors. Excellent. Level 96 peak. The bottleneck that's held me back for years has finally shattered. I'm only a step away from level 97. Congratulations, grandfather. Your aura. Level 50? You've broken through to Quasi-Soul King. It's all thanks to the power of the immortal herbs I just broke through. Wonderful. A 12-year-old Soul King. Come. Grandson, let's go to the main hall. I have to see the looks on Old Jin's and Fengji's faces. Old Jin, Fengji, come out and see my outstanding grandson. Old Bones, what are you shouting about? Your soul power is at level 96 peak. You've got good eyes. Now look at Yuer. Level 50? A 12-year-old Quasi-Soul King. Fengji, Yuer just needs one more soul ring now. By the way, Rongrong's been gone for a while now. Call her back so she can see how exceptional her fiancé is. Old Gu, Rongrong is currently out training and gaining insights. It's good for her. Yuer's soul ring hunt is more urgent, so let's not disturb her for now. Yes, Old Bones. That girl Rongrong loves to play. It's rare she's willing to go out and endure some hardship for training. Let her be. I'll personally help Yuer hunt his 5th soul ring. Uncle Ning, Uncle Jian, is Rongrong really just training? She's at Shrek Academy, getting close with a food-type soul master named Oscar. Do you dare tell me you didn't know? Fengji, is what Yuer said true? Did Rongrong really cuckold Yuer? Uncle Gu, Yuer, don't misunderstand. Rongrong was just momentarily confused. She's young and was fooled by sweet talk. Confused? She's 12 years old. She knows she's betrothed, yet she's still entangled with another man. Uncle Ning, is this the family discipline of the 7 treasure glaze sect? Yuer, how dare you speak to your Uncle Ning like that? Rongrong is still your fiancé. Fengji will handle this. Why are you harping on it? Uncle Jin, that's rich. What do you mean, harping on it? It's easy to talk when it's not your pride being trampled. If someone put a cuckold's crown on your head, would you be so magnanimous, saying it'll be handled, and let it slide? How dare you, Hanyu? How dare you speak to me like that? I'm just stating facts. The face of your 7 treasure glaze sect is sacred, but my dignity as Hanyu means nothing? What a sharp-tongued brat. Rongrong was just trying to get a rise out of you. It was a joke, and you dare spout nonsense here, even insulting this old man. Today, I'll teach you some respect on behalf of your parents. Get lost, old fool. You're asking for death. A joke? Using a cuckold as a joke? You old fossil. Have you lost your mind? I'll tell you, Chenexen, my grandson is a 12-year-old Quasi-Soul King. Is your precious disciple even worthy of him? If you so much as lay a finger on my grandson today, I'll tear your bones apart right now. You really think I'm afraid of your rusty sword just because I just broke through? He directly broke through to level 96 peak. How is that possible? Uncle Gu, your soul power increase is simply against all logic. Did you acquire some kind of peerless treasure? How I broke through is none of your concern. Right now, we're talking about Rongrong and Yuer. Sect Master Ning, since you think Rongrong's dalliance is just childish naivety, and since Uncle Jian thinks me being cuckolded is just a joke, fine. This engagement is annulled. Marriage is no trivial matter. Your parents entrusted you to me. This engagement was set by the elders. How can you just break it off? Entrust it to you? My parents sent me to the 7 treasure glaze sect to inherit, not to be a live-in son-in-law, and certainly not to suffer such humiliation. From today on, Hanyu have nothing to do with Ning Rongrong. If she wants to carry on with some food-type soul master, that's her business, and none of mine. Insolent boy. Arrogant. Do you think the engagement of the Seven Treasure Glaze sect is something you can just break as you please? What, old fool, are you trying to force a sale? My grandson says the marriage is off. Then it's off. I dare anyone to force him today. If you open your mouth again, old fossil, I'll level this courtyard to the ground. Uncle Goo, please calm down. Yuer is speaking in anger. How can you go along with this? If this gets out, where will the Seven Treasure Glaze sect's face be? You're already shaming yourselves. Why fear others' talk? I'll tell you, this marriage is done. If you're worried about face, you can announce that you, the Seven Treasure Glaze sect, have cast my grandson out. I don't care. Grandson, let's go. Grandpa will take you to the Star Dough Forest for your soul ring. We're done with this lousy place. Uncle Jian, don't chase them. Feng Ji, are we just letting them leave? And that boy's talent, stopping them wouldn't change anything. Haven't you seen it yet? Yuera has no sense of belonging to the sect. Besides, our attitude just now has already frozen Uncle Boo's heart. He's at level 96 peak now. If we push too hard, the Seven Treasure Glaze sect could really be torn apart. Let them calm down for now. Our top priority is to send someone to Shrek Academy immediately and bring Rong back. No matter what, she must personally apologize to Yuer and beg for his forgiveness. Grandson, don't take it to heart. Once we get your 5th soul ring, Grandpa will take you traveling across the continent. There are plenty of fine young ladies out there. Grandfather, I'm not angry. Ending the engagement was something I thought through carefully. Grandfather, I want to leave the Seven Treasure Glaze sect. Grandpa knows we'll pack up and head to the Star Dough Forest. I mean completely sever ties with the Seven Treasure Glaze sect. And I hope you'll come with me. Yuer, are you serious? Leaving the sect is no small matter. Though Feng Ji and old Jin were out offline today, Grandfather is perfectly clear-headed. Haven't you seen through Sect Master Ning yet? In his eyes, I'm just a stepping stone to pave his daughter's way. When conflict arises, he doesn't hesitate to sacrifice me and use moral coercion. If I go alone, he'll use you to control me. In this world, you're the only one who truly cares for me. If you're willing, the two of us can roam free. I'll build my own power that rivals the Seven Treasures. Nonsense. That old fool dared to bully the young. And that schemer Feng Ji is full of plots. I've been sick of this broken sect for years. You're right, grandson, let's go. We won't even pack. We'll leave right now. Grandson, can you imagine the look on Feng Ji's face when he finds out I've thrown away my elder's token and completely vanished without a word? His face will probably twist in regret. By the way, you mentioned building a power to rival the Seven Treasures. Where's the first stop? First stop, naturally, the Star Dough Forest, to get the 5th soul ring. Once I break through to Soul King, Grandfather, let's head to the Heavenly Dough Imperial City. The Heavenly Dough Imperial City? That's right in the heart of the Seven Treasure Glaze sect's territory. Going there would only stir up trouble. The most dangerous places often hold the most opportunity. The Seven Treasure Glaze sect relies on wealth and support abilities, but in this world, strength is what truly matters. Grandfather, I'm not the only one with immortal herbs. There are plenty of families in Heavenly Dough City plagued by spirit flaws. I still have the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the blazing fire sunflower. After the soul hunt, we'll head to the sunset forest and recruit Douluo as well. I want Ning Fengji to watch with his own eyes as the Seven Treasure Glaze sect, the pride he cherishes, is crushed step by step under the feet of the very people he drove away. Good lad. You're planning to poach talent right under Feng Ji's nose and build a new power. Ambitious. Let's go. Grandpa will take you soul hunting. This old frame of mine is your strongest backing. Yuer, what attribute and year range do you want for your 5th soul ring? Preferably dark attribute or spatial. As for the year, Grandfather, I want around 40,000 years. How much? 40,000 years? Yuer? Have you lost your mind? The limit for ordinary soul masters is 12,000 years. If it backfires, you'll explode and die. Grandfather, have you forgotten the immortal herb? The herb I took has already tempered my body. Even 50,000 years, I could withstand it. If I don't break the mold, how can I surpass the Seven Treasure Glaze sect? Good lad, bold enough. Since you have that confidence, Grandpa will risk it all with you today. Dark and spatial, you say. Let's go straight to the border of the mixed area and the core zone. Whatever you set your eyes on, Grandpa will drag it out for you. Then I'll trouble you, Grandfather. Suppress your aura. Such a terrifying pressure. It's 100,000-year soul beast moving rapidly from the outer area toward the core. Grandfather, relax. Put your spirit away. If I'm not mistaken, that's the king of the Star Dough Forest, the Titan giant ape. Why would he come to the outer area? Naturally, to pick someone up 100,000-year-old soft bone rabbit that has reincarnated in human form. 100,000-year soul beast reincarnated? Are you sure? I'm sure. The Shrek Academy team, which Ning Rongrong is in, should be in the Stardow Forest right now. That reincarnated beast is mixed in with them. It probably leaked its aura, drawing the Titan giant ape here. The Shrek Academy trash won't stop the Titan ape. Grandson, since we've stumbled upon such a heavenly opportunity. Grandfather, no. The Titan ape is protecting her, and the Azure Bull Python might be nearby too. Though I've broken through to level 96 peak, clashing with them in the core zone won't bring any advantage. What a pity to miss out on 100,000 years soul bone. Nothing to regret. Keeping this rabbit alive is far more useful than killing it now. Shrek Academy is protecting 100,000 years soul beast like a treasure. This is a super bomb that could shake the entire Soul Master world at any moment. Once we've established ourselves in Heavenly Do City, this rabbit will be our trump card against Shrek and the 7 Treasure Glaze Sect. Let it live a few more days for now. Forget about the monkey and the rabbit. Today, we're getting you a top-tier 40,000-year soul ring. What's wrong, you air? Found a suitable soul beast? I thought it was something special. Just a 2,000-year human-faced demon spider. Barely enough to fill a gap between your teeth. Forget it. This silver one. In the original story, this is the human-faced demon spider that Tang San killed in a hurry to find Xiao Wu, which then dropped an external soul bone. Grandfather, wait for me a moment. You've got quite the killer instinct, boy. This is an external soul bone. Looks like my luck isn't bad. Not just isn't bad. Tease heaven-defying. An external soul bone. This is a treasure second only to, or perhaps even rarer than, 100,000-year soul ring in the Soul Master world. And you just casually killed a 2,000-year spider and got it. Grandson, the heavens are feeding you with a golden spoon. Feeding me, indeed. But this thing was originally meant for some self-proclaimed genius. Without this 8 spider lance, Tang San's future trump cards for overpowering his enemies are going to take a big hit. Let's go. Put this spoils away quickly. Grandpa will definitely find you a top-tier 40,000-year soul ring today. Good, stealing someone else's fortune does feel satisfying. Grandfather, let's move on. Grandson, your luck today is simply unstoppable. Grandfather, what did you find? About 5 miles straight ahead, there's incredibly strong dark attribute fluctuation, and the surrounding space is highly unstable. If I'm sensing correctly, it's a dark shadow evil dragon. Based on the soul power fluctuations, it's definitely over 40,000 years, and under 45,000. Practically tailor-made for you. The Dark Shadow Evil Dragon possesses dense dark attributes and some spatial control abilities, perfect for my Dark Holy Dragon Spirit. Wait here, I'll go capture it. Done. This brood is tough as nails. Took quite a bit out of me. So this is the legendary Dark Shadow Evil Dragon. Grandson, make your move. About 43,000 years old. Are you sure about this? This is a 43,000-year Earth Dragon. Its resentment and energy are extremely violent, far beyond ordinary soul beasts. Grandfather, just stand guard for me. Good. Excellent. Level 54. Not only did you successfully absorb it beyond your limits, but you even jumped 4 levels. Grandson, what's your 5th soul skill? 5th soul skill, Dark Shadow Dragon Transformation. An amplification type skill, not just amplification. It boosts all attributes by 100%, and while active, it makes me immune to any spatial lock-on, while all attacks gain the devouring effect of extreme darkness. Immune to spatial lock-ons and devouring effect? An absolute god-tier skill. With this 5th soul skill, you're invincible under Soul Emperor, and you could even hold your own against a high-level Soul Saint. At my current level, crushing a Soul Saint is no more than a wave of my hand. Grandpa Goo, you came for Rongrong, right? Just now, a monkey as huge as a mountain grabbed Xiao Wu. Please, help us kill it. Grandpa Goo, what's wrong? I'm Rongrong. Lady Ning, please show some respect. This old man can no longer bear to be called grandfather by you. Hanyu, you're here too. Did my father send you to apologize and beg me to return to the sect? For Grandpa Goo's sake, if you admit your fault right now in front of everyone and take back your words about breaking the engagement, I might consider forgiving you. Ning Rongrong, are you still dreaming? Or did that Titan giant ape scramble your brains? What do you mean? Exactly what I said. I came to the Stardow Forest for a soul ring, not to find you. As for apologizing, what makes you think you're worthy of an apology from me? Grandpa Goo, look at him. Please teach him a lesson for me. Senior Junior Tang San, our companion has been captured by the Titan giant ape, and we don't know if she's alive or dead. Please, for Rongrong's sake, lend us your aid. This junior would be eternally grateful. I've seen you before, so please lend a hand for his sake. I'll make it clear today, from now on, I have completely left the 7 Treasure Glaze Tile Sect and am no longer your elder protector. Leaving the sect? Fifth grandpa, are you joking? Who's joking with you? That brat Feng Ji wronged my good grandson for the sake of your willful, spoiled girl. He may value the glazed tile sect, but I don't. You are I cherish. From now on, I'll be a support for only my good grandson. As for you saving people, go find that dead monkey and fight for your lives. It has nothing to do with us. Not even half a spirit coin's worth. Grandson, let's go. Take your time looking. Your biggest trump card now has the surname Han. Xiao Wu, I'll spare you for now. When the time is right and I can absorb 100,000 years spirit ring, I'll come back for you, rabbit head. Why would Grandpa Gu be so cold to him? He used to dote on him the most. And that Hanyu, he used to be a dull blockhead who only knew how to train and couldn't squeeze a word out even if you beat him. But that cold, mocking look just now, and that calm, unhurried aura, it was like he'd become a completely different person. Rong, what's this about Han you calling off the engagement? Do you really have a betrothal? Yeah, if you have a fiancé, what does that make our Xiao Ao? You two have been making eyes at each other all this time. What fiancé? That was all my father's wishful thinking. Han Yu is just a boring blockhead. I don't like him at all. So then, you don't like him, so you deliberately got close to me? Were all those things you said to me just an act? I just wanted to make him back off. Who asked him to cling to our 7 treasure glazed tile sect so stubbornly before? So you really were using me as a shield to piss him off? Damn. So Xiao Ao was just a tool all along. Fatso, shut up. Xiao Ao, let me explain. At first, I really did want to use you to make high. Am angry, alright? Is this really the time to argue about love and romance? Xiao Wu is still in the hands of Titan's giant ape, life or death unknown. Teacher Zhao. Uncle Goot Douluo left. What do we do now? There's no choice but to rely on ourselves. Xiao San, get ready. We'll follow the trail. Xiao Wu, wait for me. Xiao Ao, give me a mushroom sausage. I have a mushroom sausage. Xiao San, be careful. Thanks, Teacher Zhao. I'll go ahead. I'll leave markers along the way. This brat is completely reckless. What you all standing there for? Hurry up and follow. If something happens to Xiao San, how am I supposed to answer to Flender? Xiao Ao, please don't be like this. What I said earlier was just out of anger. Miss Ning, you don't need to explain. You're right. I'm just a commoner, a food-type spirit master. I really am unworthy of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's young lady. I was being delusional before. I won't be anymore. That's not what I meant, all right? Don't waste any more time here. Saving people is what matters now. Rong, if you think the Stardow Forest is too dangerous, you can pull out and wait for us at the edge of the forest. Who said I'm pulling out? I'm a member of Shrek too. Then keep up and don't hold us back. We don't have Gu Douluo to be your bodyguard. Fatso, shut up. Everyone move out. You're all picking on me. What's so great about it anyway? The world-shaking dragon and snake didn't know that Lord Gu Douluo would grace us with his presence. We apologize for not greeting you from afar. I'm just accompanying my grandson to hunt spirit beasts. Go about your business. Senior Dragon Duke, Senior Snake Matriarch, this junior is Hanyu. Judging from this young lady's spirit power fluctuations, she should be close to finishing her absorption. Indeed, she is my granddaughter, Eren. May I ask what advice young Master Han has? Advice is a strong word. I actually have a tremendous deal I'd like to discuss with you too. I want to recruit you, your families, and the Beast Academy to join a sect I am about to establish. Young Master Han, although we, the world-shaking dragon and snake, have always been used to roaming freely, we even turned down an invitation from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect back then. What makes you think we'd condescend to join a sect that doesn't even have a name yet? Young Master Han, don't make fun of us old folks. What makes me think so? Because I can help you break through to level 90 and become a titled Douluo. What did you say? Senior Ming, you've been stuck at level 88 for many years, haven't you? Given the decline of your vital energy and blood, you'll never reach the titled Douluo realm on your own in this lifetime. And Senior Chao, you're similarly trapped at level 69, unable to awaken your spirit avatar. Your future is hopeless. What exactly are you trying to say? I have 2 peerless Immer Tao herbs in my possession. This 9-grade purple mushroom is enough to help Senior Chao strengthen his foundation and break through to level 70 in one go. And the other one can cleanse Senior Ming's marrow and meridians, shattering his bottleneck and propelling him straight to level 90. The 9-grade purple mushroom can only be considered a top-tier medicinal herb at best. It's far from an immortal herb, but that doesn't stop Hanyu from saying so. Just imagine, when a titled Douluo and a spirit saint join forces with their combined technique, the Dragon Snake Union. How terrifying would its power be? I dare say, even a super Douluo above level 95 would have to temporarily retreat. You would really be willing to give such divine treasures to us. As long as you swear allegiance to me, bring your families and the Beast Academy into my sect, I will present these 2 herbs to you immediately. My grandfather has already left the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, so my sect already has a titled Douluo in its ranks. Add you after your breakthrough. That's the foundation of 2 titled Douluo. Senior Ming, this is your family's only chance to soar to the skies and rival the top 3 sections. Submit or refuse. Senior Ming, the Yuan family, and the Beast Academy pledge to follow the Sect Master to the death. Thank you, Sect Master, for the gift. I shall serve you with utter devotion, even unto death. Grandparents, what are you doing? Who is he? Why do you call him Sect Master? Iran, be respectful. Come quickly and pay respects to the Sect Master. From today on, our world-shaking dragon and snake family and the Beast Academy have all submitted to the Sect Master. What? Grandpa, didn't you say our family would never depend on others? You didn't even agree to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. How come? Girl, don't be nosy. The Sect Master is a heavenly being who has granted us unparalleled opportunities for breakthrough. Your grandfather will soon become a titled Douluo. Hurry up and bow. Titled Douluo. Iran pays respects. Sect Master Senior Ming, you 2 should return to the Beast Academy immediately and focus on secluded cultivation to break through. As soon as you both emerge, integrate all the resources of your family and the Academy and await my orders. Yes, sir. May I ask, Sect Master, what is our sect's name? Ling Tian Sect. Ling meaning above, and meaning heaven. What a brilliant name. My good grandson has ambition. This soul bones of mine will serve as your grand elder from now on. Then I'll have to trouble you, grandfather. Subordinate, see us off. Sect Master, Grand Elder. Old man, we're really going to soar this time. Yes, Siran, immediately pack up. We're going back to the Academy to go into seclusion. The heavens of the Douluo continent are about to change. My good grandson, what you took out just now were real immortal herbs, top-grade medicines. And you just gave them away to that old snake. I am a bit reluctant to. But grandfather, you can't catch a wolf without risking a sheep. 2 herbs in exchange for a family with a potential quasi-titled Douluo who possesses a spirit fusion skill. This deal is a sure win. When the Ling Tian sect is first established, we need ready-made support. A sure win. If that brat saw how you manipulated things so effortlessly, he'd regret it forever. Missing out, and a prodigy like you for that ungrateful girl. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect will only ever be a stepping stone under our Ling Tian sect. Ambitious. I believe in you, grandfather. Grandfather, we're heading straight to Heavendoe City next. Heavendoe City? My good grandson, are you going to see Poison Dalu directly? Of course. Half a month ago, we cleaned out his precious herb garden completely. That old poison is probably hopping mad all over the world right now, not even knowing who did it. Aren't you afraid he'll go crazy? He can't. We're going to cure his poison. Cure his poison. That's right. His poison skills have long since backfired on him, and even his granddaughter, Yin, is suffering from it. I won't just cure his poison. I'll bring him fully under my command. Think about it, grandfather. With Meng Shu about to break through, plus you and Dugabo on top, as soon as our Ling Tian sect is founded, we'll have 3 titled Douluo seated. With such a foundation, we'd be among the top even on the continent. As for the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, they only have Ning Fengji left. Aside from money, what do they have to fight against my Ling Tian sect? Good lad, you've really got it all planned out step by step. Even that old poison has been completely outmaneuvered by you. 3 titled, Alright, let's head to Heavendoe City and watch that old poison willingly work for you. Let's go to Heavendoe City and see how that old poison expert ends up working for you willingly. Grandfather, it's getting late. There's no rush with Poison Dalu. We'll visit him tomorrow. Fine. After traveling so long, this old man's stomach is starting to protest. Grandfather, tonight I need to absorb this spirit bone. But before I absorb it, I have an even more important matter to discuss with you. Oh. What could be more important than absorbing an external spirit bone? The method to condense a spirit core. A spirit core. What's that? Simply put, it's compressing the liquid spirit power within your body into a highly dense, solid energy core. Once you condense a spirit core, your spirit power recovery speed, density, and explosive power will all increase exponentially. As long as you have a spirit core, you're basically invincible against opponents of the same level. Invincible within the same level? Yes. Grandfather, after absorbing the immortal herb, your spirit power has already reached the peak of level 96. Just a step away from level 97. Yet you've been stuck, unable to break through. If you can't successfully condense the spirit core with the moss, Civ energy released during the qualitative change of your spirit power you'll very likely be able to shatter the bottleneck in a short time and break through to the great realm of level 97. Smoothly controlled. The absorption went well. Although I'm slightly dissatisfied that it's in the form of a spider leg, this is a 100,000-year external spirit bone, a future divine equipment. What's there to be dissatisfied about? Grandfather, how does it feel? A divine ability. Truly a divine ability. Grandson, just by condensing the prototype of a spirit core, the bottleneck of level 97 actually loosened. Give me a few more days, and I will definitely step into level 97 completely. Congratulations, grandfather. Once you condense the complete spirit core and stabilize your level 97 realm, if you encounter that Chinexian again, I'm afraid you won't even be able to break your defense. That old fool Chinexian. Once I break through completely, and we meet again, I'll have to snap that broken sword of his. Let him know who the real world's #1 defense is. Your external spirit bone has been absorbed completely too, fully fused. It will even evolve as your strength increases. Good. Double blessing. Come, grandson, let's go meet that poisoned Douluo now and see how he ends up as our Ling Tian Sect's laborer. Let's go, grandfather. By my estimate, Douluo should be at his manor in Heavendo City right now, worrying. We're going to deliver a big gift to him. Old Poison, hurry up and get out here to greet your guests. Old Bones, why aren't you minding your own business at the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect? What brings you here to bother me? Did Ning Fengji send you to amuse me? I've already left the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect. Today, I've come with my grandson to find you. And what could a snot-nosed brat possibly want with me? Spit it out. I'm in a terrible mood lately. Senior, is your bad mood because about half a month ago, the herbs in the poison array at the Sunset Forest were completely ransacked? You did that. Old Poison, don't you dare show off in front of me. You're still too green. Just listen carefully at my grandson has to say. How could your spirit power have advanced to this level? That's none of your concern, Senior. The herbs you had were wasted on you anyway. You didn't even know how to use them. I'm here to give you a grand gift today. Grand gift? You stole my herb garden and still have the audacity to talk about giving me a gift. What if this grand gift can relieve the pain in your joints that flares up on damp and rainy days and the stabbing heart pain that comes in the dead of night? How do you know about that? I not only know that your body is being consumed by your poison techniques, but I also know that your granddaughter, Douluo, has been poisoned internally. If untreated, she will absolutely not live past 30. Just who are you? My name is Hanyu. I am the sect master of the Ling Tian sect. Join my Ling Tian sect as an elder. I will not only completely cure you and your granddaughter of your poison, but I will also teach you secret techniques to further your strength. Submit, and you and your granddaughter will live. Refuse, and you and Douluo can only wait for death. Old Poison, make your choice. As long as you can truly cure Yin, this old man will sell his life to you. Douluo pays respects to the sect master. A wise choice. This is a medicinal liquid to suppress the toxins in your body. Take it first. I will teach you the complete method for fully extracting the poison later. This herb can only slightly ease Douluo's situation. It's not even a temporary fix. Sect master. Old Bones, there's one thing I don't understand. Given your position in the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, and the unfathomable means of the sect master here, you two were above everyone else but below only one person in the sect. Why choose to leave and establish yourselves independently? Above everyone else but below one person? Ning Fengji, that old fox, is full of schemes. His precious daughter, Ning Rongrong, is even more arrogant and ignorant. She actually dared to give my grandson a cold shoulder. My Gurong's grandson is a peerless prodigy. Why should he endure such disrespect? The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, after all, belongs to the Ning family. They have money but lack the absolute military power to match it. To be subordinate is to ultimately be a blade in someone else's hand. So you want to hold the blade yourself? Exactly. I don't want to be subservient. I want to tower above heaven and earth. That is why I founded the Ling Tian sect. Your forced submission this time might not be a bad thing. Though passive, it can bring tangible benefits to yourself and your family. Sect Master, what are our next steps? The first step is naturally to completely resolve the backlog. Sage from your martial souls, please instruct me. Sect Master, the poison of your Azure Serpent lineage is inherent to your martial soul. However, your bodies are not immune to poison. To solve the backlash, we need a container that can bear the poison without harming your bodies. A container? What vessel in this world could withstand my Azure Serpent's venomous spirit poison? Force the poison into a spirit bone. Of course. Why didn't I think of that? You already possess a spirit bone. Tonight, you can begin guiding the poison into it. Combined with a method I'll teach you, within half a month, the backlash will completely cease. As for your granddaughter, Douluo, her poisoning is shallower. When she returns, I will personally choose a suitable spirit bone for her to completely expel the poison. Sect Master, this great kindness. Douluo will never forget. Go to the Heaven Do Royal Academy and bring her back. After we've cured her, we'll head to the Sunset Forest. The blazing Yinyang Well, there is a natural treasure. It is the perfect location to establish our Ling Tian Sect's headquarters. Excellent. With that natural barrier, Old Poison's poison array, and by guarding it, our Ling Tian Sect will be absolutely impregnable. I'll go get Yin right away. When you fetch her, be low-key. Don't leak any news. For now, it's best not to alert the Heaven Do Royal Academy, the Spirit Hall, or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. Don't worry, Sect Master. I know how to handle it. Douluo and his grandson Hanyu are stated to establish their sect, and the other side shows the reaction inside the Seven Treasures Glaze sect. A messenger rushed to report that Douluo and his grandson Hanyu had officially declared their secession from the Seven Treasures Glaze sect and were establishing their own faction. Douluo exploded in disbelief. How could a man who had devoted his entire life to the sect suddenly betray it? He suspected outside manipulation, but the messenger insisted it was true. The news was already everywhere in Heaven Do City, and Douluo himself had made the proclamation, declaring that the sect was unworthy of his grandson's genius and that he would no longer endure the Ning family's humiliations. Douluo was incensed, dismissing it as a petty spat between children. Just because Rongrong had given Hanyu a cold look and some harsh words a few days ago, was Old Gu really throwing away decades of friendship over that? Ning Fengji, however, saw it differently. He pointed out that Rongrong had been spoiled beyond measure. While Old Gu treasured Hanyu above his own life, this was never just about one quarrel. Douluo still wanted to charge after the old man and force an explanation, convinced he had lost his mind, but Ning Fengji stopped him, asking what good a fight would do. Everyone knew Old Gu's stubbornness. Once his mind was set, nothing could change it. Moreover, Hanyu was an exceptionally proud and unfathomably shrewd young man. This exit had likely been in the works for a long time, and Rongrong's tantrum had simply handed them a convenient excuse to leave with their dignity intact. Douluo then voiced the grim reality. With Douluo gone, the sect had just lost half of its top-tier fighting strength. If the Spirit Hall chose to strike now, they would be dangerously vulnerable. Ning Fengji immediately ordered a full-scale intelligence mobilization to track down where the pair had gone and what new sect they were founding. He also decreed that no member of the sect was to utter a single disparaging word about Douluo, no matter what even. If they could no longer be family, they could not afford to become enemies. Just then, Ning Rongrong burst in frantic, asking if the rumors were true. But before she could finish, her father cut her off with cold fury. He admitted that he and both grandpas had indulged her too much, but this time her willfulness had shattered half the sect's foundation. Rongrong tried to defend herself, saying she had only been angry at how Hanyu treated her and never meant to drive Grandpa Gu away. It was too late for regrets. Ning Fengji gave the final order. Rongrong was to be confined to the sect grounds for 6 months, forbidden from stepping outside even once without his express permission. In less than half an hour, Douluo returned with Yin. The girl was full of reluctance the entire way, still complaining about the people from the Yellow Beam team waiting for her, until she saw my grandfather and me. Only then did she stop warily. Grandfather? Who are they? Douluo immediately scolded her. Yin, don't be rude. Hurry up and pay respects to the sect master. Yin looked as if she had heard the most ridiculous joke. He looks younger than me, and you want me to call him sect master? When did we ever join someone else's sect? This old man has already joined the Ling Tian sect. From today on, you are also a disciple of the Ling Tian sect. Yin refused on the spot. She was the deputy captain of the Yellow Beam team, and behind her stood Tian of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan. So naturally, she looked down on a sect she had never heard of. I didn't argue with her. I merely calmly stated her recent symptoms. She had abdominal pain on rainy days. Her meridians felt like they were burning during cultivation, and in the past 6 months, her soul power growth had slowed, even showing signs of regression. With each symptom I listed, the arrogance on Yan's face froze a little more. How do you know that? Because you and your grandfather are both being slowly devoured by your own Azure Serpent Emperor's poison. I can save him, so naturally I can save you too. Now, will you still refuse? She looked at her grandfather, and Douluo could only nod bitterly. Everything the sect master said is true. Without him, you wouldn't live past 30. Yin was silent for a long time, then finally put away all her pride and bowed deeply to me. Yin greets the sect master. As long as you can cure grandfather and me, I will follow your orders from now on. I took out a purple soul bone from my soul tool and tossed it into her arms. This is a 1,000-year snake-type soul bone. Its quality isn't the best, but it's enough to hold your current toxins. Yin held the soul bone, completely stunned. "You're just giving this to me?" Even a 1,000-year soul bone would cause countless soul masters to fight over it outside. A mere 1,000-year soul bone is nothing. As long as you serve the Ling Tian sect diligently, even 100,000-year soul bone might not be out of reach. This statement left Yin utterly speechless. She looked down at the soul bone in her arms, finally realizing that although the Ling Tian sect was newly established, its foundation far exceeded her imagination. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect possessed countless treasures, but they couldn't just casually give a soul bone to a newly joined disciple. What I had given her wasn't just a soul bone, but hope for her and her grandfather to survive. She bowed to me again, this time not out of pressure from her grandfather, but truly accepting the identity of the sect master. Douluo was so moved his eyes red. That night, he personally guided Yin, infusing with the soul bone and slowly forcing the toxins in her body into it. By the next morning, her previously pale and greenish complexion had regained a healthy flush. The burning pain in her heart's meridians had also completely vanished. The way she looked at me now held no trace of contempt, only awe and gratitude. We didn't waste any more time and immediately set out for the Sunset Forest. Passing through the emerald green formation laid down by Douluo, the ice and fiery Yang well appeared before me again, one side extreme cold, the other extreme heat. These two opposing forces maintained an eerie balance in the valley. This place wasn't just one of the continent's 3 great treasure grounds. It was also the most suitable starting point for the Ling Tian sect. The formation could block ordinary soul masters, and the well could accelerate the growth of medicinal herbs and continuously nurture new talents. Outside the valley was the territory Douluo had managed for many years. As long as we built the sect's structures, even if the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and the spirit hall came knocking, they wouldn't be able to easily set foot here. My grandfather released his soul power to cover the entire area, and Yin stayed at the periphery to adapt to her right arm soul bone. I, on the other hand, took out the azure jade spirit vine and bloody remnant flower, preparing to remove Douluo's poison at its root. These 2 herbs could temporarily protect his heart and mind, but the real task was to force all the poison deeply embedded in his marrow into his skull's soul bone. I refined the 2 herbs into 1 clear and 1 white medicinal liquid and injected them directly into Douluo's body. Sitting cross-legged, I circulated my soul power to force all the toxins toward his head. As soon as Douluo closed his eyes, his body began to tremble violently. The toxins, like awakened beasts, counterattacked fiercely. Putrid green poison gas continuously seeped out from under his skin, corroding even the surrounding rocks until they were covered in dense, deep fissures. I pressed my palms against his back, using my soul power to protect his meridians and forcibly guide the toxins toward the soul bone. Half an hour later, Douluo suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of foul-smelling black blood onto the ground. The hard rock was instantly corroded into a large hole. At the same time, a clear cracking sound suddenly came from within his body. Level 92. Feeling the surging soul power within him, Douluo was stunned. The toxins that had plagued him for decades had vanished, and even his stagnant cultivation had broken through at this very moment. In the past, every time he circulated his soul power, he felt a stabbing pain deep in his heart's meridians. Now that feeling was completely gone. His breathing was smoother than ever before, and the speed at which his soul power circulated through his body in one cycle was nearly twice as fast. What delighted him even more was that the Azure Serpent Emperor's poison compressed into his skull's soul bone hadn't weakened. Instead, it had become more condensed. With just a thought, he could unleash it like a true soul bone skill. The toxins in your body were originally your own soul power, painstakingly cultivated over the years. They were scattered throughout your flesh, blood, and internal organs, unable to be used and constantly eroding your body. Now, all the toxins are compressed into the soul bone, becoming controllable power once again. With this accumulation, a breakthrough is only natural. Douluo's eyes instantly reddened. He knelt before me without hesitation, knocking his head heavily on the ground. "Sect Master, your grace in rebuilding my life is something this old man can never repay. From this day forward, my life belongs to the Ling Tian sect." Previously, he had chosen to submit because I held Yan's life in my hands. Only at this moment did he truly pledge his loyalty. I helped him up. "Since you are one of us, I naturally won't treat you unfairly. What I will teach you next is the true core of the Ling Tian sect's cultivation method, the soul core art." Douluo was full of doubt. He had lived for so many years and had never heard the words soul core. Ordinary soul masters cultivate soul power that is scattered throughout the dantian and limbs, requiring constant mobilization and recovery during battles. The soul core art, however, could compress all soul power into a highly dense form, creating a self-rotating energy core within the body. Once this soul core was successfully condensed, it would act like a second heart, continuously absorbing G external energy and converting it into the purest soul power. Recovery speed, explosive power, and total soul power would all be multiplied. When fighting against opponents of the same level, someone with a soul core would be almost invincible. If they could condense a second soul core in the future, breaking through to level 95 Super Douluo, or even impacting the level 99 Peerless Douluo realm, it would no longer be just a fantasy. Douluo listened, increasingly shocked, his breathing growing ragged. As a titled Douluo, he knew better than anyone the value of this secret art. If the upper three sects obtained the soul core art, they would hide it in the deepest parts of their sects, and even core elders might not have the right to know it. Yet I had given the complete formula and soul power circulation paths to him without reservation. Sect Master, this secret art is enough to change the entire soul master world. Are you really just giving it to this old man? Since you are of the Ling Tian sect, naturally you deserve the best. Mere soul core art is nothing. As long as you are loyal, there will be many greater opportunities in the future. Douluo tried circulating his soul power according to the path I had just taught him. The originally scattered power began to gather towards his Danton. Although it was still far from condensing a true soul core, a slowly rotating vortex had already formed. The surrounding heaven and earth energy was attracted by it, actively flowing into his body. In just one cycle, the recovered soul power exceeded several times the usual amount. This personal attempt made him fully understand that the soul core art was no exaggeration. If he could successfully condense it, he might truly have a chance to step into the Super Douluo realm, which he had previously only dreamed of. Douluo clenched his fists, eager to find someone to fight for me. My grandfather, standing nearby, looked on with great satisfaction, his eyes even secretly sizing up Yin, who was cultivating. He thought the girl had good talent and a stronger character than Ning Rongrong, and he began to contemplate whether he should have me marry Yin, so that Douluo will be completely bound to the Ling Tian sect. I felt somewhat helpless. The sect had just started. Now wasn't the time to consider such things, especially since a lasting relationship should not be maintained by a marriage of interests. Seeing my lack of interest, my grandfather reluctantly dropped the idea. I let Douluo find his own place to condense his soul core, then walked over to the ice and fire Yin Yang W. And took out 2 prepared immortal herbs, the octagonal mysterious ice grass, and the fiery apricot jiaoshu. One contained extreme cold poison, the other extreme fire poison. Either one alone could instantly kill an ordinary soul master. Seeing them clearly, Douluo's face changed drastically. Sect Master, these 2 herbs are deadly poison. Even this old man wouldn't dare approach them lightly. What are you planning to do with them? Ice fire tempered body. I want to consume both immortal herbs simultaneously and enter the ice and fire Yin Yang well, using the extreme cold and extreme heat to refine my physical body. He had occupied this valley for many years, but had only ever dared to stay at the very edge of the spring water, using the dispersed energy to suppress his toxins. Even with a titled Douluo's body, he couldn't last long in the spring. My grandfather also frowned. Grandson, isn't this too risky? I never do things without confidence. Extreme cold and extreme heat are fatal poisons on their own, but once they achieve a true balance, they neutralize each other and become the supreme treasure for tempering the body. After saying this, without giving them a chance to stop me, I stuffed the octagonal mysterious ice grass and the fiery apricot jiaoshu into my mouth, chewed and swallowed. The terrifying power of the 2 herbs exploded instantly. Half of my body was covered in frost. The cold air first froze my skin, then rushed along my blood towards my heart. Simultaneously, the fire poison erupted in the other half of my body. Every inch of flesh felt like it was being drenched in molten iron. The frost would freeze the meridians, and the fire would burn them open. The fire poison would boil the blood, and the cold would solidify it in the next instant. The 2 extreme forces fought for control of my body. If either side gained the upper hand, I would instantly become an ice sculpture or a charred corpse. The meridians felt like they were being torn apart repeatedly, only to be reconnected under the impact of the 2 forces. Douluo instinctively rushed forward to save me. I endured the intense pain and told him to stop, then leaped directly into the very center of the ice and fire Yin Yang well. The spring water surged, swallowing me in red and blue. The extreme cold invaded the left side of my body, blood seeming to freeze solid. The extreme heat rushed into the right side, my organs feeling like they were burning. The 2 agonies alternated with every breath, one moment frozen in 1,000-year ice, the next thrown into a volcano's depths. My consciousness blur under this torment. But whenever I was about to lose clarity, the radiant holy dragon would protect my spiritual sea, and the abyssal dark dragon would open its maw to devour the unbalanced berserk energies. These 2 great martial souls, one guarding and one devouring, allowed me to maintain my last shred of awareness. This was no longer an ordeal an ordinary person could withstand, but I gritted my teeth. I circulated my soul power. The Abyssal Dark Dragon and Radiant Holy Dragon appeared simultaneously, one black, one gold, their gigantic dragon shadows spiraling above the spring. Their opposite and overwhelming dragon auras enveloped the entire valley. The Azure Serpent Emperor martial soul within Douluo's body was actually suppressed, trembling continuously. It was only now that he truly saw my twin martial souls for the first time. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, which the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan took such pride in, wasn't even worthy of comparison before these two sacred dragons. My grandfather stood on the shore, looking very proud and not missing the chance to mock Douluo for his lack of worldliness. As time passed, I had prepared myself to endure this agony for a long time, but then two strange forces suddenly surged from the depths of the spring. One was as domineering as raging flames, the other as gentle as cold water. They actively mobilized the surrounding ice and fire origins, transforming the originally berserk energy into something docile and pure. Streams of red and blue energy flowed into my body through my pores, continuously washing my bones and marrow, tempering my flesh, and even nourishing the bloodline of my twin sacred dragons. These two forces resonated strangely with my martial souls. The light on the radiant holy dragon grew brighter, and the scales of the Abyssal Dark Dragon became deeper and more profound. From the very depths of the spring came two ancient draconic cries, one fierce and domineering, the other cold and long. They didn't truly manifest, but they helped suppress the most violent parts of the spring water, as if they were using this body tempering process to confirm whether I was worthy of their attention. I didn't know where this power came from, but I felt they meant me no harm. With their help, the medicinal power of the two immortal herbs was quickly refined completely. The cold and fire toxins within me reached a perfect balance, and my physical body underwent a true metamorphosis. I had achieved the state of harmonizing water and fire, making me immune to all poisons. The ice-fire golden body was now mine. From now on, ordinary flames and ice could no longer harm me. Most toxins that enter my body would be directly refined by the ice-fire golden body. My physical strength had increased to a terrifying degree. Even without releasing my martial soul, I could withstand attacks at the Soul Emperor level. If I were to activate the Abyssal Dragon God form, combined with the 8 spider lances and my twin sacred dragons, there would be few people on the continent who could threaten me. I suddenly opened my eyes, pushed off the bottom with my feet, and broke through the water's surface, landing steadily on the shore. My grandfather rushed to my side first, checking me from head to toe. Only after confirming I wasn't injured did he breathe a sigh of relief. I clenched my fist, and a series of crisp popping sounds came from my bones. Red and blue light flashed beneath my skin. Not only had my body been reborn, but my soul power had unexpectedly increased as well. Level 55, level 56, level 57. In just one session of ice-fire tempering, I had broken through 3 consecutive levels. Originally, the main purpose of these two herbs was only to temper the body, not to bring much soul power increase. When Tang San took them back then, he didn't break through either. The fact that I achieved this result was clearly related to the mysterious power in the depths of the spring. Douluo stared at me like I was a monster. Sect Master, you really survived the ice and fire yin yang well, and even gained 3 levels? How old are you now? 12 years old, and already a level 57 Soul King. With the ice-fire golden body, immunity to all poisons, twin sacred dragon martial souls, and the 8 spider lances, there isn't a second monster like you anywhere in the entire Douluo continent. My grandfather patted Douluo's shoulder proudly. Old Poison, following my grandson, there will be plenty of times that shock you. My grandson has the potential to become a god. This time, Douluo didn't argue. Instead, he bowed to me in complete submission. Sect Master, your talent is heaven-defying. This old man is utterly convinced. I waved my hand. Then I took 2 J-boxes out of my soul tool. Douluo thought everything he had received today was already the greatest fortune of his life. But when the 2 J-boxes were slowly opened, an even richer fragrance of immortal herbs once again filled the entire mountain peak. One of these herbs could cleanse the meridians and change Douluo's future talent. The other could help Douluo stabilize his cultivation and continue to impact level 93. Only now did they realize that everything they had just received wasn't even all of my welcome gifts. The first J-box contained a plant as white and pure as jade. The second J-box contained a purple-hued Ningxi herb. Just smelling the fragrance, Douluo's breathing, which had just calmed, became rapid again. These two herbs were true immortal herbs that could cleanse the marrow. After taking them, one could not only unblock meridians, but also enhance talent and soul power. The other was called 9-rank Ningji. Although not quite an immortal herb, it was a top-tier foundation-strengthening medicine, most suitable for stabilizing cultivation and breaking through bottlenecks. You and Douluo Yin get one each. How you distribute them is up to you. The water immortal jade bone is extremely pure and best suited for young soul masters to improve their physique. After Douluo Yin takes it, her meridians previously damaged by the Azure Serpent Emperor's poison will not only fully recover, but also become tougher than those of ordinary soul masters. The 9-rank Ningji is gentler and won't conflict with Douluo's newly broken through soul power. It will allow his level 92 cultivation to stabilize completely. These two herbs appear different in strength, but actually correspond perfectly to their most pressing needs. Douluo looked at the two boxes, his eyes reddening once more. His poison was already resolved, and he had broken through to level 92, yet I was still willing to give such rare treasures. This made him even more grateful for his decision to join the Ling Tian sect. After a moment of thought, Douluo took the 9-rank Ningji. This old man is old. My talent and potential have already peaked. The 9-rank Ningji is gentle and just right to help me stabilize my level 92 realm. I want to leave the true immortal herb to Yin Yin. She's still young, and now that her poison is gone, if she can cleanse her marrow with the water immortal jade bone, her future achievements will surely surpass mine. I nodded. Since I've given you the herbs, it's your decision. Douluo Yin held the water immortal jade bone, her eyes also reddening. She had been a genius at the Tiando Royal Academy, with a titled Douluo grandfather backing her. She had never felt she needed to rely on others. In just a few days, I had saved her life, given her a soul bone, and an immortal herb. She finally understood that joining the Ling Tian sect wasn't about losing freedom, but about gaining a path she had never dared to imagine. Thank you, Sect Master, for the gift. From now on, Yin Yin will swear her life to the Ling Tian sect. I told him how to take the herbs. The 9-rank Ningji could be chewed and swallowed directly, but for the water immortal jade bone, only the petals should be eaten first. During the absorption process, one must guide the medicinal power slowly, letting it wash through the bones and meridians inch by inch. Rushing to impact soul power would waste the precious effect of cleansing the marrow. Douluo and his granddaughter remembered every word carefully, then found flat spots to sit and cultivate. My grandfather, watching from the side, couldn't help but ask me how many immortal herbs I had left. He wasn't worried about me using them up, but about me focusing so much on building the sect that I forgot about my parents, who were still searching for opportunities on the continent. I told him that the most suitable immortal herbs for my parents had already been set aside. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon prepared for my father could purify his Golden Earth Dragon King bloodline, and the herbs for my mother could similarly strengthen her ancient dragon martial soul. My twin sacred dragon bloodline had already reached its peak. Leaving these herbs for them would be of even greater value. My grandfather nodded in satisfaction. Douluo and Douluo Yin soon began refining the herbs. I took another delicate box from my soul tool. Inside were only a few clear dewdrops, but they emitted a fragrance that seemed to refresh the spirit. The gazing through autumn waters dew. It couldn't directly increase soul power, but it could greatly enhance one's spiritual power and eyesight. Having just broken through to level 57, my soul power needed time to settle, and this was the perfect opportunity to use it to strengthen my spiritual power. The stronger the spiritual power, the safer it would be to absorb soul rings beyond my level in the future, and the earlier I could detect hidden enemies and soul beasts. My grandfather immediately released his aura to cover the area. Grandson, just focus on refining. Anyone who dares to disturb you, this old man will crush their bones. I dripped the gazing through autumn waters dew into my mouth. A cool sensation rushed into my mind. My spiritual world was cleansed as if by a heavy rain. The details that were once faint and blurry began to become crystal clear. At first, my spiritual power could only cover the periphery of the valley. But as the medicinal power continued to blend into my mind, my perception range began to expand rapidly. 1 li, 3 li, 5 li. The previously mixed and jumbled soul power auras were now separated into countless clear lines. I could distinguish the life fluctuations of each herb, gauge the strength of each part of the poison formation, and even lock onto a moving soul beast deep within the mountains. This change wasn't just about seeing farther. It was about mastering all information. Every herb in the valley, every wisp of soul power fluctuation, even the sound of distant insects fluttering their wings, all of it was now clearly within my perception. As the medicinal power continued to refine, my spiritual power broke through the Soul Emperor level, rushed into the Soul Saint realm, and finally slowed down at the Soul Douluo level. When I opened my eyes again, a wave of invisible spiritual energy rippled outward. Douluo and my grandfather both looked at me at the same time. As titled Douluo, they could naturally sense how exaggerated this spiritual power was. At the level 57 Soul King, with Soul Douluo level spiritual power, Douluo stared at me as if I were an utterly unreasonable monster. Sect Master, with your talent, you're practically leaving no room for the other Soul Masters on the continent to live. I didn't mind his shock. I turned to look at Douluo, who had just finished his cultivation session. After taking the 9-rank Ningji, his level 92 realm had stabilized completely, and his soul power had reached the peak of level 92, just one step away from level 93. Shortly after, Douluo also opened her eyes. The water immortal Jade Bone had completely transformed her body. Her original level 39 soul power had directly reached the peak of level 40, and the excess medicinal power was stored within her body. Once she obtained her 4th soul ring, there would be a second search. Since we were already in the Sunset Forest, there's no need to go elsewhere. I decided to hunt for her soul ring right here. For an ordinary soul master, the limit for a 4th soul ring is about 4,000 years. But her physical tolerance had long since surpassed the ordinary. A soul ring of around 5,000 years would be the most suitable for her. Her martial soul was the Azure Serpent Emperor, so the best choices were soul beasts with poison attributes or mental paralysis abilities. With 2 titled Douluo present, my grandfath, and Douluo, we could have our pick of soul beasts in the Sunset Forest. Leaving the ice and fire yin yang well, I spread out my Soul Douluo level spiritual power completely. In just half an hour, I had locked onto a presence in the northeast. About 5 li away, a 5,500-year-old ghost-faced demon snake was lurking deep in the dense forest. Not only was it highly venomous, but it could also release neurotoxins and hallucinogenic venom, making it the perfect 4th soul ring for Douluo and my grandfather both looked at me in surprise. Before they, as 2 titled Douluo, had even located the target, I had already accurately determined the type and age of the soul beast. The enhancement from the gazing through autumn waters was even greater than I had anticipated. My grandfather tore open a spatial rift and reappeared a few breaths later, carrying a thick, water bucket-sized black serpent. The spine on the back of the ghost-faced demon snake had already been broken by him, leaving it writhing helplessly on the ground. Douluo drew her dagger and stabbed it into its vital point. A deep purple soul ring slowly rose. At 5,500 years, this soul ring was far beyond the limit an ordinary soul ancestor could withstand. The moment it settled on Douluo, the residual ferocity of the ghost-faced demon snake erupted. Its malevolent spirit clashed within her spiritual world, while its purple-black toxins simultaneously spread rampantly along her meridians. An ordinary level 40 soul master facing either of these forces could lose consciousness on the spot. But Douluo remembered my warning clearly. Instead of rushing to suppress the soul ring, she used the medicinal power left by the water immortal Jade Bone to wrap and refine its savage nature. Her right arm soul bone also lit up at that moment, actively absorbing the toxins that had gone out of control. What was originally a dangerous absorption process instead became an opportunity to further strengthen her poison skill. Although Douluo trusted my judgment, seeing his granddaughter frown still made him clench his fists nervously. I reassured him, with the water immortal Jade Bone, Douluo's body has been reborn. This soul ring can't hurt her. The berserk energy only lasted a short while before calming down within her resilient meridians. Half an hour later, the 4th purple soul ring was fully stabilized. Douluo suddenly opened her eyes. A flash of purple light passed beneath them. Levi, L41, level 42, level 43. The soul ring's energy and residual medicinal power exploded simultaneously, pushing her soul power all the way to level 46. Douluo laughed heartily in excitement. Douluo herself couldn't believe that by obtaining just 1 soul ring, she had jumped 6 consecutive levels. Her 4th soul skill was named Ghost Face Enchanting Formation. Once released, all enemies within range would be affected by neurotoxins and hallucinations. Any soul ancestor of the same level who inhaled even a breath of it, the combination of poison and mental control gave her true trump card for fighting above her level and against groups. If combined with the Yellow Beam team's tactics, as long as the Ghost Face Enchanting Formation successfully covered the battlefield, Ling would handle healing, Tian would lead the frontal assault, and the opposing team would have almost no way to counter it. However, I told her to hide her true power. It wasn't to continue selling herself to the Tian Royal Academy, but to use the Academy and the Yellow Beam team to gather intelligence on the young soul masters of the Tian Empire and look for talents worth recruiting for the Ling Tian sect. Upon returning to Tian City, I appointed Douluo as the chief elder of the Ling Tian sect, responsible for arranging poison formations around the sect's headquarters and continuing to stabilize his soul power, striving to break through to level 93 as soon as possible. As for Douluo. I told her to return to the Tiando Royal Academy, hiding her true cultivation at around level 40, and continue to stay in the Yellow Beam team. When the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy tournament began, she would show everyone just how terrifying a disciple trained by the Ling Tian Sect could be. Until then, she could still display strength between levels 39 and 40. She could not expose the immortal herb, she could not expose the soul bone, and she could not let anyone know that Donghua had completely joined the Ling Tian Sect. The deeper this hidden card remained buried, the greater the shock it would cause when it was finally played. After Donghua accepted her orders, my grandfather asked me about my next plan. For the Ling Tian Sect to grow, besides top-tier powerhouses, it also needed truly rare talents. The next day, I would go to the Tiando Royal Academy with Donghua. The target wasn't you, Tian, or the other geniuses in the Yellow Beam team. What I truly valued was the continent Stro. Ingest healing martial soul, the nine-headed begonia. The inheritor of the nine-headed begonia was named Yi Ling, and she was also a member of the Yellow Beam team. Early the next morning, Donghua and I arrived at the Tiando Royal Academy. This place had the best cultivation environment in the Tiando Empire, but most of its students were spoiled noble science. Few were willing to truly work hard. Yi Ling had a quiet personality and rarely mingled with them. Apart from the Yellow Beam team and her senior, Lian, she spent most of her time cultivating alone in the back mountains' secluded environment. Avoiding the academy's main paths, we soon found her in a sea of flowers. Yi Ling was dressed in black, sitting with her eyes closed in the center of the flower garden. Hearing footsteps, she slowly opened her eyes. Her first glance at Donghua revealed that something had changed. Yin, your Azure Serpent Emperor poison is gone. Completely resolved, Donghua walked up to her. Not only is the poison gone, but I also got my fourth soul ring. I'm a soul ancestor now. A flash of surprise crossed Yi Ling's eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. She was genuinely happy for her friend, but then her gaze turned to me. Donghua told her that both she and Donghua had been saved by my help. Yi Ling nodded slightly to me. Thank you, Han Gongzi, for saving Yin. But bringing her to see me must be for more than just thanks, right? This girl's mind was very sharp. I didn't beat around the bush. I came here today specifically for you. If your purpose is to recruit me, then please go back. The nine-headed begonia line has always remained neutral. I have no intention of joining any faction. The reason those forces couldn't recruit you before is that they couldn't offer enough leverage. I can break the curse of the nine-headed begonia, freeing your clan from the fate of having only one heir per generation. The calm composure on Yi Ling's face vanished instantly. The higher the soul power, the more terrifying the healing effect. But this immense power came with a cruel curse. In any given era, only two nine-headed begonia soul masters can exist on the entire continent. Only when one of them dies can the next clansman possibly awaken their martial soul. This means that every inheritance is built upon the death of a loved one. Some clansmen possess top-tier martial soul bloodlines, but can never become soul masters in their lifetime, because two inheritors already exist. Yi Ling knew from a young age that her own growth meant the departure of the previous generation. The deeper her strength grew, the heavier the guilt and responsibility she felt. That's why she had a quiet disposition and was unwilling to easily attach herself to any force. Countless generations of the Yi family had tried to break this limitation, but even their titled Douluo ancestors were helpless. What makes you think you can do it? Toxic Douluo also couldn't resolve the Azure Serpent Emperor's poison, but I saved both him and Donghua. What a titled Douluo can't do doesn't mean I can't. Donghua grabbed Yi Ling's hand. My grandfather has broken through to the peak of level 92. My poison is completely gone, and my soul power is at level 46. The Sect Master's methods are beyond ordinary imagination. If there is anyone in this world who can save the Yi family, it's him. Yi Ling was silent for a long time, the defenses in her eyes finally showing cracks. If you can truly break the clan's restriction, what price do I have to pay? Join the Ling Tian sect and be loyal to me. In return, I will not only free you from the nine-headed begonia's restriction, but also cause your martial soul to evolve. The words martial soul evolution shook Yi Ling to her core. The restriction of the nine-headed begonia was essentially tied to the martial soul itself. If the martial soul underwent a beneficial mutation and was no longer the original nine-headed begonia, the rule of only two existing in one era would be naturally broken. I know of an extremely rare plant-type soul beast, and combined with a few special herbs, as long as you absorb its soul ring, you can guide your martial soul to mutate. This mutation won't weaken the nine-headed begonia's healing ability. On the contrary, it will compensate for its weakness of having no self-defense or enhancement abilities. Once successful, you will no longer just be a healer in the back of the battlefield, but a core figure irreplaceable by any sect. More importantly, when the very origin of your martial soul changes, the descendants of the Yi family will no longer be bound by the old rules. This isn't just temporarily suppressing the curse, it's severing it at its root. Although Yi Lingling still had some doubts, the hope of escaping her family's fate was too great. If you can truly do this, Yi Lingling and the entire Yi family will, from this day forward, fight and die for the Sect Master. I nodded in satisfaction. She was already at level 35 and needed to cultivate to level 40 before she could absorb the fourth soul ring. That would change her destiny. Yi Lingling originally thought she would have to wait a year or two, but the Ling Tian sect was in urgent need of talents, and I didn't have time for her to cultivate slowly. I opened my palm and took out another 9-rank Ningji. Although not a true immortal herb, it was enough to strengthen her foundation and greatly shorten the cultivation time for those 5 levels, allowing her to reach the level 40 bottleneck in a short time. Feeling the rich medicinal fragrance, Yi Lingling's breathing quickened. She had just agreed to serve me, and I was already presenting such a treasure to her. The medicinal energy emanating from the 9-rank Ningji caused her soul power, which had been stagnant for years, to fluctuate. Yi Lingling came from a special clan and had naturally been exposed to many rare herbs, but none had ever shown such obvious effects before even being consumed. She finally realized that my promise of a short-term breakthrough to level 40 wasn't just empty talk to get her to join the sect. This level of trust and value was something that none of the previous forces trying to recruit the Yi family had possessed. She accepted the 9-rank Ningji with both hands and bowed deeply to me. Thank you, Sect Master, for the gift. Lingling will never disappoint your expectations. Just as we were about to leave, a clatter of chaotic footsteps came from the small path. Schwebing, accompanied by a few noble hangers-on, swaggered over and blocked our way. He was under Tian Rinchua's surveillance, so he had always disguised himself as an ignorant and useless wastrel. But when someone acts apart for too long, the mask confused with the flesh. Seeing the 2 most unapproachable girls in the academy, both standing beside a strange young man, Schwebing's jealousy was barely concealed. He had only planned to maintain his foolish image and cause some minor trouble before leaving, but the way Yi Lingling and Dugu Yin looked at me turned his jealousy into genuine rage. One was the 9-headed begonia inheritor he could never get close to. The other had toxic Douluo backing her, a status that even his royal title couldn't suppress. Yet here they were, one in front and one behind me, even using the reverent title of Sect Master towards me. This was the first time Schwebing felt the urge to drop his disguise and take action. Yin, Ling Ling, you normally don't even bother with this prince. How come today you're keeping company with some unknown pretty boy? Dugu Yan's face instantly turned cold. Schwebing, if you don't want a beating, get lost. Schwebing didn't leave. Instead, he had his followers surround us. Kid, this is the Tiendo Royal Academy, my Xue family's territory. The women this prince has his eyes on aren't for the likes of you. Yin Lingling looked at him with pure disgust. Dugu Yin moved to block me, but I didn't even give Schwebing a glance. I calmly asked her, are these the good-for-nothing nobles you were talking about? Dugu Yin showed no mercy. He's Schwebing, the 4th prince of the Tiendo Empire. He does nothing but lays around all day. He can't do anything. He's a complete waste. Schwebing's face turned red with anger. He had been deliberately acting like a waste, but he couldn't stand it when others actually treated him as one. This was the biggest flaw in his disguise. Someone who could truly endure humiliation wouldn't lose their composure over being called a failure. But over the years of indulgence, Schwebing had developed genuine arrogance and tyranny. He thought he was still in control, but he could no longer tell which actions were an act and which were his true nature. This is the Imperial Academy, Dugu Yin. Don't think just because your grandfather is a titled Douluo that this prince doesn't dare touch you. And you arrogant fool. Strip him and throw him out of the academy. Several followers immediately closed in on me. Dugu Yin's soul power erupted. She was about to release her martial soul, but I raised my hand to stop her. Stand down. A few stray cats and dogs aren't worth dirtying your hands. Dugu Yin immediately stepped back respectfully. The nobles thought I was scared. The one in the lead threw a punch at my face. I kept my hands behind my back, only uttering a cold scram as his fist approached. The pressure of the abyssal dark dragon exploded outwards. The noble followers, who were only at the great spirit master level, didn't even touch my clothes. They all spat blood simultaneously, flying back like ragdolls for over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Schwebing's triumphant grin froze solid. Although he was pretending to be foolish, he still had basic eyesight. Someone who could defeat several great spirit masters with just their aura? Who exactly are you? I am the fourth prince of the Tian Empire. Attacking someone in the Royal Academy is an insult to the entire imperial family. I walked slowly up to Schweb. Even pretending to be a fool has its limits. Do you really think just by wearing that skin of a wastrel, you can bite anyone you want? And At these words, Schwebing's pupils contracted sharply, his heart nearly stopping. His greatest secret, something no one should have known, was exposed by a stranger he just met. He could only continue to play his role, using Emperor Shuiyi and the royal knights to threaten me. I looked down at him. Don't mention a worthless fourth prince like you. Even if Emperor Shuiyi himself stood here, he wouldn't dare speak to me in that tone. If you want to survive under that person's watchful eye, keep being a good-for-nothing. And if you dare provoke me again, I won't mind helping the Tian Empire lose a prince a little early. Schwebing's legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. He finally realized that I not only knew about his disguise, but also who exactly he was hiding from. If this secret ever reached Qin Rinqiu's ears, all his years of playing the fool would be meaningless. What awaited him wouldn't be the throne, but an inescapable assassination. The look in his eyes when he stared at me no longer held a shred of royal pride, only the terror of a man whose secret had been discovered. Get your men and get lost. Schwebing didn't dare say another harsh word. He fled with his followers. Yi Lingling was worried this would bring trouble to the Ling Tian sect. I wasn't concerned. The mere imperial family of Tiando wasn't enough to be my problem. If Emperor Shuiyi is smart enough, he'll know how to discipline his son. I told Yi Lingling to go back and refine the 9-rank Ningji immediately. Once she reached level 40, I would take her to hunt for her 4th soul ring. But just as we turned to leave, Schwebing's hateful voice came from behind again. 3 deans. It's this madman. Not only did he assault Academy students, but he also tried to assassinate this prince. I stopped and looked back. Schwebing had returned, and this time, he had 3 soul Douluo behind him. The 3 deans of the Tiando Royal Academy, Ming Shinji, Jilin, and Bai Baoshan, were all veteran soul Douluo above level 80. Ming Shinji possessed the spiritual type Black Demon Martial Soul. Jilin's Green Sky Vine could seal the entire battlefield, and Bai Baoshan's Celestial Furnace was famed for its defense and suppression. The 3 had guarded the Tiando Royal Academy for years, and their cooperation was so practiced they could even form a spirit fusion skill. Even an ordinary title Douluo would find it hard to ignore their combined might. Schwebing, who had been sprawled on the ground just moments ago, now put on the airs of a 4th prince again. 3 deans. It's this madman. He not only attacked Academy students, but also tried to assassinate this prince. Schwebing deliberately concealed the fact that he had led the ambush against me, twisting my warning into an insult against Emperor Shuiyi and the Tiando imperial family. Dubiyan's eyebrows shot up in anger. You're the one who brought people to provoke the Sect master. He was just defending himself. Have you no shame? But the 3 deans didn't investigate the truth first. Seeing the fallen noble students and mindful of Schwebing's status as a prince, their first instinct was to question me. I watched him twist the truth, finding it somewhat amusing. I had let him leave, but he not only courted death, but also dared to come back for revenge. Dubiyan was about to retort, but I stopped her. Let him talk. Let's see what else this foolish prince can fabricate. Ming Shinji frowned and stepped forward, asking me sternly whose family I was from and why I was causing trouble at the academy. Bai Baoshan also reminded me coldly that even if I was a guest of toxic Douluo, I had to abide by the rules of the Tiando Royal Academy. I didn't answer them. I thought you were just playing the fool to survive in a crack, which, although foolish, was at least a bit pitiful. Now I see you're not just an idiot. You're a vile, despicable little man. Schwebing's face changed drastically. The 3 deans also sensed the shift in the atmosphere. He quickly hid behind Ming Shinji, still shouting that this man was trying to kill him. Jilin, annoyed by the racket, ordered me on the spot to apologize to the 4th prince or face disciplinary action. Apologize? I laughed coldly. Does he deserve it? With those words, the aura of the abyssal dark dragon exploded from within me. A pitch-black dragon shadow slowly rose behind me. Schwebing, feeling the pressure of death, collapsed to the ground. Dean, save me. I didn't give him a second chance. My right hand instantly dragonized. A black dragon claw tore through space, aimed directly at his head. The faces of the 3 deans dropped simultaneously. They never imagined I would dare to kill a prince right before their eyes. All 3 released their martial souls simultaneously, 8 soul rings rising together. Their soul Douluo level soul power intertwined, forming a thick barrier in front of Schweb. Ming Shinji's spiritual power was responsible for locking me down. Jilin's vines bound the surrounding space, and Bai Baoshan's celestial furnace stood as the foremost defense. With these 3 layers of power stacked on top of each other, let alone a mere soul king, even a soul saint going all out wouldn't be able to shake it in the slightest. The black dragon claw slammed heavily onto the barrier. The roar shook the entire academy. Although the barrier blocked the first blow, I had already vanished from my spot. Shuebing, hiding behind a barrier, thought he was safe and even showed a mocking smile again. Kid, with the 3 deans protecting me, you can't even touch a hair on this prince's head. Ming Xinji also thought the outcome was decided. As long as the 3 of them worked together to stall me, the academy guards and other powerhouses would continuously reinforce them. But they had miscalculated from the start. The person I wanted to attack wasn't in front of that barrier. Ming Xinji barely sensed something was wrong when a spatial rift silently opened behind Shueb. I stepped out of the rift and appeared directly at his back. It was true that it would be difficult to break through from the front instantly, but my Abyssal Dark Dragon already controlled space power, and my 5th soul skill could even ignore spatial locks. All of the 3 deans' attention was on the front. They hadn't noticed that I had used a spatial rift to circle around behind the person they were protecting. The smug grin on Shuebing's face froze. You like hiding behind deans so much? I told you, you're just begging for death. My dragon claw slashed down. 5 deep, bone-deep gashes tore open his back. The dragon claw didn't just tear his flesh. The power of extreme darkness simultaneously invaded his meridians, continuously devouring his life force and soul power. If I went just a little deeper, his entire spine would be ripped out. I deliberately left him with his last breath. It wasn't out of mercy, but to let everyone witness the price of provoking the Ling Tian sect. Shuebing screamed and collapsed into a pool of blood, staining the ground crimson. The 3 deans were horrified. They had joined their defenses, yet couldn't even lock onto my figure. I flicked the blood off my dragon claw and looked up at the 3 of them. The person I want to kill, can you protect them? Ming Xinji completely lost his composure. Shuebing was, after all, of royal blood. If he died here in the academy, none of the 3 deans could answer to Emperor Shui. Subdue him, dead or alive. All 3 attacked at once again. Jilin's green sky vines erupted from the ground. Bai Baoshan summoned the massive celestial furnace. Ming Xinji released his 8th soul skill, the soul-devouring maw. 3 attacks came from different directions, sealing off our escape routes. Ming Xinji's black demon maw targeted my spiritual sea. Jilin's countless vines wrapped around my limbs. Bai Baoshan's celestial furnace came crashing down from above. Spiritual attack, control, and frontal suppression. 3 forces descended almost simultaneously. This was the true trump card that had secured their positions as deans. Dubi Yin and Yi Lingling were forced back. Both of them turned pale with anxiety. Facing 3 veteran soul Douluo in a combined attack, they thought almost no soul master could escape. Dubi Yin wanted to tell Yi Lingling to stay, but while she went back to the sect to get Gabo. But the battle had erupted too quickly. By the time they got back, everything would be over. As long as I took any damage, Yilingling would immediately release her healing soul skill. But the 2 soon realized that the person who needed healing was definitely not me. I didn't retreat at all. The Abyssal Dark Dragon's magic flame shot into the sky. As soon as Jilin's green sky vines touched the dark aura, they melted like snow. The huge celestial furnace crashing down from above was also forcefully held up by an abyssal dark dragon. Bai Baoshan's expression changed drastically. His proud 8th soul skill was actually being blocked by my pure soul power projection. I looked at the 3 of them. Did you misunderstand something? The reason I disappeared just now wasn't to run away. It's because I don't need to hide to kill you. The dark magic flame instantly condensed into a dragon claw. My 5th soul skill fully erupted. All my attributes increased by 100% instantly. Although the 3 dean's soul power levels were far higher than mine, in terms of martial soul quality, attribute strength, physical body, and spiritual power, none of them could truly suppress me. Ming Xinji's spiritual attack shattered as soon as it entered my spiritual sea. Jilin's green sky vine was devoured by the extreme darkness. Bai Baoshan's prized celestial furnace also trembled incessantly before the abyssal dark dragon. Dark Dragon Emperor's heaven-rend claw. 7 black dragon claws tore through the air. Even space itself showed cracks before the strike. Sensing the aura of destruction, Ming Xinji immediately ordered the 3 to combine their defenses. But it was too late. The 3 deans were all sent flying backward. Ming Xinji's spiritual barrier shattered first. Jilin's green sky vine snapped inch by inch. The shadow of Bai Baoshan's celestial furnace was ripped apart from the center by the dragon claw. The remaining force continued to strike the 3, shredding their protective soul power like paper and leaving deep, black claw marks on their chests. Blood sprayed from their mouths. Their proud combined defense was completely defeated by my single strike. The three deans of the Tiando Royal Academy had lost thoroughly and utterly. Lying in the rubble, Ming Shinji and the others felt genuine fear for the first time. They had cultivated for decades, had the best resources the Academy could offer, and were considered powerhouses in the Soul Master world. Now, all three of them together. What was even more unbearable for them was that I hadn't even shown a trace of fatigue from start to finish, as if that last strike still wasn't my true limit. Duga Yin and Ling stood frozen in the distance, speechless. They knew my talent and methods were extraordinary, but they never imagined that at 12 years old, I could already defeat three-soul Douluo head-on. This was no longer just the strongest of the younger generation. This was stepping into the ranks of the continent's top powerhouses. I slowly retracted my right hand. So this is all the three deans of the Tiando Royal Academy amount to. Ming Shinji clutched his chest, his voice trembling. Who exactly are you? I didn't answer. I simply walked over to Duga Yin and Ling and told them to come with me now. Before I left, I said only one thing. I left them alive today only because I need someone to deliver a message. If I had truly wanted to kill the Dark Dragon Emperor's Heaven Renclaw, just now wouldn't have only shattered their protective soul power. None of the three deans nor Schwebing would have walked out of here alive. You're far too naive. I let them live to carry fear into the Tiando Emperor Eel Palace, so that before Emperor Shui Yi makes his next move, he must first consider whether the royal family can withstand the wrath of the Ling Sect. As for Schwebing's life, I'm keeping it for now. But if the royal family dares provoke the Ling Sect again, the next thing I tear apart won't be just a prince's back, it will be the entire Tiando imperial city. Yet the two girls hesitated. After all, they were still students of the Tiando Royal Academy, and the incident today was too big. Leaving might bring trouble to their families. Taking the opportunity, Ming Shenji, lying in the rubble, tried to persuade Duga Yin. Duga Yin, toxic Douluo, is a guest of Prince Xuexing's residence. Prince Xuexing has always supported the fourth prince. If you leave with this fiend today, how will your grandfather answer to the prince? Duga Yin's face paled slightly. Using Dugu Bo to pressure her was clearly an attempt to force her to stay. But I laughed out loud. Your information is woefully outdated. Dugu Bo is now a member of my Ling Sect. The faces of the three deans froze in shock. They had believed that toxic Douluo's ties to Xuexing would make Duga Yin hesitate, never knowing that Dugu Bo had already changed allegiances. I looked at them. Since you insist on using Xuexing to pressure me, then let Dugu Bo go to the prince's residence for a proper visit. I'll be curious to see if he dares to demand an explanation from me, or if Xuexing dares to ask for one. Naturally, the confrontation will become clear the next day. But before he went to the residence, Dugu Bo listened to Duga Yin's recount of what had happened at the academy. Nonsense, utter nonsense. After hearing his granddaughter's story, Dugu Bo flew into a rage. My life and Yin Yan's life were both given by the Sect Master. It's true that Xuexing saved me back then, but over the years, I've handled countless troubles for the Tiando royal family. That debt of gratitude was paid off long ago. From this day on, I, Dugu Bo, am a man of the Ling Tian sect in life, and a ghost of the Ling Tian sect in death. Hearing these words, Duga Yan's last trace of hesitation vanished. She had been worried about the conflict between leaving the academy and Xuexing, but now she understood that her grandfather had long since made his choice. It wasn't just because I had saved their lives, but because the Ling Tian sect offered the Dugu family a true path to the peak. If Xuexing dares to challenge the sect master over a worthless prince, then without the sect master lifting a finger, I'll be the one to cripple him first. I looked at Dugu Bo, telling him to first stabilize his level 92 peak cultivation and prepare for tomorrow's visit. This trip wasn't to ask for an explanation, but to make Prince Xuexing face reality. The Tiando royal family thought toxic Douluo was still their obedient servant. I would personally shatter that illusion. Meanwhile, Ming Shinji and the two other deans, carrying their severe injuries, entered the imperial palace. After Emperor Shui Yi heard that Xuebing had been crippled, he immediately smashed his desk in a rage. Prince Xuexing grabbed Ming Shinji by the collar and demanded to know who had hurt Xuebing like this. But when he heard the name Hanyu, Xuexing simply refused to believe that a young man could have defeated three-soul Douluo in one move. Ming Shinji told him, however, that Hanyu possessed a terrifying black dragon martial soul and a spatial soul skill that could ignore defenses, and that the three of them had been severely wounded by a single strike from him, even when they fought together. Ming Shinji also told Emperor Shui Yi that Han, you looked to be no more than 20, had a black dragon martial soul unlike any seen before, which was far more powerful than the blue lightning tyrant dragon, and that he could pass through spatial barriers. Whether attacking, defending, or in terms of spiritual power and speed, they had been unable to find any weakness. Emperor Shui Yi listened in silence, growing increasingly uneasy. A young, terrifying monster was far more dangerous than an aging titled Douluo, because no one knew how much he would grow in another 10 years. Emperor Shui Ye's expression grew darker and darker. What made it even harder for him to accept was that Hanyu had also taken Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling away. Prince Shui Xing slammed the table. No matter what kind of Ling Tian sect it is, I'll go and invite toxic Douluo right now. We absolutely cannot let this madman leave Tiando City alive. Ming Shinji shook his head with difficulty. It's no use. Prince Shui Xing's movements froze. Ming Shinji told him that Hanyu had already cured toxic Douluo and his granddaughter of the poison in their bodies. Dugu Bo had defected to the Ling Tian sect. He would no longer obey royal orders. What was even more terrifying was that Hanyu had already recruited Dugu Bo, the Gilded Dragon and Snake couple, and the entire Isho Academy. Yi Lingling and Dugu Yin had also chosen to leave with him. This speed of recruitment meant that Hanyu possessed astonishing resources that the Tiando royal family couldn't offer. Shui Xing felt as if he had been struck by lightning, staggering back several steps. Dugu Bo owes me his life. How could he betray me? Ming Shinji gritted his teeth and added, Hanyu also left a message. Shui Xing's past favor has nothing to do with Schweben. He will personally bring Dugu Bo to the prince's residence to see if you dare to demand an explanation. Prince Shui Xing was trembling with rage and immediately requested the mobilization of the royal knights to surround and exterminate the Ling Tian sect. Emperor Shui Yi snapped at him directly. Three-soul Douluo couldn't even stop Hanyu, and now there's a toxic Douluo as well. Are you sending the royal knights to die? Xuebeng's usual arrogance has finally met its match. He brought this upon himself. Before we understand the Ling Tian sect's full strength, no one is to provoke Hanyu again. Prince Shui Xing tried to argue, but Emperor Shui Yi told him coldly, if Hanyu really comes to visit, you will treat him well. Even if he puts a knife to your throat, you must smile and greet him. Prince Shui Xing's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. Early the next morning, Dugu Bo and I arrived at the Prince Shui Xing's mansion. The main gates were already wide open. Shui Xing, surrounded by a group of stewards, stood at the bottom of the steps, wearing a smile that was uglier than crying. Your great arrival honors this prince's humble abode. I didn't stop walking and strode straight into the mansion. It seemed Emperor Shui had already taught him how to behave. Shui Xing stood behind me, the humiliation barely contained. But remembering Emperor Shui Ye's warning from last night, he could only lower his head and follow. None of the mansion's guards or stewards dared to stop me. Upon entering the main hall, I sat directly on the seat meant for the prince. Shui Xing could only stand below and accompany us. This wasn't a mere visit. It was the first time the Ling Tian sect had publicly slapped the royal family's face. Shui Xing's face was livid with anger, but he didn't dare retort. He could only explain that Xuebing had provoked the Han sect master and had brought it upon himself, insisting that he had no intention of demanding any explanation. Dugu Bo stood behind me, the former savior. Shui Xing, you saved my life back then, and I have intimidated the Tiando royal family for you for many years. Now that my poison is cured, I have joined the Ling Tian sect. Our relationship is settled starting today. It was true that Shui Xing had saved Dugu Bo when he was in danger, but Dugu Bo had repaid that life by serving as the prince's guest elder for many years, dealing with political enemies and intimidating various forces for him, even binding the entire Dugu family to the royal chariot. That life had long been repaid through countless services. If Shui Xing still wanted to use that favor to control him, it wouldn't be gratitude. It would be treating a titled Douluo like his personal servant. Shui Xing gritted his teeth and could only lower his head in acquiescence. I sat in the main seat, picked up my tea, and took a slow sip. Looking at Shui Xing, I said, I came today to say only one thing. The Ling Tian sect acts without restraint. You and Emperor Shui, you had better keep your people in line. If there's a next time, I won't mind letting the Tiando Empire change its ruler. The hall fell silent. My voice wasn't loud, but it made everyone present lower their heads because they all knew this was not an empty threat. A 12-year-old who could severely injure three-souled Douluo, backed by an ancient dragon and Dugu Bo, could indeed sway the fate of the empire in the future. Shui Xing wanted to rage, but his legs were trembling uncontrollably. Cold sweat dripped from Prince Shui Xing's forehead. It wasn't until Dugu Bo and I had left that he collapsed into his chair like a puppet with its strings cut. I need to see His Majesty immediately. In the imperial study, he told Emperor Shui Yi everything in detail. Emperor Shui Yi, furious, snapped his jade brush in two. Could millions of soldiers not level a single Ling Tian sect? But Shui Xing reminded him tearfully that Dugu Bo had completely sided with Han Yu. And that young man's strength, that's definitely more than just a title, though. Even if a million-strong army truly crushed the sect's stronghold, they couldn't trap me, who possessed spatial abilities. As long as I and Dugu Bo escaped, and made a point of hunting royal family members and high-ranking empire officials from then on. The entire Tian Empire would be in endless turmoil. An enemy who could defeat 3-soul Douluo head-on, that could traverse space at will, was far more difficult to deal with than thousands of soldiers on a battlefield. Emperor Shui Yi was silent for a long time, finally suppressing his murderous intent. Since he couldn't eliminate me, Emperor Shui Yi had ruled the Tian Empire for many years and understood well that an emperor should avoid acting on impulse. Shuibing was just an unimportant prince, no matter how serious his injuries. They couldn't compare to the safety of the entire empire. Making two titled Douluo and a young man of limitless potential turn into sworn enemies just to vent anger for a son would be the height of folly. As long as the Ling Sect didn't openly side with the Luo Empire, there was still room for negotiation. Dispatch an imperial decree. Select the finest soul bones, herbs, and treasures from the imperial treasury. Invite the crown prince, Shui Qinghe, to personally visit the Ling Sect with gifts. Whatever Han Yu asks for, try to satisfy him. Shui Qing couldn't accept that the mighty imperial family had to bow to me. But Emperor Shui Yi asked him one question. If we don't bow, can you kill Han Yu? Shui Qing was speechless. Since they couldn't eliminate me, they couldn't push the Ling Sect towards the Luo Empire or the Spirit Hall. The only thing the Tian royal family could do now was to stabilize the relationship with the utmost sincerity, even trying to win me over to their side. At the same time, back at the Ling Sect headquarters, Douluo was just about to ask about the royal family's reaction when a clear, cold voice came from the main hall, showing off. I looked up to see a stunningly beautiful woman in a silver long dress slowly walk out from behind the beaded curtain. She sat down next to me, as if discussing something unrelated to herself. For a worthless prince and a useless old dog, it wasn't worth you going personally. She clearly already knew everything that had happened at the academy. The 3 members of the royal family. Will Shui Yi next send a large army to surround the Ling Sect? I shook my head. He's an emperor who knows how to bide his time. A head-on clash would hurt both sides, so he won't send TR. Oops. Instead, he'll send gifts and apologies. And the person he sends will have to be someone of sufficient stature. Shuibing had thoroughly offended me, and Shui Qing was no longer qualified to act as intermediary. Emperor Shui Yi himself couldn't easily leave the palace. The only one who could represent the royal family without making me feel slighted, Crown Prince Shui Qinghe. If I'm not mistaken, that prince, renowned for his gentleness, humility, and impeccable conduct, will soon be paying us a personal visit. I told Douluo to give the order. If the Crown Prince Shui Qinghe comes to the Ling Sect, do not block him. Open the main gates to welcome him. I was very much looking forward to meeting this esteemed Crown Prince. Everyone in the world believed Shui Qinghe was the best of Emperor Shui Yi's sons. Gentle, cultured, humble, and flawlessly discreet. But I knew that the real Shui Qinghe had long since vanished. The one currently sitting on the throne was actually the Spirit Hall's young master, Tian. The real Tian possessed the Seraphim martial soul and the backing of the Spirit Hall's enshrinement hall. She had infiltrated the Tian royal family for many years, eliminating the other heirs step by step. Now, she was just one step away from the throne. If not for Shuibing playing the fool, he too would have already died in this succession struggle. She thought her disguise was flawless, but I had been waiting for her to walk right into the Ling Sect from the very beginning. He finally stepped into the Ling Sect. This was the moment I had been waiting for. Douluo led Shui Qinghe into the main hall. On the surface, he was the crown prince of the Heaven-Do Empire, but I knew the person before me wasn't really Shui Qinghe at all. He was Tian, the young master of the Spirit Hall. He stood before me, his posture deliberately low. Fourth brother offended, Sect Master Han. I come on behalf of His Majesty and the Imperial family to offer our apologies. I didn't rise. I simply raised my hand, gesturing for him to sit. Tian waved a hand, and several attendants immediately carried forward a few jade boxes, 2 10,000-year spirit bones, 3 rare-grade medicinal herbs. He said this was a gesture of goodwill from the Shui region, hoping that the incident with that incompetent prince wouldn't damage relations between the Ling Sect and the Heaven-Do Imperial family. I didn't even bother opening the jade boxes. These things might be treasures to ordinary spirit masters, but to the current Ling Sect, they were far from enough. I looked at him. The Heaven-Do Imperial family said they would fulfill any request of mine, didn't they? What if what I want is the Empire's most sacred treasure? The smile on Tian face didn't waver, but my gaze sharpened. He asked which imperial treasure I had in mind. I spoke 5 words directly. The Sea-Sky Cosmic Mirror. Others only saw it as the Heaven-Do Empire's national heirloom, but I knew it was no ordinary treasure. It was the key to unlocking the sea god's trials. For 100 years, The Heaven-Do imperial family had been unable to use it. It sat in the treasury as nothing more than a dead object. But in my hands, it would open the gates to the Sea God Island. So whether Tian Rinxue was willing or not, I had to have it. The entire hall fell silent in an instant. He finally dropped that composed, effortless smile. The Sea Sky Cosmic Mirror is the Empire's most acred treasure, passed down only to the Emperor through generations. It is not something to be given lightly. I countered. Didn't you just say any request? Or were those merely empty words? Tian Rinxue was silent for a long time. He had clearly realized that those spirit bones and herbs would never move me. Only genuine bargaining chips could keep the Heaven-Do imperial family at the negotiating table. Though the Sea Sky Cosmic Mirror carried immense symbolic weight, in the eyes of Shui Yi and Tian Rinxue, it was ultimately just a treasure no one in the royal family could use. If they could use it to stabilize the Lin Tian sect and even secure my support, it wouldn't be a bad deal, especially since the leverage was entirely in my hands. He had no room to haggle. In the end, he agreed to go back and negotiate. I gave him 3 days. 3 days later, I wanted to see the Sea Sky Cosmic Mirror placed before me. I deliberately set the deadline tight, not because I was worried, but because I wanted to see just how far Tian Rinxue was willing to bow to the Shui Yi faction in order to keep his crown prince identity. If he actually delivered the mirror, it meant he saw the Lin Tian sect as a force not to be provoked lightly. If he tried to stall, I would make him understand that the Lin Tian sect had no shortage of ways to deal with the imperial family. As he turned to leave, he still wore that gentle smile. But I knew he hadn't come simply to make amends. He wanted to gauge the Lin Tian sect's strength and also confirm whether or not I knew his true identity. Unfortunately for him, he miscalculated. I'd known who he was from the very beginning. The more perfectly he hid behind his mask, the more I wanted to see his expression when I tore off that disguise with my own hands, when this proud young master of the Spirit Hall could no longer maintain his composure. The moment Tian Rinxue left, Ling emerged from the back hall. She had just finished refining the 9th grade spirit herb, and her spirit power had broken through to the 41st level. Her usually cool face broke into barely contained excitement. She asked me about the spirit evolution I'd mentioned earlier. Could it be done now? The 9-hearted Haitong lineage had been cursed for generations, forever locked into healing abilities alone. She had dreamed her entire life of shattering that curse. I told her that since she'd already reached level 40, there was no reason to wait any longer. Right now, I'd take her to hunt her 4th spirit ring. If this evolution succeeded, the 9-hearted Haitong would no longer be merely a support-type spirit that could only be protected by others. It would become a battle-determining powerhouse. Ling nodded firmly. She understood better than anyone that this might be her only chance. Just as she was about to follow, Douluo hurried in from outside the hall. The 7 treasure-glazed tile sect master Ning Fengji, along with Sword Douluo Xian, are at the gate. They wish to see you. I glanced at Ling. The hunt will have to wait for now. Ning Fengji certainly had a keen nose. No sooner had the Heaven-Do imperial family left than he came knocking. I had Douluo show them in. As soon as Ning Fengji entered, he greeted me with that familiar tone of ease. Han Feng, it's only been a short time and you've already accomplished so much. You truly make your Uncle Ning proud. I remained seated in the main chair without even shifting my body. Sect Master Ning, that address no longer suits me. Since you're here at the Lin Tian sect, it would be more appropriate to call me Sect Master Han. The smile on Ning Fengji's face stiffened slightly. He had probably assumed that as long as he put on the airs of an elder, the past could be easily smoothed over. But the moment I walked out of the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect, he stopped being my elder. Now we were just 2 sect masters. Shin Xian's brow furrowed on the spot, and his sword aura pressed down invisibly. Hanyu, even if you and Old Bones left the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect, Fengji is still your elder. Don't be so arrogant. I looked at him. This is the Lin Tian sect, not your 7 treasure-glazed tile main hall. I haven't thrown you out yet out of respect for past ties. If you're here to talk cooperation, I might still give you some face. But if you walk in trying to pull rank on me, then don't blame me for leaving no room for the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect. Shin Xian's face darkened. Ning Fengji, however, raised a hand to hold him back, then began praising the Lin Tian sect, how in such a short time, it had not only absorbed the Gaishirlong family, but also brought the entire beast-taming academy into its fold. He said even he couldn't see through my methods. The intelligence he'd gathered these past days had clearly shattered his expectations. He had assumed that my grandfather and I leaving the 7 treasure-glazed tile sect was nothing more than a passing impulse, and that once we faced hardship, we'd eventually come crawling back. But he never imagined that not only had the Lin Tian sect actually risen, it had done so in record time and gained strength that even the 7 treasure glazed tile sect could not afford to overlook. I picked up my teacup. Just a few families and a couple of academies. The Lin Tian sect's foundation was thin, so I needed some people to fill the seats. Sect Master Ning, surely you didn't come all this way just to praise me? Ning Fengji finally put away his smile and asked, will the 7 treasure glazed tile sect and the Lin Tian sect be enemies from here on, or friends? I set down the teacup. Whether we're enemies or friends doesn't depend on me. It depends on the attitude of the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Ning Fengji was silent for a moment. Then, to my surprise, he actually admitted that the 7 treasure glazed tile sect had been in the wrong from the start. He said Ning Rongrong had been too willful and had wounded my dignity. Chen Xian also softened his tone, saying that Ning Rongrong had realized her mistake. If I was willing to let bygones be bygones, once she came of age, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect would still fulfill the betrothal agreement. They spoke as if they were offering me a final chance, as if Ning Rongrong's willingness to look back was something I should be grateful for, as if I would forget everything that had happened between her and Oscar and continue to work myself to the bone for the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. I nearly laughed at that. I'm afraid I can't accept that blessing. Better give it to someone else. I, Hanyu, am not so pathetic as to go crawling after some spoiled young lady. Chen Xian's face turned livid. In his view, Ning Rongrong's willingness to marry me was already an act of grace from the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, and I had just thrown it back in their faces. Ning Fengji fell silent for a long time. I pressed on, my voice flat. If I had amounted to nothing after leaving the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, would you still be sitting here today talking about marriage and apologies? Ning Fengji had no answer because he knew the truth just as well as I did. If I really had become a worthless failure, there would have been no apologies today, no renewed betrothal offer. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect would have cut me loose and never looked back. I met his gaze and tore his intentions wide open. You're here today not because you suddenly remembered old times, but because you've seen that the Lin Tian sect has grown into a real power. You want to use Ning Rongrong as a leash to drag my grandfather and me back into the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, to keep working for you. Am I wrong? Ning Fengji, exposed so plainly, finally showed a flicker of embarrassment. He didn't argue further. Instead, he simply asked where my grandfather was. He wanted to see the old man in person. He was clearly holding onto a last shred of hope that my grandfather was merely in a fit of anger, and once he personally coaxed him, invoked decades of sect loyalty, the old man would return to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Then he could use my grandfather to talk me through, and everything would fall back under his control. The next moment, the space at the back of the hall rippled faintly. My grandfather stepped out from the void, not sparing Ning Fengji a single glance, and stood directly beside me. When Ning Fengji saw this, his voice finally betrayed a note of panic. Fifth uncle, you left the sect without a single word. Are you truly going to abandon the 7 treasure glazed tile sect? My grandfather simply shook his head. I promised the old sect master to protect you all those years. I've long since repaid every favor, every battle fought, every crisis resolved. Now the only family I recognize is Xiaoyu. Where he is, I am. The 7 treasure glazed tile sect can exist without me, but I will never stand by and watch my own grandson be treated as a tool or a pawn. My grandfather had only 2 descendants in this life, my mother and me. Chen Xian stared at him, his voice tight. Decades of friendship. You're going to throw it all away for this grandson of yours? My grandfather met his gaze coldly. Xiaoyu is my own grandson, my life. You all know perfectly well how you treated him. Don't ask me why I left. When he finished, my grandfather drew even closer to me, a gesture that said everything about where he stood. If Ning Fengji wanted to take him back, he would have to make me yield first. But that was never going to happen. Chen Xian wanted to argue further, but I cut him off. This is my sect. I will not allow anyone to pressure my grandfather in my presence, nor will I let them use the so-called greater good of the sect to weigh down on us again. The reminiscing ends here. Sect Master Ning, if you've only come to play on sentiment, then you're free to leave now. Ning Fengji closed his eyes. When he opened them again, the bitterness was gone. He finally dropped the marriage talk. The Lin Tian sect has risen fast in the Heaven Do Empire, its momentum unstoppable. So tell me, where do you intend to place the 7 treasure glazed tile sect in the future? I plan to put the 7 treasure glazed tile sect in its proper place. As long as you don't actively provoke me or block the Spirit Heaven sect's path, I won't bother targeting you. But if you dare to scheme behind my back or try to suppress the Spirit Heaven sect, then don't blame me for being rude. When that time comes, a few apologies won't be enough to settle things. Ning Fengji stared at me for a long time, finally nodding gravely. As long as the Spirit Heaven sect doesn't initiate hostilities, The seven treasure glazed tile sect will never stand against you. He was well aware that my grandfather now was nothing like Qin knew before. If grandfather truly set his mind to targeting the seven treasure glazed tile sect, even their protective artifacts wouldn't be able to withstand repeated spatial assassinations. As long as grandfather was willing, he could tear through space at any moment and appear anywhere within the seven treasure glazed tile sect. Ning Fengji couldn't possibly guard everyone all the time, nor could he block a level 96 super duel, so he had no choice but to back down. Ning Fengji turned and left. Before leaving, Chen Xian cast one last fierce glare at my grandfather, but in the end, he said nothing. After their figures disappeared, grandfather let out a long sigh. I smiled and asked him, "What's wrong?" Feeling reluctant, grandfather shook his head. "It's just that the past few decades felt like a dream. Now that the dream's over, I'll settle down and be a proper member of the Spirit Heaven Sect." I told him that the Spirit Heaven Sect would definitely rise higher and stand taller than the seven treasure glazed tile sect. Grandfather laughed heartily, saying he certainly believed in me. I turned and looked toward the main hall, telling Yi Lingling and Douluo to come out. Since Ning Fengji had just left, we couldn't afford to relax about the affairs of the Heavendo imperial family. I instructed Douluo to make sure that within 3 days, Hanhai Chinku and Zhao must be in my hands. If Qian Renxue dared to play tricks, she was to notify me immediately. Then I looked at Yi Lingling. Her 4th spirit ring and the 9-star seagrass were ready to go. We could begin now. Grandfather raised his hand and tore open a dark spatial rift, which slowly expanded in the main hall. I took Yi Lingling's hand and stepped through in a single stride. In the next moment, we arrived at the center of the sunset forest, at the ice and fire in Yongwell. One side was a scorching hot spring, the other an icy cold pool. These two opposing forces coexisted strangely within this valley. Every medicinal herb growing around them was imbued with the essence of heaven and earth. Yi Lingling still felt a bit dizzy from the teleportation, but when she saw the red and blue pools and the dense, rich spiritual energy filling the air, she was utterly stunned. I told her that this had once been Douluo's herb garden, and now belonged to the Spirit Heaven Sect. It was the perfect place for her transformation. The greatest flaw of the 9-star seagrass was that it was passed down through a single line and always possessed only one kind of healing power. Generations of predecessors had exhausted their efforts without ever breaking that limitation. But what others couldn't do didn't mean I couldn't. I pointed to a herb bee, why the spring, and told her to consume it directly, then sit cross-legged and quietly absorb it. Half an hour later, Yi Lingling opened her eyes again. She could clearly feel that her life force was much stronger than before. Her original flower bud appeared more solidified and tangible as her spirit powers circulated. Yet that single limitation still stood like an invisible wall. But I told her this was only the first step. For the 9-star seagrass to truly evolve, she would still need a sufficiently compatible plant-type spirit soul. Grandfather spread his spiritual power across the entire sunset forest. We searched for a long time. Ordinary plant-type spirit beasts were either too low in Enshan or their life force too mixed and impure. Finally, grandfather suddenly stopped his search and said he had found a target in the northwest direction. The 6,000-year-old by Tian Ling vine. This spirit beast was hidden deep within a canyon crevice, its vitality astonishingly strong, perfect for Yi Lingling. Grandfather tore open space once more, and we arrived directly at the bottom of the canyon. The emerald green vines coiled around a rock face, with faint red light flowing within the veins. The life force emanating from them was almost overwhelming. Grandfather even remarked that if he hadn't pressed his spiritual power inch by inch into the ground, this vine might have hidden there until it died of old age. I had grandfather leave it with one breath left and let Yi Lingling finish it off with her own hands. The oppressive aura of a tidal Douluo descended, and a massive skeletal hand appeared, firmly pinching the Bai Tian Ling vine. It didn't even have a chance to struggle before it was thrown before Yi Lingling. She struck its vital point with a single blow. A deep purple spirit ring slowly rose into the air. I immediately told her to begin absorbing it. The residual medicinal power of the immortal herb and the immense life force within the spirit ring erupted simultaneously. Just as the purple spirit ring was fitted onto her, the residual vitality of the Bai Tian Ling vine rushed into meridians like a tidal wave. Her spirit power and spiritual world were both impacted at once. Yi Lingling's body trembled continuously, but she never gave up. Finally, a rich, fragrant aura surged up from her. The single flower of the 9-star sea grass transformed into 9 flowers blooming at the same time, surrounding her. The dense healing aura almost filled the entire valley. Even grandfather couldn't help but take a few extra glances Because this was no longer just a change in an auxiliary martial soul, it was a fundamental evolution of the martial soul itself. The long-standing limitation of the 9-star sea grass lineage had been broken by her own hands. Yi Lingling was so moved that she knelt erect, Hawaii in front of me. She told me that her 4th spirit ring was no longer just for healing. It was called Blood Vitality. It could not only instantly heal severe injuries, but also apply a life shield to a target. As long as the shield wasn't broken, their physical strength and spirit power would continuously regenerate. This meant that if she put this shield on her teammates, even in a prolonged battle of attrition, they could rely on the constant replenishment of spirit power to wear down a stronger enemy. And at the most critical moment, she could even pull a severely injured person back from the brink of death. This meant that the Spirit Heaven Sect had gained an extremely powerful life-saving asset. I told her to get up and said that this power was something she had fought for herself. But Yi Lingling said solemnly that from now on, her life belonged to the Spirit Heaven Sect. When we returned to the main hall, Douluo was already waiting there. He immediately noticed that Yi Lingling's life force was completely different. This former poisoned Douluo even felt, for the first time, that Yi Lingling possessed a life force comparable to that of a top-tier spirit beast. I told Yi Lingling to go into seclusion, first to stabilize her cultivation, then asked about the movements of the Heavendo imperial family. Douluo told me that Xueqinghe had already sent someone to deliver a letter. He would personally visit tomorrow to discuss the Hanhai Chinku and Zhao in person. I had him reply that the Spirit Heaven Sect would open its doors wide tomorrow and would welcome His Highness the Crown Prince at any time. Late that night, Grandfather asked me if I was really planning to go to Sea God Island after getting the Hanhai Chinku and Zhao. I told him that the Hanhai Chinku and Zhao was just a stepping stone. I was determined to obtain the opportunities on Sea God Island. As long as I got the Sea God's Trident, the Spirit Heaven Sect would have the chance to truly stand above the 2 great empires in Spirit Hall. The next morning, Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang arrive at the main hall from the Yishu Academy. Both of them had completely different auras now. Meng Shu told me that the immortal herb had finally loosened the bottleneck that had stagnated him for decades, and he had now stepped into level 90. Chao Tianxiang had also successfully broken through to level 70 with the help of the 9-turn purple G. When they talked about these changes, their eyes were full of awe for me. They even swore in front of me that as long as the Spirit Heaven Sect needed them, neither they nor the Shu Academy would hesitate for even half a moment. Once they received their spirit rings, the Spirit Heaven Sect would gain a title Douluo and a soul saint. More importantly, their martial soul fusion skill would, with the improvement of their spirit ring quality, gain the power to challenge a super Douluo. That was the real reason I had personally led the team. I had them sit down first and told them that in a few days, I would personally lead them to the Star Doe Forest to find the most suitable spirit rings. While we were talking, Douluo walked in from outside. Xueqinghe had arrived, accompanied by 2 guards whose auras were deeply concealed. I knew they were Ci Dun and Shimao, one skilled in assassination, the other in long-range spear thrusts. Both were Qian Rinchu's most trusted aides. Bringing them to the Spirit Heaven Sect was meant to give them more leverage in negotiations, and also to see just how many title Douluo I had around me. So I had him show them in directly. When Xueqinghe stepped into the main hall, his gaze quickly swept over Douluo and Douluo, finally landing on Meng Shu. When he sensed Meng Shu's level 90 aura, his pupils visibly contracted for a moment. I had him sit down and asked him directly, "Did you bring what I wanted?" Xueqinghe didn't beat around the bush. He took out an exquisite jade box and placed it on the table. My father is a man of his word. This is the Heavendo Empire's national treasure, the Hanhai Chinku and Zhao. I opened the box, and a blue light immediately filled the table. The crystal-clear blue, triangular prism radiated an immense, ocean-like energy. After confirming it was genuine, I put it away immediately. At that moment, I could clearly feel that within the Hanhai Chinku and Zhao slept a mysterious power. When the time was right and I found the right opportunity, it would truly recognize me as its master. I told Xueqinghe that I had received the Heavendo Imperial family's sincerity. As long as they didn't actively provoke the Spirit Heaven Sect, I would not interfere in the internal affairs of the Heavendo Empire. The words sounded like a promise, but they were also a warning. If the Heavendo Imperial family followed the rules, I could leave them in peace for the time being. But if they mistook my restraint for weakness, then the national treasure delivered today would be their final opportunity. Xueqinghe then tentatively asked me what I thought of the current situation on the continent and Spirit Hall's recent movements. I asked him if he wanted the truth or pleasantries. He said the truth naturally. I told him that Spirit Hall was ambitious, and the 2 great empires were deeply corrupt, but none of that had anything to do with the Spirit Heaven Sect. Whoever stood in my way, I would crush, whether it was Heavendo, Star Luo, or Spirit Hall. Xueqinghe still wore a smile, but I knew he had committed those words to memory. He had come today bearing the national treasure, ostensibly as a gesture of goodwill, but in reality, he was testing whether I would align with the Heaven Do imperial family after receiving such a gift. I deliberately didn't give him that opening. He rose to leave, and I had Douluo see him out. Only after he had completely left the Spirit Heaven Sect's main hall did the tension in the room ease. I wasn't in a hurry to head to sea, God Island, because the Spirit Heaven Sect still needed 2 more spirit rings. The next morning, I brought Grandfather and Douluo to accompany Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang into the Stardo Forest. As soon as we reached the border between the mixed zone and the core zone, I had Grandfather and Douluo release their auras simultaneously. Within 100 miles, the forest fell into dead silence as countless spirit beasts fled in panic. From a swamp on the right, a sudden sound came. Douluo glanced over and told me it was a 40,000-year-old black poison of spiny boa. Chao Tianxiang's 7th spirit ring. We'll choose that one. I looked at the giant serpent in the swamp and spoke slowly. Elder Douluo, it's yours. Douluo heard my command, and his figure had already charged into that swamp. A dozen breaths later, a dull thud came from deep within the swamp. That 40,000-year-old black venom porcupine was sent flying and slammed heavily in front of us, tightly wrapped in green toxins. Its entire body of scales was seeping blood, and the massive venomous spine on its tail was firmly suppressed by Douluo. Chao Tianxiang didn't waste any time. She drew her serpent blade and thrust it into the giant serpent's vital spot. A deep, profound black soul ring slowly rose into the air. She sat down cross-legged and began absorbing her 7th soul ring. This soul ring was clearly right at the limit of what her current body could withstand. Black soul power traveled along the serpent blade, and her martial soul, which originally only possessed toxicity and speed, began to emanate a more ferocious aura. The 7th soul ring represents the martial soul true body. Once absorbed successfully, her combat style will completely change. Douluo, meanwhile, set up a poisonous formation around the area to prevent other soul beasts from approaching. He even compressed the poison into several barriers, blocking off all possible approaching auras. As long as no title Douluo personally barged in, no one could disturb Chao Tianxiang. I thought today's 1st soul ring was already secured. But just then, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from deep within the forest. The entire sea of trees shook violently. A surge of dark golden energy shot into the sky, and an intense dragon's might, even from dozens of miles away, still pressed down on one's chest, making it hard to breathe. That aura wasn't just dragon might. It was also mixed with a heavy metallic presence, as if a mountain was moving towards us. Upon sensing this aura, Meng Shu grew visibly excited. This definitely exceeds 70,000 years, and it's also a sub-dragon of the earth and metal attributes. I closed my eyes to sense it for a moment and quickly confirmed its identity. The dark golden armor dragon, nearly 85,000 years old. This is exactly the 9th soul ring Meng Shu wanted most. Although this sub-dragon's bloodline isn't comparable to a true dragon's, it possesses the continent's most Dingjian defense among soul beasts. Coupled with its earth and metal dual attributes, its scale armor has almost no obvious weaknesses. If it weren't for Grandfather personally making a move, Meng Shu wouldn't even be able to get close to it. Hearing my judgment, Grandfather laughed heartily. So what if it's 80,000 years? As long as it's not those 2 overlords deep in the Stardo Forest, I dare to dismantle this dragon's bones today. No sooner had he finished speaking than he tore through space and charged towards the direction of the roar. I had Chao Tianxiang stay, put to absorb her soul ring. Douluo raised his hand and released a circle of poison barrier, firmly protecting Chao Tianxiang at the center. Any ordinary 10,000-year soul beast that dared to approach would be instantly poisoned. Then, Meng Shu followed me and Douluo towards the direction of the roar. By the time we reached the edge of the battlefield, the dense forest before us had been reduced to ruins. The ground was covered in craters. Countless giant trees snapped in half. In midair, Grandfather was locked in a brutal clash with a nearly 30-meter-long colossal beast. The dark golden armor dragon was covered in thick, heavy armor, like a moving metal fortress. Every step it took left deep impressions in the ground. I directly reminded Grandfather, stop playing around. End it quickly. Grandfather agreed verbally, but the very next second, he released his 9th soul skill, Transformation of the Divine Dragon. An enormous white bone dragon, massive enough to blot out the sky and sun, descended from the void with a thunderous boom. Its terrifying pressure instantly suppressed the dark golden armor dragon, leaving it unable to escape no matter how it struggled. Grandfather yelled at Meng Shu, "Go!" Pierce the reverse scale under its neck. Meng Shu didn't hesitate for a second. He summoned his dragon head cane and charged forward. The cane precisely pierced the dark golden armor dragon's vital point. The colossal beast let out an unwilling wail, its massive body convulsing violently a few times before finally losing all signs of life. A profound, pitch-black soul ring of immense depth slowly coalesced above its corpse. The soul power fluctuation was so violent that even Douluo warned, the soul shock of an 85,000-year-old soul ring isn't something an ordinary soul master can withstand. But Meng Shu just looked at me and said, "Sect leader, you and the two seniors have given me this great opportunity. If I see it, and even get past this hurdle, I don't deserve to be the Grand Elder of Sect." I told him to guard his spiritual platform. Calm your mind and absorb it. If you do, you will become a true Dragon Douluo. Meng Shu sat down cross-legged and slowly guided that violent black ring toward his martial soul. The moment the soul ring enveloped the dragon head cane, the residual ferocity of the dark golden armor dragon erupted completely. Meng Shu was drenched in sweat, blood beads constantly seeping from his skin. His body looked like it could be torn apart by that power at any moment. His first through eighth soul rings were all suppressed by the power of this final black ring. The dragon head cane seemed to come alive, constantly emitting a low dragon's groan. Every soul power collision felt like a dragon rampaging inside him. Grandfather watched with furrowed brows, but Douluo just snorted coldly. If he can't even endure this much suffering, how could he be worthy of being the Grand Elder of Sect? I never made a move because I knew that what Meng Shu truly lacked was never talent, but an opportunity to fight desperately for advancement. Just as his aura was about to collapse, a high-pitched, defiant dragon's roar suddenly erupted from within his body. The raging dark gold energy instantly converged. 9 soul rings appeared one after another beneath his feet. The rim of that final black soul ring even shimmered with a faint, piercing red light. Meng Shu's eyes snapped open. The aura of a tidal Douluo instantly swept across the entire ruins. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, he knelt on one knee before me. "Sect leader, this old man has finally broken through." I told him to stand up and then asked him, "What rank are you now?" Feeling the surging soul power within him, Meng Shu respectfully replied, "Rank 91. Not only did this soul ring strengthen my defense, but it also brought a new skill, the Dark Golden Annihilation Strike. Once I lock onto a target, I can concentrate all the destructive power of the Dark Golden Armor Dragon into a single attack. The earth and metal forces are compressed into a single point, resulting in extremely explosive power and armor-piercing capability. If combined with Chao Tianxiang's Venom Cores, we could first trap the enemy and then use this strike to directly tear through their defenses. It would be very difficult for an ordinary rank 92 or 93 tidal Douluo to withstand his head-on." From this moment on, Meng Shu was no longer the Dragon Lord who had been stuck at the peak of the Soul Douluo rank, unable to take that final step, but a true rank 91 Dragon Douluo. Upon returning to the sect, he would officially assume the position of Grand Elder of the Haoyan sect alongside Grandfather. Those who once looked down on the Ming family would have to look up to him from now on. When we returned to the swamp, Chao Tianxiang had also just finished her absorption. A black soul ring now appeared beneath her feet. The power of the martial soul true body swirled around her, and her entire presence became much sharper. The 7th soul ring granted her the true martial soul true body, and her aura and soul power intensity had significantly increased compared to before absorption. Seeing this, Douluo nodded in satisfaction. This means Tianxiang's soul ring is a perfect match for her martial soul. Seeing the 9 soul rings beneath Uncle Meng, she was stunned for a moment, then excitedly rushed over to him. Uncle Meng laughed heartily and told her that he had successfully broken through. Now, one of us is a tidal Douluo, and the other has the 7th soul ring, the martial soul true body. Their dragon snake combination attack would already be enough to contend with a rank 95 super Douluo. Alone, Meng Shu might still be an ordinary tidal Douluo, but once they performed their martial soul fusion with Chao Tianxiang, both of their powers would simultaneously cross a threshold. This was the truly terrifying aspect of the world-conquering dragon and snake. Meng Shu immediately assured me that from now on, should the Haoyan sect face any powerful enemy, they would be at the forefront. I nodded. The Haoyan sect's high-level combat strength was finally beginning to take shape. Grandfather at rank 96, Douluo at rank 92, Meng Shu at rank 91, 3 tidal Douluo in one sect. Looking across the entire Douluo continent, there weren't many forces that could afford to look down on us. More importantly, these 3 tidal Douluo were not outsiders. Grandfather is my most trusted family member. Douluo has already pledged his life to the Haoyan sect, and Meng Shu and his wife had just sworn their oath of loyalty. As long as we solidified the sect's foundation, the Hodi and sect would truly be able to stand firm. Grandfather and Douluo couldn't help but laugh at this. They thought of Feng Ji and Chen Xing. Those two probably still have no idea just how far the waste they drove away has brought the Haoyan sect. I didn't continue talking about the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, though. The past is the past. The most important thing now was to find a true home for the Haoyan sect. I had Uncle Ming and Chao Tianxiang return to Balak City, first to relocate all the clan members in the Soul Beast Academy to the outskirts of Tiando City. The academy had a considerable number of teachers and students, and the Ming family itself had a large clan. If they all moved here, the temporary camp would need to be expanded several times over. This was precisely why I needed to choose a site urgently. The two didn't hesitate at all. Even if it meant abandoning years of established business, they were willing to start anew with the Haoyan sect. After they left, I looked around the temporary camp. This place was small to begin with. It would be impossible to accommodate both the Ming family and the entire academy here in the future, let alone serve as the sect's headquarters. Moreover, being close to Tiando City meant too many prying eyes from various factions. Disciples training and operating here would always be subject to surveillance from the imperial family and other sections. For the Haoyan sect to truly develop, it needed a territory that belonged completely to itself. Grandfather also saw the problem. This place can't even accommodate the current staff properly, let alone recruit new disciples. The search for a proper sect headquarters must be started immediately. I had already begun screening locations in my mind, places with enough area, convenient for disciples to acquire soul rings, and with natural barriers for defense. Ideally, we could place the academy and the sect together, allowing young disciples to receive training under the Haoyan sect's own system from the very start. I was about to discuss the location with him when footsteps came from outside the hall. Yin pushed the door open and walked in. She looked at us, then at the sect blueprints on the table. Sect leader, if you're just looking for a place that can accommodate both the sect and the academy, I think I know of one. She said the place was on the outskirts of the Sans. A forest. Yin told me that the Soul Beast resources in the Sunset Forest were extremely abundant, enough to support the daily hunts of the sect's disciples. Since there were no 100,000-year Soul Beasts there, its long-term aura wouldn't pose an uncontrollable fatal threat. As long as we found a spot of open land near the forest, nestled between mountains and water, we could establish the real Ling sect. Upon hearing this, Uncle Douluo slapped his thigh. The Sunset Forest had originally been his territory. He could map out every type of terrain and every dangerous area with his eyes closed. Establishing the sect on the outskirts would not only make it convenient to set up poison arrays, but would also allow the disciples to take fewer detours when obtaining spirit rings in the future. Grandfather also felt this location was suitable. Relying on the Sunset Forest, we could also use the natural terrain to construct defensive lines. Yin then proposed that since the Alien Beast Academy was going to move its entire base, it might as well be built right next to the sect, serving as the base for Ling sect to train its younger disciples. In 2 more years, the continent-wide Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament would begin. By then, we could use the Academy's cohort to form a team belonging to Ling sect. This team wouldn't just be vying for a ranking. It was about putting Ling sect's training methods directly in front of everyone. Soul Masters across the continent would see with their own eyes just how high an ordinary talent could rise after joining Ling sect. And those truly promising young people would naturally know which side to choose. After hearing this, I immediately made the decision. The outskirts of the Sunset Forest would be the future sect site of Ling sect. As for the elite tournament 2 years later, it would be the most suitable stepping stone for Ling sect to announce its rise to the entire continent. As long as our team won the championship, all young soul masters would remember Ling sect. When it came time to recruit disciples in the future, we wouldn't need to search everywhere for talent. The talent would come to us. I instructed Ming Shu and Chao Qinxiang to return and consolidate the academy's teachers and students as quickly as possible, ensuring not a single one was left behind. In 2 years, I wanted them to forge a champion team capable of sweeping all academies in the elite tournament. Ming Shu was fired up and immediately guaranteed he wouldn't let me down. After they left to carry out their orders, Grandfather raised another issue. The combined scale of the sect and the Advanced Soul Master Academy would definitely be substantial. If we only hired ordinary craftsmen, the construction would not only be too slow, but the defenses and standards would also be unworthy of Ling sect. I looked at Grandfather. Since he brought it up himself, he must have someone suitable in mind. Grandfather told me that when it came to architecture and defensive engineering, there was one family on the entire Douluo continent that no one dared to claim second place. The Yuji clan, one of the 4 single attribute clans. Their entire clan possessed top-tier defensive martial souls. They were not only experts at fortifying fortresses, but had also done extensive research on large-scale buildings and mechanical defenses. If they were to take on the job, they could build Ling sect into a truly impregnable fortress. Uncle Douluo reminded us that the Yuji clan had once been attached to the Haoyan sect, but when the Haoyan sect closed its doors, they were cast aside like discarded pawns, directly abandoned. The clan leader, Niu Gao, had a temper as stubborn and nasty as they came, and since then, he had become extremely averse to all major sections. Getting him to take on Ling Tian's sect's construction project probably wouldn't be easy. Grandfather, however, didn't take it seriously. If Niu Gao wasn't willing to talk, he would just use his fists to reason with him. I shook my head after hearing this. Since the Yuji clan possessed such skills, it would be a waste to only have them build the sect structures once. What I wanted wasn't just their construction labor, but the entire Yuji clan. As long as they were willing to join, they could form their own independent Yu-Hall, becoming the defensive foundation of Ling Tian sect. Yin was a bit worried. The Yuji clan had been abandoned once by the Haoyan sect. How could they easily trust another sect? I told him that what they truly rejected wasn't sects per se, but the fear of being treated as expendable pawns again. As long as we gave them respect, offered true protection, and provided resources they couldn't refuse, Niu Gao had no reason to keep his clan's future trapped in Longxing City. Furthermore, my goals weren't limited to just one clan. The Yuji clan excelled in architecture and defense. The Minji clan possessed extreme speed, making them best suited for reconnaissance and intelligence transmission. The Puji clan were proficient in alchemy and also possessed formidable offensive power. If I could bring these three clans into Ling Tian's sect, the most critical divisions the sect lacked could be immediately established with a complete framework. The Yuji clan would be responsible for sect defenses, the Minji clan for intelligence and reconnaissance, and the Puji clan for alchemy and combat. Coupled with the educational system of the Alien Beast Academy, Ling Tian's sect would form a complete training and operational chain from top to bottom. This wasn't simply adding a few more personnel, but completely solidifying the sect's foundation in one go. Uncle Douluo nodded in agreement after hearing this, but he quickly asked me why I hadn't included the Li Ji clan. I gave only one answer: Tian. I don't need that old fossil who regards Tang Hao as his lifelong master. Regardless of what Tang Hao did, he would grovel without any bottom line. This kind of blind loyalty. Today he could ignore his entire clan's future for Tang Hao, and tomorrow he might bite Ling Tian's sect in the back for Tang Hao's sake. My sect does not need a dog that might turn on its master at any moment. As for the other three clans, they had been abandoned by the Haoyan sect for years, and now harbored only resentment towards it. Joining Ling Tian's sect now would not only grant them the backing of three titled Douluo, an elder, a poison master, and myself, but also allow them to be founding elders. Whether in terms of status or resources, this was far better than continuing their struggles alone. Once the plan was finalized, I asked Grandfather to open a spatial passageway directly. In the blink of an eye, Grandfather, Uncle Douluo, and I arrived outside Longxing City. Before long, a massive mansion, fortified like a fortress, appeared before us. A heavy plaque bore only 4 characters: Yuji Izu, the Yuji clan. Uncle Douluo strode up to the door and shouted inside with his spirit power, "Old Rhino, an honored guest has arrived. Why aren't you coming out to welcome them?" The sound instantly spread throughout the entire mansion. Before long, the heavy gates slowly swung open, and a burly man with a frame like an iron tower strode out. He was Niu Gao, the clan leader of the Yuji clan. Niu Gao first saw Grandfather, and then Uncle Douluo, and his expression immediately darkened. "Senior Douluo and Senior Douluo, what are you two doing at my Yuji clan? You're not with the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and the Heaven Do royal family anymore? My old Niu can't afford to associate with you." Grandfather told him his news was outdated. He had already left the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect and was now an elder of Ling Tian's sect, and I was the sect leader of Ling Tian's sect, his grandson. Niu Gao looked me up and down, and seeing how young I was, the disdain on his face was barely concealed. Ling Tian's sect? I've never heard of it. The Yuji clan has long established a rule that we will never again attach ourselves to any sect. Please take your leave. He turned to close the door, but I called out to him directly. Clan leader Niu, the Haoyan sect treated you as disposable pawns back then, but that doesn't mean every sect in the world is as cowardly and incompetent as them. Niu Gao halted abruptly, fury instantly flaring in his eyes. He warned me not to think that just because I had 2 titled Douluo backing me up, I could use the Haoyan sect to humiliate the Yuji clan. I didn't argue with him, simply stating that I was here to discuss a transaction. Ling Tian's sect needed to establish an absolutely secure sect foundation, and no one on the continent was more suitable for this task than the Yuji clan. Niu Gao continued to refuse, saying he would never take on work for a sect. I raised 3 fingers and laid out 3 conditions. I'm not asking the Yuji clan to serve us. I'm inviting them to become founding elders of the sect. Upon joining, you will form your own independent U-Hall, with internal affairs still managed by Niu Gao. Second, the U-Hall will have access to the sect's core resources, and the clan's promising talents will receive focused cultivation. Third, and most importantly, Ling Tian's sect currently has 1 rank, 96 peak Super D, Douluo, and 2 ordinary titled Douluo. As long as the Yuji clan agrees, from this day forward, any force that wants to bully them will have to answer to Ling Tian Sect first. The protection the Haotian Sect failed to give them, my Ling Tian Sect can provide. Niu Gao was completely stunned upon hearing this. 3. Title, Douluo. This level of backing surpassed the vast majority of mainland sections. In the past, the Yuji clan's biggest lack was never construction skills, but someone willing to stand up and back them. When the Haotian Sect was at its peak, they were willing to build fortresses for them and send their clansmen to the battlefield. But the moment the Haotian Sect closed its mountain gates, they were immediately left to fend for themselves, abandoned and uncared for. For years, they had guarded a single mansion, often unable to even secure basic cultivation resources for their young clansmen. Uncle Donghua then deliberately mentioned that the Yuji clan wasn't our first recruitment target. Meng Shu and Chao Tianxiang had already joined Ling Tian's sect, and with my help, Meng Shu had broken through his bottleneck, absorbing his 9th spirit ring to become a rank 91 dragonol. Chao Tianxiang had also broken through to level 70. The couple's combined strength was enough to contend with a super duo. The entire Meng family and the Alien Beast Academy were also in the process of relocating to the new site of Ling Tian Sect. Niu Gao's breathing grew heavier. He couldn't believe that Meng Shu, who had been stuck at the Soul Douluo level for years, had actually broken through to Title Douluo. The look he gave me no longer held any contempt. He asked me if I could truly help Soul Masters break through their bottlenecks. I told him that Meng Shu was the best proof. I hadn't tempted him with empty words, but had shown him that Ling Tian Sect was willing to provide real resources and to let everyone who joined share in future growth opportunities. The Yuji clan had been suppressed by the Spirit Hall for years, and life hadn't been easy. Once they joined Ling Tian's sect, I would take on all that pressure. Furthermore, my goals weren't limited to just the Yuji clan. I also planned to recruit the Peji clan and the Min Ji clan. Then their old comrades could be reunited within Ling Tian's sect, no longer having to look at anyone else's face. When Niu Gao heard the names Old White Bird and Old Goat, the guardedness in his eyes finally began to waver. Grandfather, however, had grown impatient. He told Niu Gao to give a straight answer, saying that if it weren't for my interest in the Yuji clan, he wouldn't have bothered standing at the door for so long. Niu Gao's expression shifted continuously. Finally, he stepped aside, yielding the entrance to the Yuji clan. This gesture seemed simple, just making way, but in reality, it signified that he had loosened the defenses he had kept locked for years. At the very least, after hearing my conditions, he was willing to give Ling Tian Sect a chance. 3 of you, please come in. This matter concerns the future of my entire clan, young and old. Let's sit down and talk in detail. Grandfather and I exchanged a glance and walked into the Yuji clan's estate. Niu Gao led us all the way to the reception hall. After closing the door himself, he looked at me with unprecedented seriousness. Sect leader Han, since you want me to bring my entire clan to join you, then lay out your true cards. What kind of sect are you preparing to establish? I wasn't building just any ordinary sect, but a fortress capable of housing the main sect's Advanced Soul Master Academy and all its major halls. The location was set the outskirts of the Sunset Forest. There, I would establish the main sect and construct an academy of sufficient scale. Money was no object. I only wanted the best plans, the strongest defenses, and a layout that would ensure the long-term development of the Heavenswell sect. Old Nyo's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. As a man who had studied architecture his entire life, he loved grand projects like this. The Sunset Forest had natural formations and soul beast barriers. As long as we utilized the valleys and river channels to connect the city walls with a main peak, we could form a colossal south-facing fortress complex. The main sect would house the high-level executives and core disciples. The academy would nurture young soul masters. The Hall of Control and the future Hall of Concealment and Hall of Strategy would each establish their own zones around the main sect. This way, no matter which direction the enemy attacked from, they would first hit the defense lines forged by the Yu clan. As long as the site was large enough and funds were sufficient, he was confident he could build the continent's most fortified bastion, one that even a titled Douluo would struggle to breach easily. But old Nyo was still concerned about one thing. He asked if the promise I'd made outside the door was serious. I told him that as long as the Yu clan joined the Heavenswell sect, they would be family from that day forward. Anyone who dared to touch the Yu clan will be shaking the very foundation of the Heavenswell sect. My grandfather and Uncle Donghua would be their strongest backing. At that moment, Grandfather released a wisp of his aura. The pressure of a 96th level peak Super Douluo instantly made old Nyo discard all his reservations. He slammed the table and declared that since Sect Master Hanan D, the two lords, thought so highly of him, his Yu clan was in. From that moment on, there would be no more single attribute Yu clan in the world, only the Heavens Will Sect Hall of Control. I stood up and formally addressed him as Hall Master Nyo. He grasped my hand, a genuine smile appearing on his face for the first time. For him, this wasn't just accepting a construction project. It was the Yu clan finally finding a new home. They would no longer be disposable vassals for major sects, but elders with the right to participate in the construction and decide their own future. Then, as if remembering something, he asked if I was also planning to recruit Old Bai, the White Clan, and Old Shan, the Yang Clan. I immediately understood and asked if Hall Master Nyo had news of them. He told me that the 4 single attribute clans held a gathering every 2 years. The meeting point in 5 days happened to be in Dragon Rising City, which was the territory of the Yu clan. Grandfather and Uncle Douluo laughed at this. It was like a pillow arriving just as one felt sleepy. I told Old Nyo to have his people pack their belongings first. After the gathering, the Hall of Control and the other 2 clans would head to the Sunset Forest together. However, Old Nyo warned me that Yang Wudi and Bai He were even more difficult to handle than him, especially Yang Wudi of the Broken Clan. He was like a powder keg ready to explode. I told him not to worry. The Broken Clan had something they couldn't refuse, and the Min Clan had what they lacked most. 5 days were enough for me to pull these 2 clans into the Heavens Will Sect. Yang Wudi was obsessed with alchemy his whole life, and the fragrant Chihuahua immortal herb was the absolute nemesis of all poisons in the world. This immortal herb was merely a treasure to others, but to Yang Wudi, it was more attractive than any amount of gold or soul bones. As long as I placed it before him, the Broken Clan would have a reason to sit down and talk. As for the Min Clan, they possessed the continent's ultimate speed, yet because they lacked skill in combat and hunting, they had been nearly destitute for years. What they lacked wasn't dignity, but the stable resources to keep their entire clan alive. The Heavens Will Sect could provide them with both cultivation resources and a position in the intelligence hall, allowing their extreme speed to be truly valuable. Moreover, the Min Clan still possessed a crystal blood dragon ginseng, another immortal herb I had my eye on. I also asked about Titan of the Li clan. Old Nyo smelled it bitterly, saying that old Titan was absolutely loyal to Tang Hao. If he heard anyone speak ill of the Hao Tian sect, he would fight them on the spot. I looked at old Nyo and told him that as long as Titan didn't make the first move, the Heavens Will Sect wouldn't harm him. But if he dared to stand in the Heavens Will Sect's way, Old Nyo immediately stated that although he valued old friendships, he was not foolish. He remembered all too well how the Hao Tian sect had treated them back then. If Titan truly dared to block Old Bai and Old Shan, there would be no need for grandfather or Uncle Douluo to act. He would be the first to fall out with Titan. With the matter settled, we temporarily stayed at the Yu clan's residence, waiting for the other 3 clans to show up in 5 days. During these 5 days, Old Nyo would seal off all information, ensuring no one knew that I and the 2 titled Douluo were already staying in his mansion. When Titan, Yang Wudi, and Bai He all entered, we would present our terms again. Who was truly seeking a way out for their clan, and who just wanted to cling to the Hao Tian sect's nameplate, would become clear at a glance. Uncle Douluo even chuckled, saying that once those few enter the Yu clan's gates, pretending they hadn't heard anything wouldn't be so easy. Old Nyo also agreed to personally keep his clansmen in check, making sure not a single whisper leaked out before the gathering began. But late that night, I didn't rest immediately. Instead, I asked grandfather if my parents had sent any word over the years. The smile on his face vanished instantly. He told me that it had been 6 whole years. My father, Han Feng, and my mother, Guyu, had entrusted me to him and gone traveling together, seeking an opportunity to break through to title Douluo. In the first year or 2, they would occasionally send letters telling him where they were. But afterward, they seemed to vanish into thin air, with no more news. Grandfather had even mobilized all the intelligence channels of the 7 Treasures Glaze sect, yet still couldn't find a trace of them. Although the Douluo continent was vast, 289th level peak soul Douluos couldn't possibly leave no trail whatsoever if they were still walking upon it. The only explanations were either that they had entered a secluded secret realm, or had already left the continent. His voice carried a heavy sorrow as he mentioned that those hidden realms were fraught with peril, and there was a high chance they had encountered an accident and were no longer alive. I didn't let him continue. I declared that I wanted to see them alive or see their Bodhi. Once the Heavens Will Sect established its own intelligence network, I would find them myself. No matter how many mountains I had to traverse or seas I had to cross, I needed to know what they had experienced in these 6 years. The future intelligence hall of the Heavens Will Sect wouldn't just be for spying on enemies. It would also be my most crucial tool for finding my parents. Grandfather patted my shoulder and tried to comfort me, saying that my parents were both 89th level peak soul Douluos. Unless they ran into a true title Douluo, their combined strength wouldn't easily let them fall. They were likely just trapped in some secret realm, unable to escape for now. I knew it was just comfort, but in the absence of bad news, that was already the best news. For now, the the most important thing was still the gathering of the 4 clans in 5 days. Only by bringing those 3 major clans into the fold would the Heavens Will Sect have its true foundation. And at that time, I had no idea that far away, across the sea, my father and mother were standing on the edge of a desolate island. Half a year ago, they had rented a ship from Hanhai City to go out to sea in search of a breakthrough, but they had accidentally trespassed into the territory of the deep-sea demon Spirit King. That sea overlord had pursued them relentlessly, smashing their ship to pieces. Though they managed to escape the demon spirit sea, the waves had swept them an unknown distance away, eventually washing them ashore on this desolate island. Since then, they had no idea where they were, and could find no route back to the Douluo continent. They had already summoned their martial souls, the Golden Earth Dragon King, and the ancient dragon Void Eye, and pressed forward against the churning sea. Not far from them, 2 mountain-sized 100,000-year soul beasts were locked in a frenzied battle. Tsunamis crashed against the island in waves, but were forced back by their combined soul power. My father excitedly told my mother that they had both recently broken through to the 90th level. They had been worrying about where to find their 9th soul rings, and now 200,000-year soul beast had practically delivered themselves to their doorstep. My mother watched the battle and understood his plan. As long as the 2 beasts wounded each other severely, they could reap the benefits, possibly each gaining a 100,000-year soul ring. Half an hour later, the battle at sea finally neared its end. The surrounding waters were churned into a bloody mess. The Shinming turtle's shell was covered in claw marks, and the Blood Soul Molten Sand's body was torn by several deep gashes. The 100,000-year Blood Soul Molten Sand dragged its broken body into the deep sea. The other Shinming turtle, though covered in blood and with a wound on its neck deep enough to show bone, still relentlessly pursued it. My mother was waiting for this moment. She used the spatial abilities of her ancient dragon to instantly appear on the Shinming turtle's back, driving her Sinbon bone spurs deep into the wound on its neck. My father simultaneously launched the Golden Earth Dragon King's strike, smashing into the turtle's head. The heavily wounded Shinming turtle thrashed wildly, the resulting waves nearly submerging the entire island. But my mother kept the pressure on its neck wound while my father struck blow after blow, not giving it any chance to turn the tables. Under their combined assault, the gravely wounded 100,000-year beast quickly lost its life. A circle of a bright, blood-red 100,000-year soul ring slowly rose from its corpse. A 100,000-year soul beast would inevitably drop a soul bone. To them, this was a godsend, but there was only one soul bone. My father could have absorbed the Shinming turtle's defensive and water attributes to strengthen his Golden Earth Dragon King, but he decided to let my mother have it. He argued that with the ancient dragon's spatial abilities, she would have an easier time surviving in the vast sea. As long as she broke through to tidal Douluo first, they would have a true ace in the hole for their safety. My mother didn't refuse and sat cross-legged beside the Shinming turtle's corpse, beginning to draw in the Crimson Soul Ring. My father, holding his Golden Earth Dragon King spear, stood guard before her, vigilant of the surrounding sea. But just as my mother was absorbing the soul ring, my father suddenly turned his head. On the distant horizon, over a dozen massive wing-like shapes appeared. They weren't sea soul beasts, but an unprecedented type of steel warship. Each giant vessel was larger and more intricately built than any ship from Hanhai City. Their hulls were entirely metallic, and from their decks emanated waves of unfamiliar yet powerful soul power fluctuations. My father had never seen any faction on the Douluo continent possess a naval force of this scale. At the top of each mast flew an unfamiliar flag, a blazing sun and a crescent moon. And on the deck of the lead flagship, an unfamiliar 93rd level titled Douluo was staring with a gaze like silver moonlight towards my mother, who was absorbing the 100,000-year soul ring, just as that steel fleet approached the desolate island. The crimson light surrounding Mother finally fully receded. She slowly opened her eyes, and space itself seemed to crack open a fissure in her gaze. At the 91st level peak, Mother had succeeded. The 100,000-year soul ring not only allowed her to cross the threshold of tidal Douluo, but also brought her 2 ninth soul skills at once. The first was called Void Penning Space Rift, enabling ultra-long-distance spatial teleportation and forming a folded space barrier around her body that could forcibly deflect even an attack from a limit Douluo. The second was the Spatial Attack Soul skill, most suited for the ancient dragon martial soul. With this bow in hand and this skill at her command, Mother finally possessed the foundation to advance and retreat freely across the sea. She also chose her own title. Since Grandfather had already taken the name Ancient Douluo, she would use Space as her title, Space Douluo Guyu. Before Father could celebrate, he pointed towards the unfamiliar fleet in the distance. Mother saw the sun and moon flag on the ships and confirmed they were not from Douluo continent. Father urged her to first fuse the soul bone left by the Black Mystic Turtle. Only by converting all their gains into strength could they face the unknown enemy with confidence? A torso bone radiating deep blue light flew out from the turtle's corpse. Mother quickly completed the fusion, her soul power once again rising, directly breaking through to level 92. This 100,000-year torso bone also gave her 2 soul skills. The first was Black Mystic Gravity Field, capable of altering gravity within a kilometer radius, reaching up to 100 times normal gravity. The second was Absolute Defense Barrier, which could summon the Black Mystic Turtle's Phantom to immunize against physical attacks while partially reflecting soul power damage. Spatial teleportation, spatial barriers, gravity suppression, combined with absolute defense. Mother, having just broken T. Rough to title Douluo, already possessed astonishing defensive capabilities. Just as she finished fusing the soul bone, the flagship in the distance raised a white flag and slowly approached the barren island. The fleet's supreme commander was named Kong Zhao, a level 93 Silver Moon Douluo. He knew Mother was at level 92, and Father had also broken through to level 90, so he flew alone to the island. He proactively stated they had no ill intent. He told Father and Mother he came from the Sun Moon Empire and was the supreme commander of the expeditionary fleet. This sea area did not belong to Douluo continent. They had very likely crossed the ocean and arrived near another continent. Father had never heard of the Sun Moon Empire, and the spear in his hand remained at the ready. Kong Zhao, however, did not take offense and instead invited them to join the Sun Moon Empire. If they agreed, both would receive positions as imperial advisors, along with top-tier cultivation resources. His words were courteous, but the fleet remained at a safe distance, clearly also on guard against these 2 newly empowered titled Douluo. Father did not lower his spear just because the other side showed goodwill, and Mother's spatial fluctuations remained locked on the flagship's direction. Father and Mother exchanged a glance and directly refused the offer. They had left Douluo continent to find opportunities for breakthroughs, not to pledge allegiance to an unfamiliar empire. Kong Zhao did not insist, but instead proposed another solution. If they wanted to return to their homeland, they would need the fleet's sea charts and supplies. They might as well board the ship and get acquainted. Father and Mother, indeed lacking navigational routes, followed Kong Zhao onto the flagship. But as soon as they reached the deck exhibition area, the item Kong Zhao presented made them stop in their tracks. It was a delicate metal cylinder. Kong Zhao merely infused it with soul power, and the cylinder rapidly expanded into a blue glowing cannon, a level 4 fixed mount soul cannon. It required no soul rings, no need to execute soul skills, just inject soul power, and it could unleash the full force strike of a soul ancestor. Father then looked over the entire fleet, those steel giants that could navigate the sea swiftly, and the soul masters on deck using crystal scrying devices to observe the distance. All this indicated that soul tools were no longer toys for a select few, but had been genuinely integrated into the Sun Moon Empire's navigation and warfare. For the first time, Mother realized that soul power could be transformed into attacks not only through soul rings, but also through metals and special patterns. Kong Zhao then produced a ring with a storage space of a full 100 cubic meters, yet such a storage soul tool was merely an entry-level creation for soul engineers in the Sun Moon Empire. The soul tools long lost on Douluo continent had actually developed into a complete system on this other continent. Father immediately asked what the strongest soul engineer in the Sun Moon Empire could truly achieve. Kong Zhao told him the Empire's strongest soul engineer had reached level 7. The level 7 soul tools they crafted were enough for Soul Saint to challenge a soul Douluo, and on a large-scale battlefield, they could even directly tip the scales of victory. Father and Mother only needed to exchange a single glance to simultaneously grasp the value of this technology. If they could bring the soul tool system back to Douluo continent, the balance of power between the 2 great empires and the Spirit Hall could be completely rewritten. They seized the opportunity, stating that they currently had no way to find their way back, and asked if they could head to the Sun Moon continent to gain an in-depth understanding of soul tools. Kong Zhao, already intent on recruiting 2 titled Douluo, agreed on the spot, promising to treat them as honored guests, and that the Sun Moon Empire's Soul Engineer Academy would open its doors to them. He even brought out a nautical chart to show them the direction of these waters. As long as they followed the fleet, they would have a chance to reach Sun Moon continent, exactly what they needed most right now. Father and Mother acted merely curious on the surface, but in their hearts, they had already made a decision. First, learn the soul tool technology, then find a way to bring it back to Douluo continent. And I, at that time, had no idea that not only had my parents both crossed the level 90 threshold, they had already come into contact with another force potent enough to reshape the entire continent. 5 days passed quickly. The official gathering of the 4 clans, the Longxing Qingyu clan, began. This gathering took place only once every 2 years. Normally, the 4 clans struggled on their own, only drawing closer during these meetings. Niu Gao had dared to invite them all, because he had already decided to entrust the future of the Yu clan to Lin Tianzong. The Li clan's Tian, the Min clan's Bai He, and the Hua clan's Yang Wudi filed into the reception hall one after another. Tian sensed something amiss the moment he entered. The Yu clan manor was too quiet. Niu Gao mentioned he had invited some honored guests, and Yang Wudi immediately frowned. The four-clan gathering had never been open to outsiders, but he also had no interest in meeting any honored guests. His face was haggard. The Min clan's circumstances in recent years were clearly even more dire than Niu Gao had suggested. I walked out from behind the screen. My gaze fell directly on Yang Wudi. If I had a fragrant Qilua immortal herb that could further the Broken Clan's alchemy, clan leader Yang, would you still consider me an outsider? Yang Wudi's head snapped up, his eyes locked onto me. The fragrant Qilua immortal herb, that was a legendary bane to all poisons. And to him, obsessed with alchemy, it was more precious than an ordinary soul bone. But he didn't believe such an immortal herb would appear in the hands of a young man. Without further explanation, I produced the fragrant Qilua immortal herb. Its fragrance instantly filled the hall, and Yang Wudi's breathing turned ragged. I then turned to Bai. If the Min clan joins Lin Tianzong, all their members' livelihoods and cultivation resources will be fully provided by the sect. The Min clan's speed talents will also form the core of Lin Tianzong's intelligence division. I also told Bai He that if the sect ever acquired a soul tool system, it would prioritize equipping the Min clan with gear suited for long-range reconnaissance and rapid communication, turning them from mere speedsters on the battlefield into Lin Tianzong's sharpest eyes. Bai He was visibly tempted after hearing this, but before he could speak, Tian slammed the table. Old Rhino, you've colluded with outsiders to scheme against your own brothers. The moment he finished speaking, Grandfather appeared before Tian. The oppressive aura of a level 96 super Douluo instantly pressed down on Tian, making his legs buckle. He desperately urged his soul power, but couldn't even straighten his back. Grandfather coldly told him that Lin Tianzong sought to recruit those with ambition, not stubborn fossils clinging to a memorial tablet of past glory. Tian gritted his teeth, but couldn't utter a single retort. He knew very well that if Grandfather wished it, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to leave the reception hall. Niu Gao also stepped forward. When Clear Sky Sect abandoned the four clans back then, they didn't care whether we lived or died. Now I'm offering the three clans a path to survival. Why should Tian drag everyone else down to suffer with him? Yang Wudi had long stopped paying attention to Tian. His eyes never left the fragrant Qilua immortal herb. Bai He, meanwhile, thought of the young clansmen who couldn't even obtain cultivation resources. The Min clan lacked sufficient combat strength and refused to sell their services to other powers, so they had relied on a few old friends for years. Many clansmen couldn't even feed themselves properly. If they kept clinging to their dignity, they would only drag the entire clan to ruin. Finally, he told me that as long as his people could survive, he was willing to hear Lin Tianzong's terms first. But Tian was still shouting about the kindness of Clear Sky Sect. I walked up to him. That so-called kindness was letting your clansmen struggle in poverty and humiliation for the sake of an empty memory. You're not repaying a debt. You're sacrificing your entire clan's future to satisfy your own loyalty. Tian roared in anger, but I turned to Niu Gao and asked him to explain to Tian what Lin Tianzong's principles were. The kindness Tian spoke of belonged to him alone, but the burden fell on every descendant of the Li clan. In my eyes, such loyalty wasn't worthy of anyone's respect. Niu Gao straightened his back. The sect protects me. I protect the sect. Anyone in Lin Tianzong, even an outer disciple, will never be subjected to the slightest injustice. Why, he finally made up his mind. He asked me if the Min clan, after joining, could truly escape their life of displacement. I gave him my firm assurance. In the future, any soul tool technology acquired by Lin Tianzong will be prioritized for outfitting the Min clan with reconnaissance and mobility equipment. Though Bai he didn't understand what soul tools were, he could tell I wasn't just making empty promises. Yang Wudi was the first to pledge his commitment. Since Old Rhino has already joined, as long as this immortal herb is real, the Broken Clan has no reason to refuse. He didn't even haggle, because for the Broken Clan, being able to study the fragrant Qilua immortal herb was akin to glimpsing the possibility of a new dawn. From this day forward, my life, Yang Wudi's, belongs to Lin Tianzong. Bai he also gave me a deep bow. The Min clan is willing to join Lin Tianzong. I declared on the spot that after joining Lin Tianzong, their three clans would no longer be old friends merely helping each other scrape by. They would be the sect's core divisions, guarding it together. As long as the sect developed the resources and dignity they had lost, I would reclaim for them one by one. One by one, the three old friends stood by my side. Tian finally understood he could no longer stop this. Grandfather withdrew his pressure and warned him never to obstruct Lin Tianzong again. The hall fell silent for a long time. Tian looked at Niu Gao, then at Yang Wudi and Bai he, and finally slowly rose from his chair. Have you truly decided? Titan stared at his 3 old friends, his voice suddenly aged by 10 years. To abandon the Haotian sect and follow a sect you've never even heard of. Is this your final choice? No one answered with hesitation. Young Woody first tucked the Chilua tulip and the fragrant Chilua, then looked coldly at Titan. What you call loyalty is nothing more than moving yourself. If the Haotian sect truly regarded us as its own, it wouldn't have abandoned the 4 great clans back then. You left our clansmen to struggle for all those years. What sect leader Han gave me was a chance for the power clan to rise again, not a broken memorial plaque to be worshipped. But he also patted Titan's shoulder. You know better than anyone how many of the Min clan have died over the years. We're not betraying anyone. We just want our descendants to survive. Niu Gao let out a loud laugh. When we followed the Haotian sect, the Strength clan could only cower in Longxing City. But after joining the Lintian sect, I can finally hold my head high. Old Titan, if you don't believe me, stay and watch. In less than 3 years, the entire continent will know the name of the Lintian sect. Their attitudes were already clear enough, and I didn't press further. Titan, if the Strength clan wishes to keep its loyalty, I won't stop you. But from now on, if it uses the Haotian sect's banner to interfere with the Lintian sect's arrangements in Tiando City, I will not go easy. Titan's frame swayed. His gaze swept over the faces of his 3 old friends one by one. He seemed to want to say more, but in the end, it was just a long sigh. I hope you won't regret today's decision. With those words, Titan turned and left the hall. His back was deeply desolate, but no one present chased after him, because everyone understood that those who had truly abandoned the 4 great clans were never the people here today, but the Haotian sect that had retreated behind its own shad. I was back then. After Titan left, I formally accepted the Min, the Power, and the Strength clans. From this moment on, they were no longer anyone's vassals, but the 3 most important halls of the Lintian sect. Before the 3 clan leaders, I laid down rules. Once you join the Lintian sect, regardless of birth or strength, the sect will protect your family and your dignity. Whoever earns merit will receive corresponding resources. Whoever bullies fellow disciples will pay the price. I don't need them to be devoted to a plaque. I need everyone's interests to be linked, to push the Lintian sect to the pinnacle of the continent. Only after hearing these words did the 3 clan leaders finally set aside their last reservations. Young Woody asked for the fragrant Chilua and Chilua tulip to be handed over to begin experimenting. In the future, once the Lintian sect obtained more soul guidance diagrams, I would let him combine alchemy and soul guidance technology to forge a unique pill system for the Power Clan. Young Woody's eyes lit up. He'd studied medicine all his life and naturally knew what this path meant. If successful, the Power Clan would no longer need to make a living by concocting poisons. They would be courted by every major power. I also told Bai He that the Min clan's greatest advantage was speed. In the future, I would craft exclusive soul guidance equipment for them, turning them into the sharpest eyes on the continent, irreplaceable in scouting, communication, and pursuit. Bai He immediately bowed and pledged his clan's loyalty to the Lintian sect. The following actions proceeded swiftly. Niu Gao led the Strength clan in relocating. Yang Wudi and Bai He also returned to their clans to prepare for bringing all their people to the Tiando Empire. The 9-star Begonia Yi family would provide the funds, and the Strength clan would handle construction. They began to build the Lintian sect's true mountain gate and city around a valley outside the Sunset Forest. The valley was flanked by mountains on 3 sides and bordered by water on 1, convenient for defense and connected to both Tiando City and the Sunset Forest. Niu Gao personally drew up the sect's blueprints. Beyond the main hall and residences for each clan, he also set aside areas for an alchemy workshop, a soul guidance tool workshop, and a training zone for disciples. When Yang Wudi saw the herb garden reserved for the Power Clan, he felt, for the first time, that he wasn't living under someone else's roof. But he also began selecting young clansmen to establish the Lintian sect's initial intelligence network. On that same day, the Niu Yang and Bai families officially announced their entry into the Lintian sect. After the news spread, the entire Tiando Empire was shaken. Grandfather Dugabo and the Ming clan formed the Lintian sect's top strategic layer. The 4 great families filled in the mid-level, and with a large number of their clansmen, the newly founded Lintian sect overnight possessed the foundation of a top-tier sect. And this was only the beginning. Those who had been waiting to see me fail finally began to reassess. Some sought to send gifts and curry favor, others secretly inquired about soul guidance tools, and still others worried that the Lintian sect's rapid rise would disrupt the existing order of the Tiando Empire. But regardless of their stance, they could no longer regard the Lintian sect as a flimsy construct built by a youth on A with him. Before the sect's construction was complete, we temporarily resided resided in a compound in Tian City. At dawn that day, I finished my night's cultivation, and my spirit power had broken through from level 57 to level 58. Just as I opened the door, I saw my grandfather approaching with a joyous expression. He didn't speak immediately, but released his formidable spirit power. Its terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire courtyard. Yet the power was unstable, like floodwater trapped behind a dam, ready to burst through at any moment. I immediately understood. Grandfather was about to break through. Ever since condensing his spirit river, he had stood at the peak of level 96. These past days, watching the Lindian sect grow from nothing, his state of mind had finally loosened. This time, pushing to level 97, he had at least an 80% chance of success. For a titled Douluo, advancing even one level past 95 was exceptionally difficult. Countless geniuses on the continent were trapped at the same bottleneck their entire lives. If Grandfather could cross this threshold, the Lindian sect wouldn't just have a super Douluo, it would possess a true peak-level powerhouse who could move through space at will. I immediately urged Grandfather to focus on his closed-door cultivation. With Donghua guarding the sect, nothing would go wrong in the short term. But Grandfather was still uneasy. He told me that this retreat could last anywhere from a few days to half a month, and if we encountered a powerful enemy, I mustn't be reckless. I agreed with a smile and personally escorted him into the secluded chamber. But no sooner had he entered than the Lindian sect scouts came with news. Shrek Academy had arrived in Tian City, led by Flender and Yu Shaojing. Tang San and Ning Rongrong were also in the group. I guessed their purpose immediately. Shrek didn't even have official academy status to participate in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Elite competition. They had to shamelessly come to Tian City to beg for a spot using the Huangdo Academy's qualification. With Qin Ming's connection to Shrek, this shouldn't have been a problem. Unfortunately, they were too late. I didn't confront them right away. At my current strength, Tang San was no longer a worthy opponent. Besides, with Grandfather just beginning his retreat, there was no need to provoke the hidden Tang how early for the sake of a few clowns. I simply ordered my scouts to watch them closely and report any movement. After entering the city, the Shrek group first stayed at a restaurant. They planned to rest for the night and head to Huangdo Academy the next day. But before they'd even finished a single meal, a passing conversation about the Lindian sect left Ning Rongrong completely distraught. They say the Lindian sect is at its zenith, having taken in the 4 great clans, and with 3 titled Douluo seated within. They even say Grandfather left the 7 Treasures Glaze sect for me, and the Lindian sect's foundation is now even more formidable than that of the 2 empires. Ning Rongrong's chopsticks clattered onto the table, her face instantly pale. She had finally seen, with her own eyes, how high I had risen after she had pushed me away. Oscar rushed to her side, but she shoved him off. If she hadn't acted willfully back then, Grandfather wouldn't have left the 7 Treasures Glaze sect, and I wouldn't have severed ties with the Ning family. She had only wanted to use Oscar to provoke me, expecting me to bow and coax her as before. But she never imagined that once I left, I would never look back. Now, the stronger the Lindian sect grew, the more the 7 Treasures Glaze sect looked like a joke. Yu Shaojing sneered beside her, dismissing the Lindian sect as a mob and me as a mere beneficiary of my elder's power, telling Ning Rongrong not to be intimidated by a minor sect. He belittled me not because he couldn't see the Lindian sect's true strength, but because he couldn't accept my rise. His father was Thunder Duo Yu Yuanjin. My grandfather was Bone Luo Gu Rong. We both grew up in top-tier sects. Yet his Luo San Pao had crippled his talent, leaving him struggling past level 30 past his 50s, while I, not yet 15, had already reached heights he could only gaze at. The greater the gap, the more he wanted to prove that I was merely lucky. Ning Rongrong, however, could no longer bear it. In tears, she rushed out of the restaurant. Oscar immediately followed. Though Tang San didn't mock me openly, in his heart, he had begun to dread the Lindian sect. 3 titled Douluo, the 4 great clans, and the influx of soul guidance technology into Tian City. Any one of these could disrupt his plans, especially the soul guidance tools. If He could be mass-produced, his proud Tang sect hidden weapons would no longer be his unique ace. The scouts later told me that when Tang San heard the discussions in the restaurant, his expression darkened. Knowing him, he was probably already marking me for death in his mind. Yu Shaojing, however, tried to reassure him. As long as Shrek secured Huangdo's slot and won the elite competition, all the fame would be theirs. He even arrogantly claimed that soul guidance tools were mere tricks, and that true strength lay only in one's martial soul and cultivation. At the entrance of the restaurant, some Huangdo students happened to be discussing my theories on soul guidance. The longing in those young soul masters' eyes made Tang San realize, for the first time, that once soul guidance tools truly spread, the demand for his hidden weapons would plummet. His greatest pillar for rebuilding the Tang sect could well be undermined from its very foundation. He could only suppress this anxiety because Qin Ming had already promised to arrange everything. In their view, Huangdo's competition slot was already in Shrek's pocket. The next morning, the Shrek group arrived at the academy gates with high expectations. Qin Ming, however, stopped them with a complicated expression. What had been agreed upon had suddenly changed. The review process for external participants at Huangdo had become extremely strict overnight. Flinder frowned. Yu Xiaojiang insisted that Qin Ming take them to see the 3 education committee members. He couldn't believe that Huangdo Academy would reject Shrek's geniuses for a newly established sect. Qin Ming could only smile bitterly and tell them the 3 committee members weren't even at the academy. They were currently at the Lintian Sect's residence, discussing Soul Guidance Tool teaching cooperation with me. I had publicly suppressed the 3 committee members once before, and they naturally harbored no goodwill toward me. But in the eyes of the Crown Prince and Emperor Shuiyi, personal pride was far less important than Soul Guidance technology. If Huangdo could gain early access to Soul Guidance tools, they might surpass other advanced academies in the future. So even if the committee members were unwilling, they had no choice but to come in person to negotiate. Upon hearing this news, Tang San's expression finally changed. But Yu Xiaojiang still hadn't realized that what truly left the Shrek Academy with no way out wasn't the suddenly strict review process. The competition slot they had dreamed of borrowing had already fallen into my hands the day before. I had exchanged that Huangdo slot from the 3 education committee members using just a copy of Basic Theory of Soul Guidance Devices. That pamphlet appeared profoundly mysterious. In reality, it was merely a collection of basic concepts I had compiled from memory. Without a complete soul guide system to complement it, nothing could be built in a short time. Yet the Tian royal family and the various noble clans had already been utterly captivated by the potential shown by soul guide devices. Even if they saw only a glimmer of hope, they were willing to offer sufficient bargaining chips. And just like that, the qualification to participate starting from the preliminary rounds belonged to the Ling Sect. Huangdo originally had 2 slots. One allowed participation from the preliminaries, and the other granted direct entry into the finals. I didn't touch the protected qualification that the royal family valued most. I only took the one the Shrek Academy had set their sights on beforehand. For the 3 education committee members, this was a deal they had no reason to refuse. It protected the core interests of the Huangdo team while also securing the soul guide theory. But the Shrek group remained completely unaware of all this. Qin Ming had just begun to reveal part of the truth when a carriage bearing the emblem of the Ling Sect slowly came to a halt before the academy gates. I lifted the carriage curtain and stepped down, my gaze sweeping over the Shrek members one by one before finally settling on Tang San's face. Yu Xiaojiang had been making bold proclamations just moments ago, but upon seeing me, he subconsciously fell silent. I deliberately asked him whether Shrek wanted the Huangdo slot. Before he could answer, I announced to everyone present that this slot now belonged to the Ling Sect. They were too late. Yu Xiaojiang's face instantly flushed with anger, and he actually turned around to accuse me of being narrow-minded, saying that as the leader of a sect, I shouldn't obstruct normal exchanges within the Soul Masterworld. I nearly laughed out loud at that so-called exchange. Was it allowing his students to snatch away a competition spot that others had painstakingly earned? Shrek Academy lacked proper qualifications. That was their own problem. Why should Huangdo bear the cost for them? Moreover, I had obtained this slot fairly by exchanging it for Soul Guide Theory. If they were truly capable, they could also present something that would move the 3 education committee members. Yu Xiaojiang was left speechless by my rebuttal. But Tang San clenched his fists and stepped forward. He stared at me fixedly, telling me to leave myself and out in all things, lest I find it hard to get along in the future. His words sounded high and mighty, but the hands hidden in his sleeves had already assumed the forms for concealed weapon techniques. At the slightest sign of weakness from me, he would not hesitate to strike. In Tang San's eyes, anyone who stood in his way deserved death. As for him seizing others' opportunities, that was only natural in his view. I looked at the hidden weapons in his sleeves. I pleaded with him not to stoop to my level, and for the sake of Qin Ming's relative tactfulness, I did not press the matter further. I merely left behind a single sentence. If someone walks their own path and cuts others down along the way, no one can pull them back, even if they try. Then I turned and boarded the carriage, not sparing Tang San another glance from start to finish. This disregard stung him more than any direct humiliation. But aside from standing there gnashing his teeth, there was nothing he could do. The path via Huangdo was completely cut off, so Qin Ming had to point them in another direction. There was another academy in Tiando City, the Blue Tyrant Academy, which also possessed the qualification to participate in the elite competition. On the surface, Flinders seemed utterly unaware of this, but in reality, this was all part of his arrangement. He had long instructed Qin Ming to guide the group to Blue Tyrant Academy when all other options were exhausted. Because the dean of Blue Tyrant Academy was Lu Erlong, the very woman Yu Xiaojiang had avoided confronting for many years. Given Lu Erlong's feelings for Yu Xiaojiang, once she learned of Shrek Academy's predicament, she wouldn't have hesitated to give up not just a competition slot, but the entire academy itself. And sure enough, a few days later, Blue Tyrant Academy was renamed Shrek Academy, and Lu Erlong handed over her competition qualification as well. Though Yu Xiaojing had initially tried to run away, ultimately, with Flinder's push, he stayed. Flinder had not only secured a new home for Shrek Academy, but also saved all the gold soul coins that would have been needed to build a new school. From the results, he was the one who benefited the most from this arrangement. Tang San and the others had finally found a foothold in Tiando City. But another, far greater trouble was also brewing for the Ling Tian sect at this time. Later, I learned the full story from the hidden agents I had placed within the city. That evening, a man in a tattered cloak silently made his way to the Li clan's residence. He hid in the shadows and overheard Tian scolding someone. Tian called Niu Gao Young Wudi, and by he traitors to the Haoyan sect, claiming they had been seduced by my immortal herbs and soul guide technology, abandoning their ancestors for petty gains. Hearing this, the man in the shadows pushed the door open directly. When Tian recognized the man's face, he dropped to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling with excitement. For this destitute man was none other than his long-lost master, Haoyan Dalu, Tang Hao. Upon learning that the three clans, Min, P, and Yu, had joined the Ling Tian sect, Tang Hao's eyes blazed with murderous intent. He did not ask how the three clans had fared over the years, nor did he inquire how many clansmen had perished at the hands of the Spirit Hall after the Haoyan sect's withdrawal. What concerned him most was still the affront to the Haoyan sect's dignity. In his view, even if the four great clans starved or froze to death, they should have remained forever loyal to the Haoyan sect. As for the Haoyan sect abandoning them back then, and leaving them to suffer the Spirit Hall's retaliation, Tang Hao felt not a shred of guilt. Tian, for his part, added fuel to the fire, shifting all the blame for the three clans' departure onto me. After hearing this, Tang Hao declared that once he had dealt with Tang San's matters, he would personally visit the Ling Tian sect to make everyone understand the price of betraying the Haoyan sect. He first infiltrated the vicinity of Blue Tyrant Academy to confirm that Tang San was safely settled, even attributing Lu Erlong's seating of the academy and the competition slot to Tang San's own capability. Assured that his son was out of danger, Tang Hao finally stopped hiding. He casually grabbed a passerby to ask for the location of the Ling Tian sect's compound, then headed straight for the eastern part of the city. Before long, the oppressive aura of a titled Douluo enveloped the entire Ling Tian sect estate. Tang Hao stood outside the main gate and demanded that I come out. At that moment, I was in my study reviewing accounts. Upon hearing that voice, I didn't even furrow my brow. If he had come a day earlier, I might have needed to find a way to stall time. But not long ago, my grandfather had successfully broken through. His soul power had officially reached rank 97, coupled with the soul core condensed within his body. Now, my grandfather was more than a match, even for the most seasoned Super Douluo in a direct fight. As for Tang Hao, whose body was riddled with old injuries, he wasn't even worth mentioning before my grandfather. What's more, Tang Hao hadn't even entered the city before my grandfather had already detected him through spatial fluctuations. I pushed open the study door and stepped into the courtyard, gazing at the man radiating violent aura. I deliberately asked him why the great Haoyan Dalu, instead of continuing to skulk in the shadows, was making a racket at my doorstep. Tang Hao immediately summoned his Haoyan hammer. He accused me of harboring the Haoyan sect's vassals and using devious means to win people over, declaring that he would teach me what not to meddle with. I retorted by asking if the so-called Haoyan sect was that same sect that had been suppressed by the Spirit Hall to the point where even its disciples dared not descend the mountain. As for the Min, Pa, and Yu clans, from the day they were abandoned, they owed nothing to the Haoyan sect. Struck where it hurt, Tang Hao could no longer suppress his murderous intent. His Haoyan hammer came crashing down towards my head with earth-shattering force. I stood there motionless, even deliberately letting out a yawn. Seeing this, Tang Hao thought I was frozen in fear and added even more force to his strike. But just as the hammerhead was 3 inches from me, a frigid voice suddenly exploded in his ear. Dare to lay a hand on my grandson right in front of me, Tang Hao? Had you gone so long without a beating? The space beside me instantly tore open, and a hand covered in bone armor reached out from the dark rift, firmly gripping the handle of the Haoyan hammer. No matter how hard Tang Hao pushed, the hammer could not descend another inch. The next moment, my grandfather stepped out from the spatial rift. With a mere flick of his wrist, Tang Hao and his hammer were sent flying 100 meters, shattering the distant bluestone street. Tang Hao scrambled up from the rubble, staring at my grandfather with utter shock. He couldn't fathom why Douluo, who had been stuck at rank 95 for years, suddenly possessed rank 97 soul power. My grandfather, however, had no interest in explaining. He simply asked him one question. "You dare to strike my grandson? How do you want to die?" Tang Hao finally realized he was no match. He left behind a muttered threat, "I'll remember this," and turned to flee outside Tian City. My grandfather simply stepped into the void and pursued him. Just as Tang Hao leaped onto a rooftop, a spatty blade slashed down from behind. He narrowly avoided a fatal blow, but the shockwave still sent him crashing into a civilian residence. After spitting out a mouthful of congealed blood, he once again forced himself to muster his energy and flee. My grandfather, meanwhile, toyed with him like a cat playing with a mouse, constantly appearing from the space beside him. Tang Hao had been so vocal about upholding the Haotian sect's dignity just moments ago, but now he lacked even the courage to turn back. His body was already riddled with hidden injuries, and every time he forcefully activated his soul power, his meridians felt as if they were being sliced by blades. Yet my grandfather gave him no respite, constantly opening spatial rifts ahead of him, forcing him to change direction again and again. The Haotian Douluo, once famed across the continent, was now like a trapped beast. He was driven all the way to the wilderness outside the city. Finally unable to bear it any longer, he swung his Haotian hammer. But the shadow of that hammer, capable of shattering mountains, was merely swallowed whole by a spatial black hole as it neared my grandfather. My grandfather appeared behind him, kicked him into the wasteland, and then looked down at him, asking how he planned to keep running. Tang Hao was covered in blood, yet he still tried to save face by boasting about his past achievements, claiming that upon becoming a titled Douluo, he had severely wounded Qin Xuanji and killed 2 super Douluo. But my grandfather exposed his weakness. That great battle had indeed made his name, but it had also completely ruined his body. His meridians were now nearly withered. If he dared to use his spirit rings again, it would be tantamount to severing his own cultivation path. He said his grandfather, Tang Qin, was not dead. If that limit Douluo were to return, the Ling Tian sect would be reduced to ashes in an instant. My grandfather only sneered in response. A man who didn't even dare to return to his own sect was trying to use someone who had been missing for decades as a lifeline? Even if Tang Qin were still alive, he couldn't save the Tang Hao of today. With his last hope shattered, Tang Hao finally descended into madness. His spirit rings detonated one after another, and wild soul power erupted like a volcano. The great Sumeru hammer, combined with the disorder-splitting wind, brought down apocalyptic force upon my grandfather. And my grandfather stood his ground. Only when the hammer's shadow was about to land did he step into a spatial void. Tang Hao thought he had finally forced my grandfather back, but he didn't see the hand that emerged from the other end of the void, already aimed squarely at his right leg. The next instant, Tang Hao's right leg was severed by the Qilin man. The great Sumeru hammer he desperately swung didn't even touch his grandfather's clothes, crashing into the wilderness and blasting out a deep pit. His grandfather emerged half a body from the void, raised his hand, and slashed out several spatial blades. Tang Hao tried to burn his soul power to escape, but his right leg flew off on the spot, blood instantly splattering the ground. Losing his balance, Tang Hao fell heavily, letting out a miserable cry. His grandfather stepped across space, preparing to finish him off completely, but Tang Hao did something no one expected. He grabbed his severed leg, frantically poured the last of his soul power into it, and hurled it at his grandfather. Ancient dragon, die with me. That severed leg swelled rapidly in midair, the soul power inside ready to detonate at any moment. His grandfather could only raise a spatial barrier to defend, but as he retreated, he struck out with a spatial heavy pressure from across the air, slamming viciously into Tang Hao's back. Tang Hao spat out another mouthful of blood, yet he used the explosion of his severed leg's impact to forcefully pull himself hundreds of meters away, turning into a blood-red streak vanishing into the night. His grandfather didn't continue the pursuit, not because he couldn't stop him, but because within Heavendo City, a strange tidal Douluo aura had suddenly appeared. I'm still in the city. His grandfather wouldn't risk it for a crippled man. Besides, Tang Hao's soul rings were continuously shattering, his right leg severed by spatial blades, his soul power having plummeted from the tidal Douluo level all the way down to level 86. Not to mention seeking revenge against the Spirit Heaven sect. It was even questionable whether he could survive and recover from his injuries. Tang Hao had left over to the severed leg. With a slight tremor of spatial power, a blue translucent soul bone was led from the flesh and blood. It was a right leg bone of around 50,000 years, the last bit of value in that severed limb. The Hao Tian Douluo, once a terror of the continent, had not only had a leg severed, he had finally become a complete laughingstock. His grandfather put away the soul bone and immediately shuttled through space back to Heavendoe City. I was standing on the rooftop at the time, staring at a distant tower where that strange tidal Douluo was hiding. After coming to me and confirming I was safe, he took out Tang Hao's right leg bone and told me that Stray Dog had lost most of his cultivation. I didn't feel any regret. Tang Hao being alive was sometimes more valuable than dead. As long as word spread that he was crippled and lost a leg, those always watching the Hao Tian sect would naturally continue the hunt for us. As for the spy hiding in the tower, I told my grandfather not to kill him directly. Just let him inadvertently discover that Tang Hao had been severely wounded by the Spirit Heaven sect, then give him a chance to escape. The news would spread to the forces behind him at the fastest speed. A dead end that seemed to escape alive was far more useful than a corpse. My grandfather immediately used his spatial domain to lock onto the person's exact location, while I told him to absorb the right leg bone first. Although a 50,000-year soul bone couldn't boost his soul power much, it would strengthen his body and fill the last gap in his spatial abilities. A few days later, my grandfather emerged from the secret chamber after absorbing the bone. It gave him a new soul skill, Void Step. From then on, his short-distance teleportation became even more effortless. Even if a peerless expert attacked with full force, they might not be able to touch his body. But I came to the secret chamber not just to ask about the soul skill. That soul bone from Tang Hao's severed leg was only an ordinary 10,000-year level. I knew the location of another soul bone, and that one was a full 100,000 years. When my grandfather heard 100,000 years, his expression changed instantly. He immediately pressed for the location of the soul bone. I told him that behind the waterfall in the back mountain of Holy Soul Village, there was a cave sealed by Tang Hao. Inside lay the blue-silver emperor right leg bone left behind after his wife Ayin sacrificed herself. That wasn't just a 100,000 years soul bone. It was a legacy Tang Hao had prepared for Tang San. If no one took it first, Tang San would rely on it in the future to gain nearly immortal regenerative abilities. My grandfather stood up immediately upon hearing this. A barrier left by a crippled, broken-legged man couldn't stop him now. I, however, didn't stay at the sect to wait. 100,000 years soul bone was of great importance. I had to see it fall into my hands with my own eyes. My grandfather tore open a spatial rift, grabbed my shoulder, and stepped through. In a few breaths, we appeared at the back mountain of Holy Soul Village. The roaring waterfall looked completely normal, but under my grandfather's spatial perception, the hidden entrance behind the water screen was impossible to conceal. We passed directly through the waterfall and landed in a narrow cave. In a recess on the cave wall lay a lead box, sealed by soul power. The moment my grandfather placed his finger on it, the barrier left by Tang Hao immediately counterattacked. But that force, just as it erupted, was forcibly suppressed by spatial power. With a crisp, shattering sound, all the seals collapsed. My grandfather lifted the lid, and a wave of dense life force washed over them. The entirely azure right leg bone lay in the center of the box. The veins on the bone's surface moved like living things, flowing slowly in the dim cave light. Just one glance confirmed this was no ordinary soul bone. Tang Hao had endured years of hidden injuries, never willing to absorb it, because it was the only keepsake left by Ayin. He wanted to pass this power to Tang San. But from the moment we opened that box, this soul bone had nothing more to do with the Tang family. My grandfather put away the blue-silver emperor right leg bone and immediately took me back to the Spirit Heaven sect. Without wasting time, I entered the secret chamber that very day to begin absorbing the 100,000-year soul bone. The life force surged into my body like a tide, and my soul power, previously at level 58, was pushed ever higher under this force. My grandfather guarded the door himself, not leaving for a single step the entire night. It wasn't until the next morning that I completed the fusion. When I walked out of the secret chamber, my soul power had surged to level 60. This soul bone granted me 2 soul skills. The first was named Wildfire Endless, allowing me to sustain life even through fatal injuries, relying on terrifying vitality, even achieving limb regeneration. The second was the Blue-Silver Domain. As long as I was in a place covered by plants, I could mobilize the surrounding life force, greatly enhancing my perception and recovery abilities. My grandfather was even more excited than I was after hearing this, immediately wanting to take me to the Stardoe Forest to hunt for a top-tier 6 soul ring. But just as we opened the Sect's 7 figures blocked our way. Ning Rongrong stood at the front, with Tang San, Dai Mubai, and the others behind her. Even Xiao had come. Seeing that 100,000-year soft bone rabbit, I almost couldn't control my expression. My 6th soul ring still had no source, and she had actually delivered herself right to my grandfather's doorstep. Ning Rongrong was clearly dressed up. The moment she saw my grandfather, she ran up with reddened eyes, called out softly, "Grandpa Gu," and tried to grab his sleeve like before. My grandfather, however, stepped aside coldly, spitting out only 3 words, "Don't touch me." Ning Rongrong said she already knew she was wrong, begged grandfather not to be angry with her anymore, and turned to call me Han Yu Gij. I directly told her to shut up. That Gij coming from her mouth only made me sick. Ning Rongrong's face turned pale. Oscar wanted to step forward, but was held back by Daimobai. Tang San put on a fair and just air, saying Ning Rongrong had come to apologize sincerely. The 7 of them arriving together was meant to show Shrek's sincerity. But from my grandfather's perspective, them blocking the Spirit Heaven Sect's gate and hindering our departure for the hunt was their idea of sincerity. Ning Rongrong finally revealed her true purpose. She begged me and my grandfather to return to the 7 Treasures Glaze sect, saying Ning Fengji had agreed that no matter what conditions we proposed, the 7 Treasures Glaze sect would accept them. I just found it laughable. The Spirit Heaven sect now possessed 3 titled Douluo, and the 4 great families had already been absorbed into the sect. Whether in strength, resources, or future potential, it no longer needed to rely on the Ning family. Ning Rongrong came to make amends now, not because she suddenly understood who she had hurt, but because she discovered I was doing even better without her. My grandfather was even more merciless. He had once treated Ning Rongrong as his own granddaughter, only to be repaid with betrayal and the Ning family's cover-up. Now, seeing the Spirit Heaven sect strong and thriving, she wanted them to return. It was too late. Daimobai tried to speak up for Ning Rongrong, accusing grandfather of being too harsh on a girl. Grandfather immediately exposed his background. A man who couldn't even tolerate his own brother, could only flee the Luo Empire. "You're not fit to stand here and lecture a super Luo." Daimobai's expression changed instantly. Ma Hongjun muttered on the side, "It's just a broken engagement. Why get so angry?" Grandfather only released a wisp of pressure, forcing him back several steps, and he dared not say another word. Seeing her cajoling approach fail, Ning Rongrong asked if we truly would, and forgive her. I only replied, "Do you deserve it?" Tang San finally couldn't hold back, stepping forward and telling me to be more merciful. I reminded him again that such words required sufficient strength to back them up, and he clearly lacked it. Tang San's hidden weapons were already prepared, poised to strike. Yet ultimately, he didn't dare to act, because grandfather was right beside me. It was also in those brief moments that grandfather had seen through Xiao Wu's identity. His voice echoed directly in my mind, "This rabbit is perfect for your 6th red ring." I didn't act on the spot. There were too many eyes at the gate. Forcibly taking a transformed soul beast would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. So grandfather directly chased away the Shrek group. Ning Rongrong left, looking back repeatedly, thinking there was still a chance for reconciliation. After the gates closed, my grandfather finally couldn't help but laugh. He had lived so many years and had never seen such a bold, transformed soul beast, knowing he had a titled Douluo beside him, yet still daring to show up so blatantly. I told grandfather that since the prey had appeared on its own, there was no reason to let it go. We just had to wait until they were on the official road outside the city, then use spatial travel to bring Xiao Wu back. The other Shrek members wouldn't even have a chance to stop him. My grandfather immediately merged into the void, arriving ahead of time at the necessary path back to the academy. After the Shrek group left, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. Ning Rongrong kept wiping her tears. Daimobai punched a tree by the roadside, complaining that grandfather was just bullying them because of his titled Douluo cultivation. Zhu Zhuqing, however, pointed out bluntly that they had been the ones to block the Spirit Heaven Sect's gate today. Not directly attacking was already giving them plenty of face. Daimobai, scolded by her, turned livid. Tang Xin could only tell everyone to shut up. Their priority now wasn't complaining about grandfather, but re-evaluating the Spirit Heaven Sect stance. Xiao Wu walked at the very back of the group. From the moment grandfather looked at her, a deep unease had settled in her heart. Ma Hongjun even mentioned feeling a strange beastly aura at the sect's gate, but everyone dismissed it as him being overly tense due to grandfather's pressure. As dusk fell, Xiao Wu felt more and more uneasy. She turned back several times to look at Heavendo City, but saw nothing unusual, until Tang San slowed his pace and asked her what was wrong. The moment Xiao Wu opened her mouth to speak, the space above her head suddenly split open. A pale hand reached out from the crack and precisely gripped the back of Xiao Wu's neck. Before Xiao Wu could even release her martial soul, her soul power was completely suppressed by the spatial seal. She only managed to shout Sangu before her whole body was dragged into the pitch-black void. At that moment, she finally confirmed her identity had been exposed long ago. But grandfather's spatial power gave her no chance to resist. 100,000-year soul beast, having reincarnated as a human, was essentially no different from an ordinary soul master before recovering its mature form. Faced with a level 97 super Douluo, she couldn't even trigger a self-destruction. Tang San's expression changed drastically. He desperately lunged towards a closing crack, but before his hand could touch Xiao Wu, space had already completely calmed before his eyes, as if nothing had happened. Tang San's eyes instantly turned bloodshot. His purple demon eye was pushed to the limit, frantically scanning every inch of space around him. Blue-silver grass also spread wildly from under his feet, trying to grasp any trace of Xiao Wu's aura. But the spatial rift had sealed everything away. Not only Xiao Wu's location, but even the direction of grandfather's departure was impossible for Tang San to discern. Dai Mubai and the others immediately released their martial souls, forming a defensive circle back-to-back. But no matter how they searched, they found no trace of the enemy. Because grandfather had grabbed Xiao Wu and directly crossed space back to the Spirit Heaven Sect, taking only a few breaths. The Shrek members left on the official road didn't even know which direction to chase. Tang San called out Xiao Wu's name repeatedly, but the only response was the echo from the forest. He had been only a dozen or so feet away from Xiao Wu, yet could only watch her vanish. This feeling of powerlessness was more maddening than losing a battle head-on. Tang San stared intently at the spot where the rift had closed, telling the others that a hand had reached out from the space before his eyes and taken Xiao Wu. Hearing the words spatial rift, Ning Rongrong's face turned white. In her circle of acquaintances, the one most skilled at tearing space was undoubtedly grandfather, with his ancient dragon martial soul. Instinctively wanting to defend him, she said it might just be another spatial-type soul master. But in the entire Heavendo City, there was no one else who could so silently tear open space and take a soul ancestor without anyone noticing, aside from grandfather. Tang San whipped his head around to question her. Ning Rongrong could only admit that the ancient dragon naturally possessed spatial attributes, and with grandfather's current cultivation, it was indeed possible to take someone away without a sound. Oscar, however, couldn't understand why a super Douluo would target Xiao Wu. Tang San was silent for a moment before finally revealing that hidden secret. Because Xiao Wu isn't human, she is 100,000 years soul beast transformed. After these words fell, the official road fell into dead silence. Dai Mubai instinctively took half a step back. Oscar even doubted his own hearing. They had lived with Xiao Wu for so long, never imagining that the lively girl's true form was a 100,000 year soul beast. Dai Mubai and the others were stunned. Ma Hongjun then recalled that at the Spirit Heaven Sect's gate earlier, he had sensed a strong beastly aura, but everyone thought it was just an illusion caused by grandfather's pressure. Now it seemed that aura had come from Xiao Wu. Grandfather, as a titled Douluo, had clearly seen through everything at that moment. Zhu Qing immediately understood what a transformed 100,000-year soul beast meant to a soul master. A 100,000-year soul ring, and the guaranteed drop of a 100,000-year soul bone. Either one alone was enough to drive a titled Douluo mad. More importantly, before a transformed soul beast reached maturity, they were almost completely visible to a titled Douluo's senses. Xiao Wu coming with them to the Spirit Heaven Sect was like handing herself over to a hunter. Grandfather hadn't acted at the gate, merely not wanting to leave evidence of a public abduction. Ning Rongrong was still shaking her head, refusing to believe grandfather would do such a thing. But Tang San had already placed all the blame on him. He even recalled that Tang Hao had recently come to see him, dragging his broken leg. Though Tang Hao hadn't named the culprit, the spatial soul power from the wound on his body was identical to the power that had just taken Xiao Wu. Tang San had questioned him at the time about what happened, but Tang Hao had refused to explain. He only confirmed Tang San had entered Blue Tyrant Academy, then left again, seriously injured. Only now did Tang San understand the weight of that warning. This further convinced Tang San that the one who severed his father's right leg was grandfather, and the one who took Xiao Wu was also grandfather. Old grievances and new hatred surged in his heart simultaneously. Tang San turned and rushed towards Heavendo City, intending to go straight to the Spirit Heaven Sect to take Xiao Wu back. Dai Mubai grabbed his shoulder, asking if he was crazy. The Spirit Heaven Sect wasn't just grandfather. It also had titled Douluo Dalu and Mingshu. Even if they all charged in, they wouldn't be a match for a single casual strike. Tang San shook off Dai Mubai's hand. Xiao Wu was his sister, more important to him than life itself. If Xiao Wu was truly killed, even if he stood at the peak of the continent in the future, he would never forgive himself. So even knowing the Spirit Heaven Sect was filled with strong opponents, he still wanted to rush to me immediately and force me to release Xiao Wu. For him, standing here making long-term plans was no different from watching Xiao Wu die. Zhu Qing could only remind him that in front of a super Douluo, courage wouldn't buy survival, only another life lost. Ma Hongjun, for once, wasn't impulsive. All of them together couldn't even withstand grandfather's spatial pressure. Rushing to the sect wasn't rescuing anyone. It was just handing the spirit heaven sect more hostages. Tang Sen stood there, his fists clenched so tightly they bled. After a long time, he finally forced himself to calm down. He knew that breaking into the spirit heaven sect alone was indeed impossible to save Xiaowu. He needed to find power strong enough to contend with grandfather. So he placed his hope in Ning Rongrong, asking her to return immediately to the Seven Treasures Glaze sect and request that Ning Fengji and Sword Dalu intervene. The Seven Treasures Glaze sect and grandfather had a long-standing relationship. If Ning Fengji was willing to speak personally, perhaps they could still negotiate. Ning Rongrong, eager to mend her relationship with grandfather, naturally agreed without hesitation. Tang Sen also decided to seek out Yu Xiaojing, Flinder, and Lu Erlong. The three of them could perform a 3-in-1 martial soul fusion skill. Coupled with Sword Dalu, there was a chance to pressure the Spirit Heaven sect into releasing the person. Even if this force was still insufficient, it would at least give Tang San a glimmer of hope. He couldn't bear to do nothing, nor could he stand alone on the official road, waiting for bad news. As the Shrek members split up, grandfather had already brought Xiao Wu back to the underground chamber of the Spirit Heaven sect. He casually placed the unconscious Xiao Wu on the ground and told me he had placed 3 layers of spatial seals inside her. Unless he personally removed them, Xiao Wu couldn't even wake up. I walked up to Xiao Wu. 100,000-year soft bone rabbit, my 6th soul ring was finally within reach. The aura on Xiao Wu was completely different from the blue-silver Emperor soul bone I had just absorbed. One represented the ultimate vitality, while the other possessed the explosive power of the soft bone rabbit. As long as I obtained her soul ring, my strength would undergo another true transformation. My grandfather asked if I wanted to do it immediately. Given my current physical strength far surpassing soul masters of the same level, and with 100,000-year blue-silver Emperor's enhancement, forcibly absorbing Xiao Wu's soul ring wasn't entirely impossible. But I refused. The most dangerous part of a soul ring exceeding the body's tolerance limit wasn't just the energy impact, but the spiritual shock left behind after the soul beast's death. If Xiao Wu was killed with resentment in her heart, 100,000-year level spiritual backlash would be enough to destroy my consciousness during the absorption process. Besides, I had just broken through to the 6th ring. My soul power foundation wasn't yet stable. To gamble on a potentially fatal absorption just to gain the 6th soul ring a few days earlier was clearly not a wise choice. There's no need to risk my life. The safer method was to make her willingly offer a sacrifice. A soul ring obtained from a sacrifice wouldn't backlash on the recipient. All of Xiao Wu's power would integrate into my body without reservation, and her guaranteed soul bone drop would be preserved in its most perfect state. This gain was incomparable to a direct hunt. My grandfather frowned upon hearing this. Since Xiao Wu had such deep feelings for Tang San, how could she willingly sacrifice herself to me? I told him it didn't matter if she was willing or not. As long as Tang San's life was in my hands, I could make the choice for her. Given Tang San's personality, after discovering Xiao Wu was missing, he wouldn't just sit idly by. He would definitely bring people to the Spirit Heaven sect. Even if he could see it was a trap, he wouldn't be able to truly stop himself. Tang San thought he was coming to rescue someone, but in reality, from the moment Xiao Wu was taken, his every reaction was pushing the trap toward the outcome I desired. At that point, all I needed to do was put a blade to Tang San's neck, let Xiao Wu see it with her own eyes, and she would only have 2 paths, either sacrifice herself to me or watch Tang San die before her eyes. I wouldn't even need to actually kill Tang San. As long as Xiao Wu believed he would die in the next second, it would shatter her last resistance. My grandfather immediately understood why I hadn't had him hide his tracks. Only if the Shrek group knew who the culprit was would they come looking for us. And Xiao would only truly break down when Tang San was facing death. Grandfather smiled and reinforced the spatial seal, leaving Xiao Wu in the deepest part of the secret chamber. He also deliberately didn't erase all the spatial traces, because we never intended for Shrek to treat this as an unsolved mystery. The faster they confirmed Xiao Wu was in the Spirit Heaven sect, the faster Tang San would come knocking. I sat aside, closing my eyes to wait. The rabbit was just the bait. The one who truly decided whether she would sacrifice was the one walking right into the trap. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong rushed back to the 7 Treasures Glaze sect, crying as she burst into the main hall. Ning Fengji had just put down his documents when she threw herself into her father's arms, saying Xiao Wu had been captured by grandfather. Ning Fengji initially thought his daughter was just venting, because she had been rejected by grandfather. But the look on Ning Rongrong's face made him realize this was something entirely different. At first, Ning Fengji didn't understand why a Shrek Academy student would cause his daughter such distress. Only when Ning Rongrong hesitantly revealed the truth did his body go rigid. Xiao was not an ordinary soul master, but transform 100,000-year soul beast. He asked for confirmation repeatedly, even suspecting Tang San had made a mistake. But Ning Rongrong was very clear. Ma Hongjun had sensed the beastly aura. Tang San had personally acknowledged Xiao Wu's identity, and finally, a spatial rift had openly taken her away. All clues pointed to the same conclusion. The words 100,000-year soul beast were enough to drive any sect mad. His first reaction, however, wasn't greed, but fear. Because Xiao Wu had always been by Tang San's side, it was highly likely she had long been claimed by some powerful figure. Grandfather capturing her now meant snatching 100,000-year soul bone from that person. Of course, Ning Fengji coveted the 100,000-year soul bone, but he knew better. Whoever could allow a transformed soul beast to freely wander beside Tang San was certainly no ordinary soul master. If that person came knocking on the Spirit Heaven Sect's door because of this, the entire balance of power in Heavendo City could be shattered. Ning Fengji grabbed his daughter's shoulders and asked her word by word, "Is that Xiao Wu truly a 100,000-year soul beast?" Ning Rongrong nodded firmly. The first name that flashed through Ning Fengji's mind made his face change completely. That name was Tang Hao. He never imagined that grandfather taking Xiao Wu this time might actually draw the Hao Tian Douluo back out. 12 years ago, Tang Hao had just broken through to title Douluo when he severely wounded Spirit Hall's Pope, Qin Xuanji, and directly hammered 2 other titled Douluo to death on the spot. After that battle, Qin Xuanji returned to Spirit Hall, but couldn't survive. Spirit Hall had the best healing-type soul masters on the continent and countless precious medicines, yet still couldn't heal the injuries left by the clear Skyhammer. That was enough to show how terrifying Tang Hao's attack had been. Moreover, that Tang Hao had only just stepped into level 90 back then. Now, 12 full years had passed, and Ning Fengji had no idea how strong Tang Hao had become. If he had trained at a normal pace and came to Heavendo City with a clear Sky Hammer, not even Chen Xian would be confident in blocking him head-on. In Ning Fengji's view, Xiao had always stayed beside Tang San. It was very likely she was prey prepared by Tang Hao in advance, intended for Tang San to obtain a 100,000-year soul ring and bone when his cultivation was sufficient. Grandfather taking her now was like stealing the biggest opportunity from Tang Hao's hands. How could the other party let that slide? Ning Fengji paced anxiously in the hall, muttering that grandfather had acted too impulsively. Ning Rongrong, however, only cared about one thing. Would the 7 treasures Glaze Sect save Xiao Wu? Just then, Chen Xian arrived upon hearing the commotion. After Ning Fengji explained the situation, Chen Xian's expression also turned grim. A 100,000-year transformed soul beast was far too precious. Anyone getting wind of it would be tempted, let alone the fact that Xiao Wu had Tang San and Tang Hao behind her. If this wasn't handled well, it could easily spark a battle between titled Douluo. Ning Rongrong immediately told them that Tang San wanted Ning Fengji to mediate with the Spirit Heaven Sect to get Xiao Wu back. But Ning Fengji was silent for a long time, ultimately shaking his head. The current Spirit Heaven Sect was no longer something the 7 treasures Glaze Sect could command. Ning Fengji wasn't entirely unwilling to save the person. The value of a 100,000-year soul beast was clear. If they could bring Xiao Wu back to the 7 treasures Glaze Sect, they might nurture a top-tier powerhouse in the future. But this benefit wasn't enough to stake the entire sect's future on. Grandfather was no longer the Ning family's guardian elder. Even if Ning Fengji went personally, Chen Xian also didn't approve of rashly intervening. The Spirit Heaven Sect had grandfather, Dugabo, and Meng Shu, 3 titled Douluo in total. Grandfather's strength was not inferior to his own. If Ning Fengji went to demand her release, it would only bring humiliation, with no meaning whatsoever. At most, they could send a letter in the name of the 7 treasures Glaze Sect to inquire about the situation. Forcibly rescuing her was utterly impossible. Ning Rongrong was utterly disappointed after hearing this. She ran out crying. Since Ning Fengji wouldn't help, she would go back to Tang San and Shrek to find their own way. On the other side, Tang San had already rushed back to Blue Tyrant Academy. When Yu Xiaojing heard that Xiao Wu had been captured, the teacup in his hand fell and shattered. Lu Erlong was even more furious, declaring that Xiao Wu was her goddaughter. He wanted nothing more than to storm the Spirit Heaven Sect. Tang San's eyes were bloodshot as he begged Yu Xiaojing, Flinder, and Lu Erlong for help. Xiao Wu was more precious to him than his own life. Even knowing the Spirit Heaven Sect had 3 titled Douluo, he could never give up. Yu Xiaojing remained relatively sober. Although the Golden Iron Triangle could perform a 3-in-1 martial soul fusion skill, facing grandfather, who controlled spatial power, they still didn't have much chance of winning. The strongest aspect of that fusion skill was summoning the Golden Holy Dragon to concentrate their power into one point. But grandfather didn't need to fight head-on. He could just dodge attacks by shuttling through space, and the Golden Iron Triangle would exhaust their soul power first. Lu Erlong couldn't listen to reason. As long as Xiao Wu was still alive, she had to go and save her. Yu Xiaojiang could only agree to contact Flender, but he also warned Tang San in advance. Xiao Wu was a transformed 100,000-year soul beast. In the hands of a titled Douluo, she might already have met a tragic end. Tang San interrupted him directly. Xiao Wu wouldn't die, and he would never allow her to die. Soon, Ning Rongrong also returned tearfully. Learning that the Seven Treasures Glaze sect refused to help, Tang San's last shred of hope was shattered. He had no choice but to place all his bets on the Golden Iron Triangle. However, their every move had already fallen under the watch of another. Inside the Shueqinghe prince's mansion, Qian Rinshiwe, disguised as Crown Prince Shueqinghe, also received news of Xiao Wu's disappearance. But when the Shadow Guard mentioned Xiao Wu was a transformed 100,000-year soul beast, he became interested. 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone. Even he couldn't remain indifferent. He quickly deduced that grandfather hadn't taken Xiao Wu for himself, but was preparing my 6th soul ring. Choosing to absorb a 100,000-year soul ring at just 12 years old made Qian Rinshiwe even more curious about what other trump cards I might hold. But he didn't rush to interfere. The impending conflict between Shrek and the Spirit Heaven sect was, to him, a perfect show. Let them fight it out until both sides were exhausted. Then he could step in to clean up the mess, far better than exposing his identity now. So Qian Rinshiwe ordered the Shadow Guards to keep watching, while he waited in the shadows for the outcome. Meanwhile, Grandfather and I were in the secret chamber, guarding the still unconscious Xiao Wu. Grandfather doubted whether Tang San would truly dare to come knocking. I had no such concerns. Tang San's feelings for Xiao Wu went far beyond that of ordinary siblings. Watching her die would be worse for him than losing his own life. As long as he knew I held Xiao Wu, he would surely walk right into the trap. Sure enough, not long after, a disciple reported that Shrek had arrived, led by Yu Xiaojiang, Flender, and Lu Erlong. Tang San and Ning Rongrong were also there. Grandfather sneered upon hearing this. They had come faster than expected. I told the disciple to bring them to the main hall, but Grandfather thought Shrek wasn't even worthy of entering the Spirit Heaven sect's gate. I reminded him that since we had set up this stage, we should let those watching from the shadows see a good show. If Qian Rinshiwe wanted to observe the Spirit Heaven sect, let him watch clearly. But if he thought Shrek could probe the sect's true strength, this show would surely disappoint him. Because dealing with these people before us, Grandfather didn't even need to release his martial soul. Grandfather immediately understood my meaning. He casually picked up the unconscious Xiao Wu and followed me to the main hall. After I sat down in the main seat, Tang San, without any pleasantries, immediately asked where Xiao Wu was. I deliberately pretended not to know. Lu Erlong released her Fire Dragon martial soul, accusing Grandfather of abducting her student on the official road, claiming there were many witnesses, so the Spirit Heaven sect couldn't deny it. Grandfather simply retorted, asking which eye of hers had actually seen him take someone. Spatial attributes weren't unique to him alone. Without evidence, don't try to pin a crime on me. Flender pointed out that the only person in all of Heavendo City who could silently tear space and publicly take a soul ancestor was Grandfather. Yu Xiaojiang went even further, demanding Grandfather hand over the person, claiming Xiao Wu was useless to the Spirit Heaven sect. Grandfather almost laughed out loud at that. A transformed 100,000-year soul beast, and Yu Xiaojiang called her useless? Was this so-called master truly naive? Or did he take everyone else for fools? Tang San finally confirmed that Xiao Wu was indeed in our hands, his fists clenching so tightly they cracked. I didn't bother denying it any longer, and directly asked him what he planned to use to exchange for Xiao Wu. Tang San took a deep breath, saying I could take anything he possessed. I told him I wasn't interested in Tang Sect hidden weapons. As for Tang San's own life, it was worthless in my eyes. He simply had nothing that could be exchanged for a 100,000-year soul beast. Tang San's eyes flashed with purple light, but Yu Xiaojiang held him back firmly. I returned to my main seat and announced the true condition publicly. As long as Xiao Wu willingly sacrificed herself to become my 6th soul ring, I would let Tang San and his companions leave alive. If Xiao Wu refused, I would kill Tang San first, then forcibly hunt Xiao Wu for her ring. The order would differ, but the outcome would remain the same. As for the feelings Tang San kept talking about, now was the perfect time to prove them. If Xiao Wu truly was willing to give everything for him, she should offer up her soul ring willingly. If not, then Tang San should pay the price for his rashness. Lu Erlong roared and charged at me. Grandfather didn't even lift his eyelids. A spatial shackle descended from the air, pinning her firmly in place. Flender tried to rescue her, but Grandfather only said, "If you move again, one less person will be alive in this hall." Everyone immediately dared not make any rash moves. The flames on Lu Erlong were suppressed by spatial power, unable to rise. Flinder and Yu Xiaojiang stood beside her, unable to even get close to each other, let alone perform their fusion skill. They finally realized that grandfather was on an entirely different level from ordinary titled Douluo. Yu Xiaojiang tried to threaten grandfather with a Soul Master Association, but grandfather bluntly told him that a cripple stuck at level 29 for life didn't represent the entire Soul Master Association. Tang San forced himself to calm down, proposing to see Xiao Wu first. I nodded. Grandfather casually lifted one layer of the seal, and Xiao Wu immediately appeared in the center of the hall. She slowly opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was Tang San, only a few steps away. Xiao Wu struggled to get up, but her body was firmly pressed down by spatial power. Tang San crouched in front of her, promising he would definitely save her. Xiao Wu, however, knew that these people before her were no match for grandfather. Continuing to resist would only make Tang San die with her. She told Tang San to leave quickly, saying we only wanted her. Tang San refused resolutely, saying he would never abandon Xiao Wu. I wasn't interested in watching their farewell any longer, and directly made Xiao Wu choose: sacrifice herself or watch Tang San die. Xiao Wu bit her lip, tears silently streaming down her face. Tang San suddenly interjected, offering to exchange a secret for her life. It was an ancient relic site containing a complete legacy of Soul Tool's inheritance, with its location known only to Tang San and Yu Xiaojing. Tang San had clearly grasped that the Spirit Heaven Sect was researching Soul Tools. In his view, a complete set of ancient inheritance was enough to ransom any person. As long as I showed a moment of greed, he could take Xiao Wu away first. Yu Xiaojiang clearly hadn't expected Tang San to suddenly reveal the secret and tried to stop him, but Tang San didn't even look back. As long as he could save Xiao Wu, he was willing to hand over anything. Of course, I wouldn't believe it easily. Tang San then proposed to personally lead the way, on the condition that Xiao Wu be released first. I laughed outright. Once she was set free, he could point in any direction and run. And where would I go to find this so-called relic? Moreover, valuable as a Soul Tool's legacy might be, it was far less certain than 100,000-year soul beast that had delivered itself to my doorstep. I even suspected the so-called ancient relic was nothing but a lie Tang San had concocted on the spot, since he couldn't even produce anything to prove its existence. Why would I let go of my only bargaining chip based on that? I refused the deal and turned my gaze back to Xiao Wu. There was only one chance. Either use herself to exchange for Tang San leaving alive, or die with him here in the main hall. Xiao Wu closed her eyes. When she opened them again, the fear in them had turned into resolve. She only asked me one thing: if I willingly sacrifice myself, will you really let San go? I gave my affirmative answer. Tang San and his companions could all leave Heaven Do City alive. Only then did Xiao Wu turn to look at Tang San, showing him one last smile. San go, I'm sorry. I can't be with you anymore. The natural radiance burst forth from Xiao Wu. Tang San charged at me like a madman, but was immediately deflected by grandfather's spatial barrier. Xiao Wu had already made her choice. She was willing to actively sacrifice herself to become my 6th spirit ring. But before it began, she made me swear to the heavens that as long as the sacrifice was completed smoothly, I would never harm Tang San or his companions. I raised 3 fingers in front of everyone and swore, as long as Xiao Wu voluntarily sacrificed herself, I would not make things difficult for Tang San and the others. If I broke my oath, let me be struck down by heaven itself. Grandfather frowned slightly after hearing this, but I wasn't worried at all. I wasn't going to personally make things difficult for Tang San. That didn't mean others couldn't act on my behalf. Even if something unexpected happened later, it wouldn't have any bearing on this oath. Xiao Wu didn't notice the loophole. After confirming that Tang San would survive, she closed her eyes completely. A soft pink glow gradually enveloped her entire body, the precursor to a 100,000-year spirit beast sacrifice. Once the sacrifice truly began, there was no turning back. Xiao Wu's cultivation, life force, and soul would all transform into the purest power and fuse completely into my martial soul. On the other side of the spatial barrier, Tang San desperately pounded against the air before him. His hands soon bloodied from the shockwaves, but he seemed to feel no pain, shouting Xiao Wu's name over and over, begging her to stop, insisting they could still find another way. Xiao Wu only looked at Tang San, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. This was the only way she could save him. Third brother, don't blame yourself. I'm just too useless. The pink light grew stronger and stronger, illuminating the entire main hall. Xiao Wu never looked at me even once. Her gaze was fixed solely on Tang San, as if she wanted to carve his image into her very soul. With one final farewell, the pink light exploded outward. Xiao Wu's body vanished completely, and an incredibly pure wave of life energy surged into my meridians. Tang San collapsed before the spatial barrier, letting out a heart-wrenching cry. But the girl who always called him third brother could no longer respond. As the sacrificial power entered my body, the dark sacred dragon slowly materialized behind me. Its wings spread wide, blotting out half the main hall. 5 spirit rings rose from beneath my feet in succession, and the 6th spirit ring began to take shape within the pink energy. It was a dazzling circle of crimson red, a 100,000-year spirit ring. The entire hall was bathed in red light. The oppressive aura of a 100,000-year spirit beast made it nearly impossible for Yu Xiaojing and the others to breathe. Yet once all that Kumbal power entered my body, it became docile and tame, precisely the most precious aspect of an active sacrifice. As the dark sacred dragon let out a roar that shook the heavens, the red spirit ring settled completely into place alongside my other 5. My spirit power began to surge wildly, level 61, 62, 63, until it finally stopped at level 67. And that wasn't all. In the residual glow of the sacrifice, a pink fist-sized left arm bone slowly floated before me, the 100,000-year soft bone rabbit left arm bone. Tang San, watching from beyond the spatial barrier, stared at the pink remains left behind by Xiao Wu, his soul seemingly ripped away. He knelt on the ground, his fingernails digging deep into the cracks between bricks, blood seeping from his fingertips. Yet all he could manage were 2 hoarse words, Xiao Wu. I put away the left arm bone and savored the surge in my spirit power. Xiao Wu's sacrifice had directly propelled me from level 60 to level 67, making me a true spirit emperor. Grandfather nodded in satisfaction and patted my shoulder, then withdrew the spatial barrier. As promised, I let Tang San and his companions leave the Lin Tian sect. Tang San abruptly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot as he swore he would never forgive me. I didn't take it seriously. If he wanted revenge, he first needed to be strong enough to stand before me. In his current state, he wasn't even worth my full attention. Yu Xiaojing helped his unsteady disciple up and said that Shrek Academy would remember this debt. Grandfather merely sneered. In response, a bunch of people who couldn't even fight their way out of the main hall. What could remembering it possibly accomplish? Flanders and Lu Erlong's faces were ashen with fury, yet none of them dared to make a move. Ning Rongrong stood at the back, weeping so hard she could barely speak, and was finally led away by Lu Erlong. The moment the Shrek group's backs disappeared beyond the courtyard gate, Ning Fengji and Chen Xan arrived in a hurry. They were, after all, too late. The moment Ning Fengji stepped into the main hall, his eyes locked onto the spirit rings beneath my feet. Purple, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, red, especially that final crimson ring. His footsteps froze on the spot. His voice dry. He asked me just how many years my 6th spirit ring represented. I calmly told him 100,000 years. I had just finished absorbing it. Ning Fengji's pupils contracted sharply. He had originally hoped to use their past connections to claim a share of what Xiao Wu left behind. If he could have obtained the red remains Xiao Wu had left, the 7 treasure glazed tile sect would have gained another layer of protection. But now the deed was done. The 100,000-year spirit ring already belonged to me. He didn't even have the chance to haggle. What made it even harder for Ning Fengji to bear was the fact that I, a spirit emperor with a 100,000-year 6th ring, should have been the 7 treasure glazed tile sect's son-in-law. If back when the affair between Ning Rongrong and Oscar first reached the sect, he hadn't brushed it off lightly, but had instead brought Ning Rongrong back immediately and had her fulfill the marriage contract with me, then the force now standing beside me and basking in this glory would have been the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. But now he could only force a smile and offer me congratulations, while inside he was consumed with regret. Chen Xian paid no attention to Ning Fengji's fawning. His attention soon fell on grandfather. After a brief moment of sensing, Chen Xian's expression betrayed an involuntary shock because the spirit power radiating from grandfather was no longer the level 95 he was familiar with, but a full level 97. Chen Xian couldn't fathom how grandfather, having left the 7 treasure glazed tile sect not long ago, could have broken through 2 whole levels in such a short time. The profound spatial fluctuations emanating from him even triggered an instinctive sense of danger in Chen Xian. Grandfather smugly told Chen Xian that not only had he reached level 97, but he had also grasped a power that Chen Xian might never touch in a lifetime. In the past, Chen Xian's 7 killing sword might have held an edge over him. Now even touching him would be difficult. As for how he achieved the breakthrough, the reason was simple. He had chosen the right grandson. After leaving the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, grandfather had finally tasted true freedom. He asked Ning Fengji and Chen Xian directly. Were they regretting it now? Ning Fengji could only maintain a strained smile and say that he was genuinely happy for grandfather's breakthrough. Grandfather saw right through him, saying that the smile on Ning Fengji's face was uglier than tears. I had no interest in watching them exchange empty pleasantries, so I asked directly what their purpose was in coming so late at night. Ning Fengji claimed he had merely heard that the Shrek Academy and the Lin Tian sect had clashed and had come specifically to confirm my safety. But even he probably didn't believe his own excuse. I gave them their dismissal on the spot. The Lin Tian sect did not receive outside guests at night. Even if Ning Fingji and Chen Xian still had things to say, they had no choice but to turn and leave. Once they were gone, I had grandfather follow the original plan and deal with Tang San, who had just left. I had sworn not to personally harm Tang San, but if grandfather acted outside the city, it naturally wouldn't count as me breaking my oath. As grandfather stepped into the void, the Shrek group had already returned to Lanba Academy. Tang San stood motionless in the back mountain courtyard, his soul seemingly lost. No one knew how to comfort him. One by one, they left. Even Yu Xiaojiang sighed and walked away. In the darkness, only Tang San remained. Then, a hoarse voice emerged from the shadows. Xiao San. Tang San whirled around. A man leaning on a crutch was slowly emerging from the darkness, a tattered cloak hiding half his face, one leg of his trousers hanging empty. The moment Tang San recognized that weathered face, tears burst forth. It was Tang Hao. Tang San knelt before his father and, sobbing, recounted everything about Xiao Wu's sacrifice, begging Tang Hao to kill me and avenge her. Tang Hao was silent for a long time, but in the end, he could only tell his son to stand up. Kneeling on the ground wouldn't solve anything. Besides, in his current state, Tang Hao might not even be able to defeat the spirit Douluo. His right leg had been severed by grandfather. His spirit power had dropped from the title Douluo level to level 86, and a host of internal injuries could flare up at any moment. How could he possibly storm the Lin Tian sect? Tang San slumped to the ground in despair. He finally understood that his last pillar of support had also collapsed, but he must not let Xiao Wu's death go unavenged. To do that, he had to first recognize the gap between them. Tang San's mysterious heaven technique, hidden weapons, and blue silver grass might still be effective against peers, but against me, they were no better than crude street brawling. His only path was to return to the Haotian sect, acknowledge his lineage, receive the complete Haotian inheritance there, and then attach spirit rings to his second martial soul, the Haotian hammer. No matter how much he cultivated the blue silver grass, it could never compare to the world's #1 weapon spirit. Only by truly mastering the Haotian arts could Tang San have any hope of revenge. Tang San worried that the Haotian sect might not accept him, but Tang Hao was certain. The current sect master, Tang Xiao, was his elder brother and would never reject a member of the Tang bloodline. Tang Hao himself could no longer face the sect after the great battle all those years ago, but Tang San was an innocent junior. As long as he revealed his dual spirits, he would have a chance to gain Tang Zhao's protection. Moreover, Tang San possessed twin martial souls. His talent was even greater than Tang Hao's in his youth. No matter how dissatisfied the Haotian sect's elders might be, they would not abandon such a prodigy. The grief in Tang San's eyes slowly transformed into cold, burning hatred. He decided on the spot to return his father to the Haotian sect. Once all 9 Haotian rings were gathered, the father and son would return to Tiando City. They would flatten the Lin Tian sect and avenge Xiao Wu. But by the time grandfather arrived at Lanba Academy, there was nothing left in the courtyard but a pool of blood. Tang Hao had already taken Tang San and vanished into the night without a trace. The father and son had told no one. Not even Yu Xiaojiang knew that Tang San had already left. Grandfather searched 100 li around Tiando City, but couldn't find a single trace of their presence. Though Tang Hao had lost a leg, his skill at concealing his tracks remained intact. He had likely used some secret technique to forcefully mask both his and Tang San's auras. When grandfather returned to the sect and told me what had happened, I didn't need to guess. The only place Tang Hao could go now was the Haotian sect, which had sealed itself off from the world for years. Grandfather worried that the Haotian sect's deep foundations, Tang Xiao, and the several elders might lend their support to Tang San. But I didn't take it seriously at all. Tang San had cultivated blue silver grass from childhood. The Haotian hammer had never been given a single spirit ring. The immortal herbs, external spirit bones, and other opportunities that once would have been his had long since fallen into my hands. At this moment, he was still only a spirit master, while I had already reached level 67, possessed a 100,000-year 6th spirit ring, and still had an unabsorbed 100,000-year spirit bone in my storage ring. The Haotian sect had been sealed off for years, and could offer only limited resources. Even if Tang San received their support, how much could he possibly grow? And with every step I took forward, the gap between him and me would only widen. If the Haotian sect stayed on its mountain, I would leave them alone for the time being. But if they dared to stick their necks out for Tang San, I wouldn't mind flattening their mountain gate along with them. After saying this, I returned alone to my room, closed the door, and took out the 100,000-year left arm bone left by Xiao Wu for my storage ring. The enhancement this spirit bone was about to bring, even grandfather had not foreseen it. This 100,000-year soul bone allowed me to advance 2 levels in a single night. I pressed the soft bone rabbit left arm bone against my arm and had just begun circulating my soul power when a warm pink light enveloped my entire left arm. A vast amount of energy surged into my body along my meridians, resonating intensely with the life force left behind when Xiaowu sacrificed herself. This soul bone came from an active sacrifice, so there was almost no resistant will within it. Added to that, my body had already been tempered repeatedly by immortal herbs, making the fusion process smoother than expected. I don't know how long passed, but the pink light fully merged into my left arm. I opened my eyes and clenched my fingers lightly, and I could feel the soul power within my body. It had already broken through from level 67 to level 69. The left arm bone was now completely integrated into my body. Whether in soul power circulation or explosive force, there's not the slightest hint of resistance, as though this soul bone had always been a part of me. Soul bones formed from active sacrifice are indeed much more compatible than those obtained from forced hunting. I was just one final step away from stepping into the realm of Soul Sage. Just then, my grandfather knocked and entered. Seeing the lingering pink glow on my left arm, he immediately guessed that the soul bone had been refined. When he learned that I had reached level 69, he happily exclaimed, "Good," 3 times in a row. Xiaowu's sacrifice first pushed me from level 60 to 67, and now the soul bone brought another 2-level increase, a total of 9 levels altogether. It took grandfather several years to cover that same stretch of cultivation back in his day, yet I accomplished it in just 1 day. This is the terrifying reward that a 100,000-year spirit beast sacrifice can bring. However, grandfather's greatest concern was my 7th spirit ring. Once I broke through 1 more level, tame my spirit avatar, and officially step into the ranks of high-level soul masters, he asked me what kind of spirit beast I plan to hunt. Without a moment's hesitation, I said directly, the dark evil god tiger. Grandfather looked somewhat surprised upon hearing this. This type of spirit beast possesses the bloodline of the evil god within it and is besieged by other spirit beasts from birth. Those that manage to grow to maturity are extremely rare, and even in the Star Doe Great Forest, it would be hard to find one. But what I really valued wasn't the dark evil god tiger's age. No matter what spirit beast a soul master absorbs for their 7th spirit ring, the final result is always the spirit avatar. Compared to ordinary 100,000-year spirit beasts, the evil god power inside the dark evil god tiger possesses a far more special value. It simultaneously possesses dark, evil, and spatial attributes, which are highly compatible with my dark sacred dragon. And its most precious treasure is the evil god orb within its body. As long as we seal the space after its death and prevent the evil god orb from escaping, this game could even surpass that of an ordinary 100,000-year spirit ring. The most terrifying thing about the dark evil god tiger isn't its cultivation age alone, but its ability to devour other spirit beasts to grow stronger and its mastery of various bizarre abilities. If allowed to live long enough, even 100,000-year spirit beasts would regard it as a threat. But its current level of cultivation isn't too high, making it just right for my 7th spirit ring. Grandfather's specialty is spatial power. With him by my side, even if the dark evil god tiger tried to tear through space to escape, it would never succeed. Once the evil god orb leaves the corpse, it will actively tear through space to find a new host. Even if an ordinary tidal Douluo managed to hunt it down, it would be very difficult to truly keep it contained. But grandfather can seal the surrounding void, so this most valuable orb naturally wouldn't vanish before our eyes. After listening to my explanation, grandfather immediately agreed. Once I broke through to level 70, he would accompany me into the Star Doe Great Forest and personally find that tiger. Yet after we finished discussing the spirit ring, grandfather's expression suddenly turned serious. The Haoyan sect has been developing too quickly lately. The Yu Min and Pot clans have already submitted. Uncle Dugabo and Ming Shu are stationed of the sect. Grandfather has broken through to level 97, and now I, at 12 years old, am a sole emperor with a 100,000-year 6th spirit ring. Although the Heaven Doe imperial family remains superficially polite, the spirit hall cannot possibly keep pretending not to see this. Any unbridled power rising on the continent will become a thorn in the side of the spirit hall. Previously, the Haoyan sect stood in the front line, but now the Haoyan sect is sealed away, and the Haoyan sect has become the most conspicuous target. I'm not afraid of the spirit hall attacking us head-on. With grandfather's current spatial abilities, even if multiple tidal Douluo joined forces to surround him, it would be very difficult to truly pin him down. But while open attacks are easy to dodge, covert ones are not so easily guarded against. Grandfather thought of Ling. He's high up in the spirit hall and has previously delivered a great deal of internal intelligence for me, making him the perfect person to ask about BB Dong's recent movements. I told grandfather that, according to our prior agreement, Ling Yuan would be arriving in Heaven Doe City within the next few days. After he appeared, I would personally ask him. Unexpectedly, as soon as the words left my mouth, a light laugh came from outside the window. A tall figure slipped over the windowsill and landed silently inside the room. The visitor was none other than titled Douluo Dalu. He had been a close friend of my mother, Guyu, for many years. Even before I was sent to the 7 treasure glazed tile sect, I'd already come to know him. When grandfather saw Ling Yuan appear, he tactfully got up and left, conveniently closing the door behind him. I didn't waste any time and directly asked about the spirit hall's attitude. The news of Xiao Wu's sacrifice had indeed reached Bibi Dong's ears. Publicly, she condemned my methods as brutal, but privately, she was more envious than anyone else. Bibi Dong also possesses a twin martial soul, with numerous vacant spirit ring slots on her second martial soul. A 100,000-year spirit beast that has taken human form is an irresistible prize for her as well. She had already sent people to investigate Xiao Wu's origins. The elders of the spirit hall were locked in heated debate. Some argued that I should be won over, while others felt my growth was too dangerous and that I must be eliminated early. Those in favor of co-opting me believe that the Haotian sect, with its 3 titled Douluo, would only be pushed into hostility if we resorted to force. Those advocating my elimination argue that at 12 years old with a 100,000-year 6th spirit ring, if given a few more years, the spirit hall might no longer be able to suppress me. Even Chen Daolu had begun reviewing my complete files from all these years. What they truly wanted to know wasn't my identity with grandfather, but why our strength had suddenly exploded after we left the 7 treasure glazed tile sect. Where did those immortal herbs, mixed medicines, and soul tool techniques come from? Fortunately, Ling Yuan had not revealed our true trump cards. In the Spirit Hall's archives, I was still merely a genie, us cultivated by grandfather. They knew of my relationship with Guyu and of Ling Yuan's deep friendship with my mother, but they couldn't trace the source of the immortal herbs and soul tools. This kind of obscurity was precisely what the Spirit Hall feared most. Otherwise, they would have sent more than just a few spies. He warned me to keep a low profile recently and not stir up any more major commotions. Otherwise, Bibi Dong might very well send a titled Douluo to invite me to the Spirit Hall. Such an invitation was, in essence, taking me hostage to force grandfather and the Haotian sect to obey orders. Naturally, I would never give her that chance. Ling Yuan then asked about my 7th spirit ring. Upon learning that my target was the dark evil god tiger, he agreed that this spirit beast was highly compatible with the dark sacred dragon. However, he warned that the core area of the Stardow Great Forest had been restless lately, with the Titan giant ape and the azure bull python moving about frequently. He insisted that I must bring grandfather along and never enter the depths of the forest alone. After covering these matters, Ling Yuan prepared to leave that very night. But just as he was about to step over the windowsill, I tossed him a jade box. He caught it and returned to the room, asking what was inside. Through sound transmission, I told him that the box contained the blazing phoenix kue, an immortal herb that could purify flames and completely transform a fire attribute martial soul. Ling Yuan's blazing fire wheel was a perfect match for it. After consuming it, his martial soul quality and soul power would both see a massive improvement. I also gave him the specific method of consumption. He must find a quiet, secluded room, consume the entire herb directly, and then continuously circulate his soul power to refine the medicinal effects. During this process, his body would feel as though it were being scorched by raging fire, but he absolutely must not interrupt the process. Only by enduring the baptism of the immortal herb could the blazing fire wheel have a chance to evolve. Ling Yuan had clearly heard Uncle Duga mention this immortal herb before. After confirming what was inside the jade box, his expression turned serious. Such a precious immortal herb would be enough to trigger a scramble in any major power, yet I gave it to him directly. He didn't stand on ceremony and carefully put away the jade box, promising that the next time he returned to Heavendo City, he would make sure I saw the changes in him. Then he disappeared into the night outside the window. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tang Hao had also brought Tang San to the sealed gates of the Haotian sect, which had been closed for 12 years. He released his residual spirit token and called out loudly into the misty clouds. Tang Hao brings his son Tang San to return to the sect and acknowledge his ancestors. The hidden stone gate soon opened. 2 guarding disciples recognized Tang Hao and immediately rushed back to report. Not long after, the Haotian sect's leader, Tang Xiao, personally walked out. Seeing his younger brother's empty left sleeve, Tang Xiao's steps halted on the spot. The 2 brothers hadn't seen each other for 12 years. Tang Hao not only looked aged and haggard, but the aura of the title Douluo that had once shaken the continent had also weakened to the level of a soul Douluo. When he learned that the leg had been severed by grandfather, his fists clenched instantly. However, Tang Hao's return this time was not to seek revenge for his brother, but to have Tang San acknowledged by the clan. 5 elders of the Haotian sect soon arrived. The grand elder, Tang Lai, confronted Tang Hao as soon as he saw him, demanding to know what right he had to return. In the eyes of these elders, Tang Hao had not only caused the death of the previous sect leader, but it also forced the sect to seal its mountain gates, resulting in countless disciples losing their right to travel the continent due to his actions. The Haoyan sect had been sealed for 12 years precisely because Tang Hao had provoked the Spirit Hall back then. Tang Hao didn't defend himself. He simply pushed Tang San forward. When Tang Lai sensed Tang San's cultivation, his eyes were filled with disdain. The 30-something level young soul master wasn't worth the Haoyan sect making an exception. But when he learned that Tang San was only 12 years old and possessed a twin martial soul, his attitude finally shifted. Tang Xiao also spoke up in support, pointing out that the Haoyan sect, having been sealed for many years, was severely lacking in younger talent. A prodigy like Tang San was exactly the fresh blood the sect desperately needed. The elders eventually agreed to let Tang San pay his respects at the ancestral hall. After kowtowing to the ancestral tablets, he raised his left hand and manifested the clear sky hammer. The moment that hammer appeared, its heavy pressure caused several elders to stir simultaneously. The quality of Tang San's clear sky hammer even surpassed that of some of the elders present. Tang Lai could find no further reason to refuse and could only acknowledge Tang San's identity. Starting the next day, Tang Xiao would personally teach him the orthodox Haoyan techniques. After the three of them were alone in the ancestral hall, Tang Xiao finally asked about grandfather's true cultivation level. Tang Hao told him that grandfather had reached level 97 and had mastered an unorthodox method of cultivation. Even when Tang Hao exhausted himself and exploded his spirit ring, he hadn't so much as touched grandfather. Tang Xiao furrowed his brow deeply upon hearing this. The space-type Super Douluo was already troublesome enough, and now his level surpassed everyone in the Haoyan sect. This was a grudge that couldn't be settled in haste. Tang Hao likewise didn't ask his brother to take action. He placed all his hopes on Tang San. As long as his son received complete inheritance, there would come a day when he could settle accounts. Having accomplished his purpose in returning, Tang Hao had no intention of staying within the sect. He was going back to Heavendoe City to continue watching the Haoyan sect on his son's behalf. Before leaving, he told Tang San to train hard and never embarrass him. Tang San watched his father's limping back as he walked away, the hatred in his heart growing deeper and deeper. Tang Hao walked out of the mountain gate alone and stopped to rest at a pavilion halfway down the mountain. But just as he lifted his wineskin, a voice of indeterminate gender suddenly resounded deep within his soul. Tang Hao shot upright, his soul power instantly enveloping the surrounding area. But the cliffs nearby were completely empty. The voice seemed to come from a great distance, yet also as though it had been born directly within his consciousness. No matter how he tried to sense it, he couldn't locate the speaker's position. If you want to kill Hanyu, go find the two overlords of the Stardoe Great Forest. Tang Hao immediately grabbed his cane and headed for the Stardoe Great Forest. The mysterious voice revealed no identity. It only told him that one secret. Xiao Wu was not an ordinary soft-bone rabbit. She had grown up alongside the azure bull python and the titan giant ape. They were as close as brothers. As long as the news of Xiao Wu being forced to sacrifice herself was delivered to these 200,000-year soul beasts, they would naturally seek revenge for Tang Hao. More importantly, he would soon enter the Stardoe Forest to hunt for his seventh soul ring. At that time, the two forest overlords only needed to lay an ambush in advance. Then there would be a chance to keep him there forever. Tang Hao pressed the voice in his mind for why it was helping him, but it fell completely silent. He did not know that this was the god of wrath from the divine realm, nor did he know that the blazing fury Tang San had unleashed upon witnessing Xiao Wu's sacrifice had already caught the attention of a certain divine spectator. Even the softening of the attitude of the Clear Sky Sect's elders, allowing Tang San to smoothly acknowledge his ancestors, was secretly guided by the god of wrath behind the scenes. Without the influence of divine power, according to the Clear Sky Sect's original rules, Tang Hao would have had to pay a far heavier price for his past mistakes before Tang San could even step foot into the sect. But the god of wrath needed a pawn who would persistently harbor hatred for him, and so he covertly orchestrated all of this. Although Tang Hao was suspicious of the source of the information, he did not refuse this opportunity. As long as he could kill that person, the identity of his informant did not matter in the slightest. He was now only at level 86 in soul power. There was no hope for him to take revenge head-on. If the 200,000-year soul beasts were willing to act, it was the only power he could leverage. Thus, without even returning to Heavendoe City, he dragged his crippled body step by step into the core area of the Stardoe Forest. Although the wound from his severed leg had healed, every step still sent waves of piercing pain through him. Yet Tang Hao gritted his teeth and pushed on. Only when the life lake appeared before his eyes did he release his level 86 soul power and shout loudly into the depths of the forest, Azure Bull Python, Titan Giant Ape, I have news about Xiao Wu. The moment his voice faded, the ground began to tremble violently. The Titan Giant Ape leaped out from the depths of the forest, its massive body landing in front of Tang Hao, shaking the surrounding trees violently. Immediately after, the lake water parted to both sides, and a huge bull's head slowly emerged from the water. The Azure Bull Python's first question was to ask what had happened to Xiao Wu. They had not received any news from her for a long time. Now, a severely wounded human suddenly barged charged into the core area and shouted Xiao Wu's name publicly. Both soul beasts felt a sense of unease in their hearts. Tang how did not hold anything back. Xiao Wu was dead, forced to sacrifice her life and spirit ring. Even her spirit bone was gone. The air instantly froze. The Titan giant ape threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar. The azure bull python did not bellow, but the killing intent in its cold, snake-like pupils was even more terrifying than the apes. He only asked 3 words. Who did it? Tang Hao directly dropped the man's name. The grandson of the old monster Gu Rong, just 12 years old, and his 6th spirit ring had already turned a crimson 100,000-year red, and that very soul ring was bought with Xiao Wu's life. The Titan giant ape turned and was about to charge out of the forest after hearing this, but the azure bull python immediately halted it. Although they were enraged, they had not completely lost their reason. The human who had been crippled of most of his cultivation suddenly came to report this news, clearly harboring his own agenda. Tang Hao was completely frank. The Grand Elder had severed his right leg and reduced his soul power to level 86. He was now irreconcilably at odds with the Ling Tian Sect. His coming this time was to use others to kill his foe. The azure bull python did not care. An enemy's enemy is not necessarily a friend, but as long as the news of Xiao Wu's death was true, Tang Hao could use them for revenge. And they, in turn, could use Tang Hao to provide intelligence. They only needed to confirm whether that person would truly come to the forest. Tang Hao told them that after Xiao Wu's sacrifice, that person's soul power was already approaching level 70. Once he took the next step, he would have to hunt for his 7th spirit ring. The Stardow Forest possessed the richest soul beast resources on the continent. He would have no choice. The only thing they could do was to stay on their most familiar turf and wait. This place was filled with soul beasts they knew intimately. The Life Lake was the azure bull python's home ground. Even an invading tidal Douluo would have their strength restricted by the environment once they enter the core area. If that person only brought the Grand Elder with him, the 2 soul beasts could set up a killing field in advance. The azure bull python slowly sank back into the water, leaving only a pair of icy cold eyes visible. This was their territory. As long as he dared to set foot in the Stardow Forest, he would not leave alive. Tang Hao left with the answer he wanted, while that person remained completely unaware of this ambush. Over the following month, he devoted all his energy to developing the sect. A month later, the simple structures on the outskirts of the Sunset Forest had transformed into a continuous complex of buildings. The main hall, residential quarters for core disciples, training grounds, a treasury, and alchemy rooms, all built to follow the contours of the mountain. The outer perimeter also featured a tall city wall built by Elder Yuji. The entire wall was constructed from hard granite, a full 3 zhang thick. Even a normal soul Douluo would find it difficult to break through with a full-powered attack. The inside of the wall had reserved positions for ballistae, while the outer perimeter was prepared for a soul power detection formation. Anyone trying to sneak up on the sect would be discovered instantly. This was not just a sect, it was more like an independently defensible fortress. Niugao stood outside the city gate, looking at the finished sect with a face full of pride. He reported that the main structures were all completed, and the auxiliary facilities would be finished within another 2 months. As long as materials and funds were sufficient, he was confident he could build this into the strongest fortress in the Heavendoe Empire. The Grand Elder joked with him, asking if this city wall could withstand the clear sky hammer. Niugao immediately widened his eyes, and if Tang Hao personally came, he would have to smash away for 3 days and nights continuously just to have a chance of shaking his wall. Looking at this mountain gate that was truly their own, the 4 great clans finally realized that their choice to join the Ling Tian Sect had not been wrong. Yang Wudi was already itching to get into the alchemy room to test several new formulas in his hands. While he was making plans for the Min clan, wanting to quickly train the clan's youngsters into the eyes of the Ling Tian Sect, Duke Gu Bo, Ming Shu, and Chao Tianxiang had also officially moved into the sect with their disciples from the Advanced Soul Master Academy. The Yi clan was responsible for delivering supplies and herbs to the various warehouses. The Li clan was in charge of city defenses and construction. The Puck clan took over alchemy and weapons, and the Min clan began setting up an intelligence network. The 4 great clans were no longer fighting independently. Everyone followed the mountain path to the main hall. He stood before the hall and announced publicly that from today onward, Ling Tian Sect was officially established here. Every person present was one of the founding elders of the sect. Every brick and tile carried a piece of their effort. From now on, the Ling Tian Sect would be everyone's home. Du Bo was the first to express his allegiance, with Ming Shu and Chao Tianxiang following suit. Niugao Yang Wudi and Bai He also clasped their fists towards him, vowing to advance and retreat together with the sect. After entering the main hall, he did not let them dwell in joy. The founding of the sect was only the first step. Soul Tool research disciple selection and training, and matters concerning the Heaven Do Empire and Spirit Hall all required dedicated personnel. Everyone had to be assigned their roles to get the Ling Tian Sect truly operational as soon as possible. In the past, although the Ling Tian Sect had been publicly established, everyone had been scattered across different locations. It was only at this moment that the sect had a true, fixed foundation. From now on, whether it was recruiting disciples, researching soul tools, or training teams, there was a place to do it all. Douluo, however, was more concerned about his cultivation. Over the past month, his soul power had already broken through to the 70th level, and he could go hunt for his 7th spirit ring at any time. The Grand Elder suggested they set off the next day, but he did not agree immediately. The sect had just completed its relocation, and disciples from various clans were still being settled. He could wait until everything stabilized before going to the Stardoe Forest. He had no idea that the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape were already waiting for him in the core area. In his view, the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger was the main target of this trip. He did not know that the real danger was not the tiger with the Evil God bloodline, but the two forest overlords driven mad by Xiao Wu's death. Another matter in the main hall quickly caught everyone's attention. Duke Guyin told him that the roster for the Ling Tian Sect Academy's team was still incomplete. Currently, the team only had her Yi Lingling and Mengyuan. Both Du Guyin and Yi Lingling had become soul ancestors, and Mengyuan had also just crossed level 40, only needing to hunt for her 4th spirit ring. The three of them were not weak in terms of strength. The real problem was the lack of a strong frontal attacker and defensive positions. To participate in the Advanced Soul Master Elite Tournament, the official team needed at least 7 members. With less than 2 years left until the competition, if they did not select young disciples soon, they would not even have enough people to register. Although the various clans had many reserve disciples, most were only at Soul Venerable rank. That was still decent for a regular academy, but far from enough for the elite tournament. He was not worried after hearing this, and simply asked the 4 clan heads to select young disciples for testing. Even if they were slightly weaker, it did not matter as long as they could fill the team's positions. Duke Guyin was a bit puzzled. The elite tournament was full of strong contestants. If the gap between team members was too large, they could easily be exposed in the first round. He only told her one thing. With me there, it does not matter how weak they are. In the competition 2 years from now, I will be the true pillar of the Ling Tian Sect's team. As long as I am still standing on the arena, it does not matter if the opponent is a soul ancestor or a soul king. The final outcome will not change. The only thing the other team members need to do is protect themselves. Do not become a weak point for the opponent to exploit. The Grand Elder laughed out loud beside him. He was now a 70-something quasi-soul sage, and his 6th spirit ring was a 100,000-year ring. Not to mention young soul masters participating in the competition. Even a soul Douluo would not necessarily get the better of him. Du Guyin finally stopped worrying and immediately agreed to be responsible for team selection. Niu Gao also thumped his chest, promising to have all disciples under 15 from his clan line up for testing. If they were not good at fighting, they could at least rely on their take hits for their teammates. Yang Wudi, upon hearing this, immediately mocked him. The disciples of the Yu clan are only good for being punching bags, with no other use. Niu Gao slammed the table and stood up in anger. But he also spoke up from the sidelines to argue for the Min clan's position. Yang Wudi believed that the Pa clan had the strongest offense and should occupy more of the official spots. Niu Gao insisted that without a defensive soul master, the team would not survive the opponent's first wave of attacks. But he did not want to offend either side, but was also unwilling to let the Min clan be relegated to substitutes. The main hall erupted into a quarrel. He raised his hand to silence them all. The 7 official team members had not even been chosen yet, but these old fellows had already started arguing. However, what he truly needed to consider was not who to put on the team, but the sect's finances, which needed at least another 60,000 gold soul coins. But he was not going to ask for just 60,000. He was going to make the one footing the bill pay 60 million at once. As for the one he had selected to pay, that person was currently sitting in the Heaven Dome Imperial Palace. The buyer I selected is none other than the Blood Emperor of the Heaven Dome Empire. 60,000 gold soul coins can only complete the defensive fortifications, but they cannot fill the future investments of the Spirit Heaven Sect. Since I've decided to let the Imperial family foot the bill, I naturally want to maximize the benefits. Niu Gao and Yang Wudi are still arguing in the main hall. I directly silence them and tell them that the slots for teams will be decided through unified testing in the future. Whoever dares to slam the table in the main hall again can go out and cook by themselves. The 2 group leaders snort coldly and finally stop their arguments. I let the others leave first, leaving only my grandfather and Niu Gao to inquire about the specific progress of the sect's outer fortifications. Niu Gao tells me that the main city walls are already complete, but the ballista emplacements and the soul power induction arrays are still just empty frameworks. One induction array costs 2,000 gold soul coins, and one ballista costs 5,000. According to the Precognition Clan's plans, we need at least 8 ballistas and 4 induction arrays to ensure the sect has no blind spots in its defense. All in all, 60,000 gold soul coins is just the minimum cost. My grandfather tells him to continue asking the Yi family for money, but Niu Gao shakes his head on the spot. The 9-star Begonia family has already shouldered most of the sect's early expenses. The Yi family can't keep being the only ones paying, no matter how rich they are. Even Niu Gao, thick-skinned as he is, can't bring himself to ask again. I promise to handle the funding myself and tell him to focus solely on the design and construction. Once the plan is complete, he can bring the total figures to me. Niu Gao immediately beams with delight, accepts the order, and leaves the main hall. When only my grandfather and I are left in the main hall, he asks me where I plan to get the money. 60,000 isn't really too much for the Spirit Heaven sect, but the Yi family has already fulfilled their promise. We can't keep treating them like an ATM. The faction that is both truly wealthy and willing to spend big is the Heavendo Imperial family. My grandfather immediately understands, but thinks I'm going to ask the Blood Emperor for 60,000. I tell him directly that this isn't a request, but a legitimate transaction. And what I want isn't 60,000. It's a full 60 million gold soul coins. What was given to the Yellow Bean Academy earlier was just the basic theory of soul tools, enough to let the Heavendo Imperial family glimpse the future, but not enough for them to actually manufacture practical soul tools. I still have a few ancient scroll fragments in my possession, which record fixed-type soul-guided cannons and basic soul power circuits. Just a few pages of those blueprints will be enough to make Shui open his wallet willingly. As for whether they can successfully manufacture them, that's the Heavendo Empire's own problem. The blueprints themselves are fine, so there's no deception in the transaction. 3 days later, I have someone deliver a letter of audience to the Imperial Palace. When Shui sees my name, he doesn't hesitate for a moment and arranges to meet me the next day in the Imperial study. Shui Qinghe reminds him that I never enter the palace without a reason, and this time I must be up to something. Shui, however, feels that it's more reassuring if I want something. As long as there's an exchange of interest, the Spirit Heaven sect won't easily lean towards the Spirit Hall. Now that the Spirit Heaven sect has a fixed mountain gate and 3 titled Douluo as its pillars, the Heavendo Imperial family dares not suppress it directly, nor do they want to completely lose contact. A transaction that can be put on the table is just the thing to maintain their relationship. The next morning, my grandfather and I enter the Imperial Palace together. When Shui asks my purpose, I simply say 2 words: need money. He obviously didn't expect the sect master of the Spirit Heaven sect to be so blunt. But when I present the Soul Tool blueprints, Shui's breathing immediately changes. The scroll records level 1 to level 3 fixed-type soul-guided cannons, along with complete soul power circuits, which are at least 2 levels deeper than the basic theory obtained by the Yellow Bean Academy. If they can digest this content, the military strength of the Heavendo Empire could see a massive leap. Shui forcibly suppresses his excitement and asks what price I want. I open my mouth and state 60 million gold soul coins. The number silences the Imperial study for a moment. Shui questions whether a few pages of blueprints are really worth that much. I don't argue with him. I simply pick up the scroll and prepare to leave. Heavendo City isn't short of wealthy patrons. If Shui thinks it's not worth it, the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile sect would certainly be willing to take it. Seeing me about to take back the blueprints, Shui finally speaks up to stop me. 60 million is no small sum, but compared to the future brought by Soul Tool technology, it's still worth the gamble. He agrees to the deal on the spot and has an attendant fetch 6 million gold soul coin notes. My grandfather checks them and confirms they're genuine, and I leave the scroll in the Imperial study. After obtaining the blueprints, Shui will immediately summon the Imperial craftsmen to study them. However, in this era, there's a lack of a soul tool material system and no truly mature soul tool engineers. It won't be as simple as he imagines to build a fixed-type soul-guided cannon from a few pages of blueprints. The fortifications that originally only needed 60,000 ended up netting me a full 60 million. This deal is clearly a win. I'm about to take my leave when Shui Qinghe suddenly speaks up. He says he's heard that the Spirit Heaven Academy is forming a team for the elite competition and actively inquires about it. It seems like just a casual question, but in reality, he wants to plant a member of the Imperial family into the Spirit Heaven team. I don't give him a chance to probe further and only reply with 2 words: not lacking. The smile on Shui Qinghe's face freezes for an instant but quickly returns to normal, and he can only watch my grandfather and me leave the palace. After we exit the palace, my grandfather weighs the brocade box containing the money and can't help but laugh. A few incomplete blueprints for 60 million, and Shui Yi treasured him like a treasure. But in Shui Ye's eyes, those blueprints are indeed astonishingly valuable. If they can actually build fixed-type soul-guided cannons, then even double the price, 120 million, wouldn't be a loss. Of course, all of this hinges on one premise. The Heaven Do Empire must be able to understand the blueprints and find the right materials to manufacture them. And just as we return to the Spirit Heaven Sect, Tang San is undergoing intense training in the back mountain of the Haotian Sect. Bare-chested, he swings the Haotian hammer again and again. The boulder in front of him is already covered in cracks, but the most important aspect of the disorder-splitting wind hammer technique has never been about pure power. It's about the rhythm between each strike. Tang San has cultivated the blue silver grass for many years and is accustomed to agile combat. Switching to the heavy and domineering Haotian hammer has made his old habits a hindrance. By the time he reaches the 7th strike, he can't smoothly connect the power. Tang Xiao can only tell him to stop and rest, and explains that to cultivate the 2nd soul ring, he must first forget his habits with the blue-silver grass. Tang San only cares about when he can add a soul ring to the Haotian hammer. He wants to increase his strength as quickly as possible to take revenge on me and my grandfather. Tang Xiao tells him not to be impatient. The Haotian sect has its own rules for cultivation. Without a solid foundation in hammer techniques, even the most powerful soul rings will be useless. Moreover, my grandfather has already reached the title Douluo level. The only thing Tang San can do now is to bury his hatred deep in his heart and grow stronger step by step. But every time he closes his eyes, he sees the scene of Xiao Wu's sacrifice, and he can't rest peacefully. Tang Xiao then tells him to keep training until he's exhausted and has no energy left for wild thoughts. Tang San grips the Haotian hammer again, the pain in his eyes gradually turning into hatred. This time, he stops rushing for speed and instead follows Tang Xiao's instructions, letting the power of each strike naturally stack. From the 1st strike to the 7th, the previously broken rhythm finally begins to flow. Tang Xiao sees this but doesn't praise him. He just tells him to continue swinging 100 tims. The orthodox heritage of the Haotian sect can never be mastered in a short time. Meanwhile, on the distant Sun Moon continent, my father, Han Feng, and my mother, Gu Yu, have already arrived at the Sun Moon Empire's imperial palace. With Kong Zhao's introduction, they meet the Sun Moon Emperor. My father's Golden Emperor Dragon King Martial Soul has already broken through to level 91, and my mother, relying on her spatial ancient dragon, has become a level 92 titled Douluo. During their journey to Mingdu, Kong Zhao and my mother also helped my father hunt the 100,000-year soul beast, granting him a red soul ring as well. 2 titled Douluo, each with a 100,000-year soul ring, are top-tier combat power even in the Sun Moon Empire. When the 2 of them join forces, their strength far exceeds that of ordinary titled Douluo. The Sun Moon Emperor naturally doesn't want to miss out on 2 such powerful enshrined protectors. When he asks my parents what positions they would like, my mother only asks for an honorary enshrined position. Their true goal isn't power in the Sun Moon Empire, but to enter the Soul Tool Research Institute to learn the techniques long lost on the Douluo continent. The Sun Moon Emperor doesn't refuse and immediately bestows upon them the title of 3rd-rank artisans, grants them a grand residence in the Imperial City, and allows them free access to the Soul Tool Research Institute. This residence not only has 3 courtyards, but also includes a private training ground and an alchemy room. The Sun Moon Empire is offering such treatment to use resources and status to keep the 2 titled Douluo in Mingdu. This treatment seems very generous, but the truly core level 7 soul tool blueprints cannot be easily accessed. To obtain higher level technology, they must render meritorious service to the Sun Moon Empire. My parents are prepared for this. They first settle into their new residence and then enter the research institute through Kong Zhao. They both understand that the Sun Moon Empire won't unconditionally trust outsiders, and learning soul tool techniques won't happen overnight. What they need to do is first establish a foothold and then gradually get closer to the core. If in the future, they can bring the complete technology back to the Douluo continent and into my hands, even the 7 treasure glazed tile sect would have to view our family in a new light. A few days later, Kong Zhao brings my parents into the Soul Tool Research Institute for the first time. Here, a complete system has been formed, from material refinement and parts processing to assembly and testing. The institute has 1 level 7 Soul Tool engineer, 3 level 6 Soul Tool engineers, and over 20 junior researchers. The person in charge of the institute is named Yulin Feng. When Kong Zhao brings my parents into the institute, they pass through multiple identity checkpoints along the way. Material refinement, parts processing, assembly, and testing are all strictly separated, with dedicated personnel responsible for each area. My father appears to be just casually observing, but he memorizes the routes and procedures in detail. This white-haired old man immediately discerns my parents' true ranks. When he hears they want to learn about soul tools, his first question is why. My father doesn't make up an excuse. The soul tool technology of the Douluo continent is already lost. He admits that he does indeed want to bring this technology back to his homeland after learning. This direct answer makes Yu Linfeng take another look at him. But to have a level 7 soul tool engineer personally teach them, the status of a titled Douluo alone isn't enough. Yu Linfeng casually tosses out a metal plate engraved with a scrambled soul power circuit. All the lines seem chaotic at first glance, but are actually composed of parts from a complete blueprint. Only by understanding the sequence of soul power flow can one find the real connections among hundreds of line segments. He demands that my father redraw the complete blueprint within 3 days. If he can pass the test, Yu Linfeng will teach him from level 1 soul tools. If he can't, he should leave the research institute and not waste each other's time. My father doesn't argue. He takes the metal plate and returns to the residence. For 3 days, he continuously breaks down each segment of the circuit, while my mother stands guard beside him. My father barely leaves the training ground. He first copies every line, then repeatedly tries to rearrange them according to the direction of soul power input and output. If any single line is connected incorrectly, the final blueprint will be completely invalid. On the agreed day, my father hands the newly drawn blueprint directly to Yu Linfeng. The details may not be perfect, but the overall structure is correct. After checking it several times, Yu Linfeng finally acknowledges that my father does indeed have the foundational talent for learning soul tools. But passing the test only means entry-level qualification. To truly access level 7 blueprints still requires years of study and contributions. Yu Linfeng finally recognizes his talent and agrees to begin formal teaching 7 days later. And at the very moment my father steps into the world of soul tool engineering, also break through the level 70 bottleneck in the Spirit Heaven Sect training ground. My grandfather is already waiting outside. When he hears me say, "Let's go to the Douluo forest now," he raises his hand and tears open a spatial rift. The rift opens on the other side. In a single step, I crossed through a spatial rift and descended directly into the mixed zone of the Douluo forest. Grandfather followed closely behind, immediately releasing his spatial perception. Within a radius of 100 li, there was no trace of the evil god tiger. We had no choice but to continue deeper into the core area. Grandfather would recheck the surrounding space every short distance. But the further we went into the forest, the quieter the surroundings became. The 10,000-year soul beast that should have been everywhere. Now even a 1,000-year beast was no longer visible. There were no insect chirps in the forest, no sound of soul beasts fighting. Even the smell of blood in the air was thicker than in other areas. Clearly, some powerful being had just been hunting nearby. There were only 2 possibilities for this situation. Either a terrifyingly powerful existence had appeared nearby, terrifying all soul beasts, or someone had cleared this area in advance. Neither possibility was a good omen. Grandfather asked if we should retreat temporarily, but I was not willing to leave empty-handed. The evil god tiger was cunning by nature. If we missed this chance, it would be even harder to find later. Moreover, with grandfather by my side, even if we encountered a 100,000-year soul beast, we had enough ability to escape. Although grandfather still felt something was wrong, he didn't continue to stop me. He layered spatial power around me so that if any attack came, he could take me away instantly. So the 2 of us continued deeper. After another half hour of walking, grandfather suddenly stopped. 30 li to the northeast, there was a distorted and chaotic spatial fluctuation. It wasn't an ordinary spatial soul skill, but the unique evil god power within the evil god tiger's body. It seemed to be fighting other soul beasts, its position constantly changing, which made it easy for grandfather to lock onto it. He grabbed my shoulder and tore open a spatial rift again. The next moment, we arrived at an open spiritual land. 100 zhang away, a massive black tiger, like a small mountain, was fiercely battling a black mamba serpent emperor. The evil god tiger was surrounded by black mist, and with every pounce, it distorted the surrounding space. It had a sinister god hook growing from its back. Every time it swung, it produced a sharp whistling sound. The evil god pattern on its forehead flickered continuously, clearly having pushed its prey to the brink of death. The Black Mamba Serpent Emperor also had a cultivation base of over 30,000 years. Its scales hard as iron, and its venom could corrode the ground. Several times, it tried to coil around the tiger's body, only to have the evil god hook tear through its scales, continuously devouring its life force. But it had already been invaded by the evil god's power. Its speed and strength were constantly declining, and it was soon bitten by the evil god tiger at the 7-inch mark. After struggling a few times, it completely lost its life. A circle of black soul ring slowly rose from the giant serpent's corpse. The evil god tiger did not rush to absorb it, but suddenly turned its head, staring fixedly at our hiding spot. It had already smelled the human scent. Grandfather didn't continue to hide and walked out directly from behind the tree. The evil god tiger didn't flee, but instead arched its body, preparing to attack. I observed it for a moment and confirmed its age was about 35,000 years, just within the range my body could withstand. An evil god tiger that had lived to this age must have devoured countless 10,000-year soul beasts. Its true combat power far exceeded that of an ordinary 30,000-year soul beast. If it were an ordinary soul Douluo who came, they might even end up becoming its food instead. So I reminded grandfather not to kill it directly. I had to deliver the final blow myself. As if understanding my words, the evil god tiger let out an angry roar, and its massive body suddenly lunged at grandfather. But just as it leaped into the air, grandfather vanished. A giant white bone claw reached out from the void and slammed fiercely onto the tiger's spine. The evil god tiger was smashed into the ground, leaving a deep pit several zhang deep. It struggled to its feet again, and instead of fear, the ferocity in its eyes grew even stronger. The evil god's power frantically gathered in its mouth, condensing into a black light sphere. I recognized it immediately. That was the evil god's life and death arena. Once hit by that sphere, target would be forcibly pulled into a special SP. Ace where all cultivation and abilities were restricted, forced into a life or death duel with the evil god tiger. Even if grandfather, at level 97, was pulled in, accidents could happen. The most bizarre thing about the life and death arena was that it would revert both parties to their juvenile state, forcibly wiping out the external cultivation advantage. This was the evil god tiger's true trump card for hunting enemies far stronger than itself. I immediately signaled grandfather with my eyes. He also sensed the danger, his figure flickering through space again, appearing directly above the giant tiger's head. He stomped its head into the mud. The black light sphere that hadn't been released yet exploded in its mouth, blasting the evil god tiger's mouth full of blood. Grandfather moved to continue, but I quickly stopped him, telling him not to play around anymore. A few more hits, and this soul beast would be dead. Grandfather laughed and withdrew his power, raising his hand to form spatial shackles, pinning the evil god tiger to the ground. To prevent it from using its abilities again, he also disabled its spine and jawbone. Spatial power, like countless chains, pressed down from all directions, even fixing the evil god hook in midair. The evil god tiger tried several times to self-destruct its internal power, but grandfather dispersed it directly. No matter how the giant tiger struggled, couldn't break free. I walked up to it, condensed a dark blade in my hand, and struck the vital point directly. The evil god tiger let out one final mournful cry, its massive body quickly ceasing to twitch. The ferocity in its eyes didn't disappear even until death. This kind of soul beast was born evil. From birth, it relied on devouring to grow and could never be tamed by humans. A circle of deep black soul ring finally rose from the corpse. At the same time, a strange glow appeared from within the corpse. A fist-sized black-purple bead suddenly burst through the flesh and blood, trying to tear through space and escape. Grandfather was prepared. The surrounding space was instantly completely sealed. Just as the evil god bead flew up, he grabbed it in his palm. The bead frantically struggled in grandfather's hand and would have broken through the void if he relaxed even slightly. But grandfather directly compressed the nearby void into an impenetrable cage. I took the bead, confirming its aura. This was truly the most valuable thing inside the evil god tiger's body. I put the evil god bead into my storage ring, then sat cross-legged beside the corpse and began to absorb the seventh soul ring. The dark sacred dragon appeared behind me. As the soul ring descended, Kongbal evil god energy surged into my meridians. This erosive power would be anew, to rupture the meridians of an ordinary soul emperor. The soul ring also contained the evil god tiger's final unwillingness and resentment, its spirit repeatedly assaulting my consciousness. But the dark sacred dragon directly spread its wings and suppressed all these residual thoughts. My body had been repeatedly tempered by several immortal herbs and 100,000 years sacrifice. My meridians were already as tough as steel. Although the berserk energy kept pounding against me, it couldn't truly damage my foundation. Grandfather stood by, raising his spatial perception to its peak, alert to every rustle in the surroundings. Just as the absorption entered a critical stage, a pair of ice-cold pupils suddenly appeared in the dense forest far away. That gaze pierced through layers of trees and leaves, always falling on me. Grandfather quickly noticed the anomaly and directly condensed a spatial blade, ready to strike at the peeper. But I, through the evil god power I had just absorbed, recognized the other party's identity in advance and told grandfather to stop. Hidden in the woods was the Stardow Overlord, the Titan giant ape. Its massive body was hidden behind a giant tree, only half its face showing. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on the soul ring, clearly confirming that I was the one who had received Xiaowu's sacrifice. He was clearly not just passing by. From the moment I appeared, he had been staring at me. Grandfather refocused his perception and indeed detected a heavy, mountain-like 100,000-year aura. He immediately realized that news might have gotten out. But now was not the time to fight. I was still absorbing the soul ring. ring. If we forcefully interrupted, the evil god power inside me would certainly backlash. And the Titan giant ape was equally wary of Grandfather. Although he wished he could rush out immediately and smash me to pieces, he knew that a level 97 spatial combat soul Douluo was not an easy opponent to deal with. Besides, the Azure Skybull Python wasn't by his side. If he acted alone, he might not necessarily gain any advantage. He could only keep his aura suppressed, waiting for me to show a flaw during the soul ring absorption. But Grandfather always stood in front of me, his spatial perception not relaxing for a moment. The Titan giant ape simply couldn't find an opportunity. The two sides faced off through the forest, while I focused all my mind on the soul ring absorption. The 35,000-year evil god energy rampaged through my meridians, but was ultimately completely suppressed by the dark sacred dragon. After about the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the 7th soul ring was fully absorbed. My soul power surged to level 73. 7 soul rings rose from beneath my feet. Yellow, purple, black, 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 red, black. The 100,000-year red of the 6th ring and the deep black of the 7th ring swirled around the dark sacred dragon simultaneously. That 35,000-year soul ring not only let me cross the threshold of Soul Saint, but also brought a consecutive increase of 3 levels of soul power. Besides the 7th soul skill, Soul True Body, Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, which every soul master would get, it also brought a domain, the Evil God domain. Once the domain was activated, the surrounding light would quickly dim. The black-purple Evil God power covered the space. Any enemy who stepped into it would simultaneously suffer physical and mental suppression. Within the domain's range, the enemy's soul power, spirit, speed, and strength would all be reduced by 30%, while I could teleport freely within it, unrestricted by normal spatial barriers. It could also stack with the Dark Sacred Dragon, forming a 2-layer suppression. More crucially, teleportation within the domain didn't require tearing open spatial rifts beforehand. I could appear anywhere with just a thought. Facing a soul saint of the same level, almost no one would be able to lock onto my body. After hearing this, Grandfather praised it 3 times in a row. Across the entire continent, I was probably the only one who could obtain a domain with the 7th soul ring. But his laughter had just begun when the distant forest collapsed with a crash. The Titan giant ape could no longer suppress his rage and charged out from his hiding place. Having seen my red 6th soul ring with his own eyes, he finally confirmed that Xiao Wu had become my power. That long-suppressed hatred exploded completely at this moment. With every step his massive body took, the ground shook violently. Trees along his path were smashed directly. The pressure of a 100,000-year soul beast erupted completely. The entire forest trembled in his roar. Grandfather immediately condensed spatial power in his palm, but I reached out and held his wrist, stopping him from attacking immediately. The Titan giant ape stood 100 zhang away, his eyes bloodshot, staring at me. He didn't throw a punch right away, but instead said something he shouldn't have known. And that sentence actually mentioned Xiao Wu's name. After seeing Xiao Wu's soul ring, the Titan giant ape's eyes turned red with fury. Yet as he finally spoke those words, I felt not the slightest panic, because as the evil god's spirit ring merged into me, a strand of the evil god's power was simultaneously refined by me, allowing me to understand the language of soul beasts. So the Titan giant ape's roar was crystal clear in my ears. I calmly looked at him. Xiao Wu willingly offered herself as a sacrifice. I did not kill her. The Titan giant ape pounded his chest with both fists, shaking the entire forest. He simply refused to believe that Xiao Wu would willingly sacrifice herself, convinced that I had forced her. His gaze swept past the outer defenses and fixed intently on my feet, especially on that bright red 6th spirit ring. To him, that was not just a source of power, but also a symbol of her life. That ring now revolved around my body. He naturally could not accept my claim of a willing sacrifice, but I had no need to explain the entire sequence of events to him. Back then, Xiao Wu had willingly traded her life for power to save Tang San. It was only at the final moment that the sacrifice was redirected to me. Whether the Titan giant ape believed the outcome or not, he could not change it. If he truly wished to avenge Xiao Wu, he was welcome to come find me another day. My grandfather stepped forward, and his level 97 spirit power pressure instantly descended like a mountain. The colossal Titan giant ape was actually forced back a step. Grandfather told him that if he dared to shout at me again, he would make sure my spirit ring collection gained another 100,000-year ring today. With my current physical strength, absorbing another 100,000-year ring might not even fail. The Titan giant ape's fury burned even hotter, yet he dared not advance further. Just as the two sides were about to clash, a low roar echoed from afar. That voice came from the Lake of Life. It was clearly the Azure Bull Python S, summoning the Titan giant ape back. He glared at me viciously one last time, then turned and plunged into the dense forest. His massive figure soon vanished. Grandfather withdrew his spirit power pressure and snorted. He got off easy, but I shook my head. He wasn't running away. He was called back by the Azure Bull Python. These 200,000-year soul beasts actually knew about Xiao Wu's situation. The news must have come from someone else, and the person most likely to know the whole story was Tang Hao. I just wasn't sure yet how Tang Hao knew about the connection between Xiao Wu and the two Beast Kings. That didn't matter much, though. Tang Hao had lived in the Stardow Forest for a long time. His wife Ain was herself 100,000 years soul beast. Perhaps it was during that time that he came into contact with the Lake of Life and recognized Xiao Wu's identity. Now that Tang San had vanished and Xiao Wu had become my spirit ring, it was not surprising that Tang Hao wanted to use the two Beast Kings to get rid of me. He might even have told them that Xiao Wu wasn't a willing sacrifice but was killed by me by force, so that they would seek revenge while he could hide his own involvement and benefit from both sides being weakened. But he underestimated me, and he also underestimated my grandfather's strength. Trying to kill me with soul beasts would only end with 2 more 100,000-year spirit rings delivered right to me. Anyway, the Azure Bull Python and the Titan Giant Ape would not flee. The next time I came to the Stardow Forest, it would be to harvest their spirit rings. For now, the most important thing was to refine the Evil God Pearl. Before leaving, I had grandfather store away the corpse of the Evil God Tiger. Its hide, bones, and tendons were all top-grade materials. We would take them back and have Yang Wudi and Yogao handle them, putting everything to good use. Grandfather casually tore open space and brought me back to the Spirit Heaven Sect. What I didn't know was that shortly after we left, the Titan Giant Ape returned to the Lake of Life. The Azure Bull Python asked him whether he had seen my spirit rings clearly. The Titan Giant Ape told him that my 7th spirit ring came from the Evil God Tiger, with a year limit close to 40,000. Not only had I gained the true body of the spirit, but I had also obtained a powerful domain. After hearing this, the Azure Bull Python fell silent for a long time. He finally realized that I was far harder to deal with than Tang Hao had described. The Titan Giant Ape was still unconvinced, argued. Gee, that I was at my most vulnerable when absorbing a spirit ring, that if he had just rushed out at that moment, he would have had the chance to crush me, even if my grandfather intervened and had to split his attention to protect me. But the Azure Bull Python remained clear-headed. From the Titan Giant Ape's description, he had already assessed the gap in strength. A level 97 spatial type Douluo can not only suppress him head-on, but also wield the ability to come and go freely with spatial movement. If they lost a fight, the Titan Giant Ape might not even make it back alive to the Lake of Life. When the Titan Giant Ape asked why he didn't just act directly, the Azure Bull Python answered only, "You cannot defeat Gulong." The Titan Giant Ape fell silent at that. The Azure Bull Python slowly sank back into the lake, telling him to continue waiting for an opportunity, because I would eventually return. The next time, he would personally strike to kill me. Unfortunately, they had no idea that by the next meeting, it would be unclear who was the prey. Returning directly to the back mountain's secret chamber, I knew the Evil God Pearl could not be kept for too long. The sooner it was refined, the better. Grandfather remained outside the chamber to personally guard me. I sat cross-legged on the cushion, took the Evil God Pearl out of my storage ring. It was only the size of a fist, a dark and gloomy black. The moment it appeared in the secret chamber, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and a cold, evil aura spread through the air. If an ordinary spirit master came near, their mind would be immediately eroded, and all their negative emotions would be infinitely amplified. But my dark sacred dragon possessed the extreme darkness attribute. This cold and sinister aura did not frighten me at all. Instead, it stirred a strong, devouring desire in my spirit soul, as if what lay inside the pearl was always meant to be mine. I held the pearl in my palm, about to channel my spirit power to refine it, when it suddenly floated up on its own, hovering and slowly rotating before me. Black-violet light flickered continuously. Strands of evil god power seeped out from the pearl, moving like living creatures, circling around my body, neither entering my meridians nor dissipating. I tried to control them with my spirit power, but the moment my power touched the evil god force, it was bounced away. It was not ordinary resistance. It was more like a lofty, superior force looking down on my spirit power with disdain. The Evil God Pearl spun faster and faster, flooding the entire secret chamber with black light. At the same time, far away in the Evil God Temple of the Divine Realm, the Evil God suddenly sat upright. He had been lounging on his divine throne, idly watching the mortal world, where war, slaughter, deception, and betrayal, all things associated with evil, were merely pastimes to while away the endless ages. As one of the 5 great god kings of the divine realm, he had lived for countless years and had seen so many so-called geniuses that he could not even count them. But those mortals hailed as prodigies were nothing more to him than slightly faster ants, completely unworthy of inheriting the supreme evil god throne. Then he sensed an extremely faint fluctuation coming from the lower realm. Though weak, its essence was the power of an evil god. Intrigued, the evil god raised his hand and condensed a divine mirror. In the mirror, the scene of me cultivating in the secret chamber soon appeared. His gaze first fell on the evil god pearl, recognizing it as something left behind by the evil god tiger. Then he shifted his attention to my spirit rings. Purple, black, red, black, 7 spirit rings clearly visible. My 6th spirit ring was already 100,000 year, and my 7th came from a nearly 40,000 year evil god tiger. My spirit power level had reached level 73. Staring at me in the mirror, the evil god showed surprise for the first time, because I appear to be only 12 or 13 years old in the mirror. A 12 or 13-year-old spirit emperor, even from the perspective of the divine realm, that was by no means an ordinary genius. The evil god continued his inspection and quickly discovered that within me existed two spirit souls, a dark sacred dragon and a sacred light dragon, two utterly opposing extreme attributes coexisting in one body without suppressing or devouring each other. The evil god burst into laughter, and the way he looked at me grew increasingly fervent, because my body seemed to be a vessel made to carry the power of evil. Meanwhile, in the secret chamber, I had no idea that a god king had set his sights on me. The strands of evil god power that had been drifting around me suddenly found their target and surged straight toward my brow. Agonizing pain instantly flooded my mind. Chaotic fragments of information pour, ebbing like a tidal wave, not as text or images, but as raw fragments of the evil god's laws, containing power far beyond any spirit master's comprehension. It was a fundamental rule of evil itself. Slaughter was only part of it. Greed, envy, deception, and desire all belonged to evil as well. Countless negative thoughts assailed my spirit simultaneously, trying to drag my consciousness into the deepest darkness. But I had lived two lives. My mind was far more steadfast than that of ordinary people. The dark sacred dragon spirit soul also bore the brunt of the assault, allowing me to hold on to my last sliver of clarity. I let the law fragments wash over me, refining them strand by strand. They rushed into my body, rampaging through my meridians. Any ordinary spirit master would have had their spirit shattered. But my body not only endured it all, but also began to tame the evil god power bit by bit. The evil god had originally assumed it would take me at least a day, but in less than half an hour, I opened my eyes. Deep within my pupils, a flash of black-violet light passed, and at that very moment, the very essence of the evil god Pearl began to acknowledge me as its master. The evil god could no longer remain seated. The first evil god tiger from back then had spent 3 whole years merely refining a tiny sliver of that power, while I had taken only half an hour to make the evil god's origin submit willingly. He examined my spirit souls, spirit rings, and age once more, dual extreme spirit souls, 6th ring 100,000 year, 7th ring with a domain, spirit emperor at age 12. Refining the evil god Pearl was as effortless as drinking water. And most importantly, after the evil god power entered my body, it met no resistance from my spirit souls. Instead, it was actively devoured by the dark sacred dragon, as if finding it home. The black dragon coiled in my dantian grew stronger with each wisp of evil god force it consumed. Darkness and evil, the two attributes, did not clash with each other, but instead fused at an astonishing speed. This level of harmony was something even the evil god himself had never possessed in his younger days. He had searched for a successor for many years, and had never seen anyone who could match the power of the evil god's divinity as perfectly as I did. Finally, he laughed from his divine temple. This kid is very suitable to be my inheritor. The next moment, the evil god Pearl stopped spinning. All of its origin power had already poured into my body. The now dull black pearl fell back into my palm. Before I could even check the changes, the dark sacred dragon inside me roared uncontrollably. Power I had never felt before erupted from deep within my spirit soul. A brutal draconic majesty centered on my body slammed into the stone walls of the secret chamber. The heavy walls shook and fine dust trickled down continuously. Had this chamber not been reinforced with a spirit power barrier, the entire back mountain would have sensed the upheaval. My blood boiled. The dark sacred dragon's phantom figure burst out from behind me, circling within the narrow chamber. On its originally pitch black body, a layer of eerie violet black light now shimmered, and even its dragon pupils glowed with a sinister gleam. I closed my eyes and sensed carefully for a long moment, then suddenly realized the evil god power had not replaced the original extreme darkness at all. Instead, it remained inside the dark sacred dragon. This second ultimate attribute is the ultimate evil. I raised my right hand, and a ball of black-purple soul power immediately condensed in my palm. The evil aura emanating from it made even myself feel a shift in mood. This wasn't simply replacing an attribute, but adding another ultimate power on top of the ultimate darkness. From this moment on, my dark Saint Dragon's 5 spirit rings simultaneously possessed both ultimate darkness and ultimate evil. What surprised me even more was that after refining the evil god's orb, my soul power rose another 2 levels, directly reaching level 75. For a 12-year-old soul master, every level is a huge leap, but those 2 levels weren't the biggest gain. The real surprise the evil god's orb gave me was a brand new spirit ability, the life and death arena. As long as I pulled someone into it, both sides would revert to their childhood forms. No matter how powerful the enemy originally was, within the life and death arena, they would lose all their adult cultivation. And I, who mastered the evil god's orb, could directly unfold the evil god domain within the arena. Not only would my strength be amplified, but I could could also use the terrain advantage to suppress all of my opponent's movements. This was a battle whose outcome was doomed from the start. Thinking of this, I couldn't help but let out a strange laugh. The moment the sound left my mouth, even I was stunned. It seemed that the ultimate evil had somewhat affected my temperament. But this degree of change was far from enough to shake my resolve. The evil god in the divine realm watched this scene with great satisfaction. My talent and physique had fully met his requirements, but I was still too far from divine might. I hadn't even reached title Douluo. Even if he were to descend his divine power now. The evil god pondered for a moment, then flicked a wisp of his original divine power. That power pierced through the barrier between the divine realm and the mortal war, silently sinking into my brow. A cold voice immediately sounded in my mind. Boy, train well. When you reach title Douluo, this old man will come see you again. I suddenly looked up, but only saw the ceiling of the secret chamber. That voice came abruptly and left just as cleanly, but I didn't need to guess who it was. The only being who could contact me directly through the evil god's orb could only be the evil god himself. That is to say, as long as I reached title Douluo, I would most likely be able to initiate the evil god's divine position assessment. This was essentially an early guarantee of a path to godhood. But I possessed twin spirits. The Dark Saint Dragon could bear the evil god's divine position, but what about the Light Saint Dragon? This spirit had yet to absorb any spirit rings, and its future potential would only be higher than the Dark Saint Dragon's. Whether I inherited an existing divine position or created a brand new one, I had to prepare in advance. Thinking of the Light Saint Dragon, I quickly recalled that on another continent of Douluo Star, there was still a hidden dragon tomb where the regrets of countless dragon clan powerhouses lay buried. There might even be a remnant soul of the Light Dragon King left there. If I could find that dragon tomb in the future, I would have the chance to use the Light Saint Dragon to forge my own divine position. The evil god had no idea that he had just deemed me his most suitable successor, while I was already starting to consider a second divine position. I put away the evil god's orb, pushed open the stone door of the secret chamber, and my grandfather was waiting outside the whole time. Seeing me come out safely, he immediately asked about the refinement results. I raised my hand and released a ball of black-purple soul power. The moment the evil aura appeared, my grandfather frowned. I told him this was the ultimate evil and that my Dark Saint Dragon now possessed dual ultimate attributes. Upon hearing this, Grandpa couldn't help but laugh out loud. When I went on to tell him that my soul power had risen to level 75 and that I'd also gained the life and death arena, even this level 97 title Douluo was stunned speechless. A single evil god's orb had not only transformed my spirit rings, but also opened the path to the evil god's divine position for me. This trip to the Stardow Forest had been more worthwhile than expected. During my seclusion, the Spirit Heaven Sect continued to develop rapidly. The Yuji clan was responsible for constructing the Sect's buildings, the Huoji clan researched medicine, and the 9-star Begonia Yi family provided substantial financial support. Only the Minji clan had yet to find an opportunity to prove their value. The sect treatment they enjoyed was better than they'd had in the past decades combined, but all they could do was scout, deliver messages, and run errands. Clan leader Bai grew increasingly uneasy. He feared that the Minji clan would become a burden over time and worried that his clan wouldn't be able to truly establish themselves in the Spirit Heaven Sect. So he first went to the alchemy room to find his old friend Yang Wudi. After hearing Bai's concerns, Yang Wudi asked him only one question. How much longer are you going to keep that immortal herb of yours hidden? Bai immediately understood he was referring to the crystal blood dragon ginseng, a treasured immortal herb the Minji clan had guarded for years, never willing to use. Yang Wudi told him that rather than letting it gather dust in storage, it would be better to offer it to me, the sect master. As long as he showed enough sincerity, then there would be no need to worry about the Minji clan status. Bai's heart ached terribly, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and agreed. After leaving the alchemy room, he wanted to find Niu Gao. But Niu Gao felt that offering just the immortal herb wasn't enough. He pulled Bai He into a corner and suddenly asked about Bai Qinxiang's age. Upon learning that Bai Qinxiang was 13, roughly the same age as me, Niu Gao directly proposed the even bolder idea. Instead of just sending an immortal herb, why not send your granddaughter along with it? Bai He's face darkened on the spot, but Niu Gao wasn't joking. Grandpa had once said he hoped I would take several wives to carry on the bloodline of both the Dark Saint Dragon and the Light Saint Dragon. I focused solely on training and had no interest in matters of romance, which had been worrying Grandpa. Bai Qinxiang was good-looking, had a gentle disposition, and was close to my age. If she could stay by my side, the Minji clan's connection to me would become much deeper, and they'd never have to worry about securing their foothold in the sect again. Bai He was initially resistant, but after hearing Niu Gao's analysis, his resolve gradually began to waver. Back with the Minji clan, he shut himself in his room and spent most of the day alone until dusk was falling, before finally retrieving an ancient jade box from the deepest part of the warehouse warehouse. When he opened it, a blood-red, ginseng-shaped immortal herb appeared before him. It was the crystal blood dragon ginseng. He stared at it for a long time, then finally closed the lid. Afterwards, he went to his granddaughter, Bai Qinxiang's room. Bai He didn't state his purpose directly. Instead, he asked her one question. What do you think of the sect master? Bai Qinxiang's cheeks immediately flushed. After hearing her grandfather's full plan, she lowered her head and fiddled with the hem of her clothes for a long time without answering. Bai He thought she would refuse. Unexpectedly, after a long silence, Bai Qinxiang only said softly, I'll do whatever grandfather decides. The next morning, Bai He brought the crystal blood dragon ginseng to the main hall of the Spirit Heaven Sect to request an audience. At the time, I was reviewing the accounts for the sect's defensive works. Hearing that Bai He had something to report, I had the guards let him in. After entering the main hall, Bai He didn't sit down. He presented the jade box with both hands, saying that the Minji clan was willing to offer their treasured immortal herb to the sect as a token of loyalty. I opened the box and glanced at the blood-red herb. It indeed radiated dense medicinal energy. I accepted the crystal blood dragon ginseng, but didn't let Bai He leave, because from the moment he entered, I could tell he had something weighing on his mind. This visit wasn't just about offering a gift. After I called him out directly, Bai He's expression shifted several times before he finally steeled himself and told me that he also had a granddaughter named Bai Qinxiang, who had just turned 13. She was both quite beautiful and well-tempered. He hoped to have Bai Qinxiang come to serve at my side. After he said this, the entire hall fell silent. Bai He's back was soon drenched in cold sweat. I didn't agree immediately, but instead asked him who had actually come up with this idea. Bai He didn't dare hide anything, admitting that he had discussed it with Yang Wudi and Yogao. They all knew that Grandpa hoped I would marry several wives to fully pass down the two Saint Dragon spirits. And since Bai Qinxiang was close to my age, it would be her own fortune if I took a liking to her. After hearing all this, I understood the real reason. Bai He had offered the herb and was now offering his granddaughter. He was simply afraid that the Minji clan had no value within the Spirit Heaven Sect. When I confronted him directly, Bai He could only admit that since joining the sect, they had received too many favors, yet couldn't produce any significant contributions. He quickly told me that Bai Qinxiang had already agreed, saying she would do whatever her grandfather decided. Since that was the case, I didn't refuse. I arranged for Bai Qinxiang to come to the main hall, first to learn the rules and sect affairs under Yi Lingling's guidance. As for the future, it would depend on her own performance. Bai He was overjoyed, repeatedly thanking me. I told him to pass along a message to Bai Qinxiang. The Spirit Heaven Sect doesn't care about one's background, only a person's true skill. The Minji clan's future dignity will have to be earned by her own efforts. With reddened eyes, Bai He left the main hall. The heavy stone that had been pressing on his heart for so long had finally been lifted. He went back and immediately told Bai Qinxiang the news. Upon learning that she could enter the main hall, Bai Qinxiang first broke into a smile, then carefully asked if I had said anything else. When she heard that the Minji clan's dignity would have to be fought for by herself, her gaze immediately turned determined. The next morning, Bai Qinxiang changed into clean clothes and walked alone along the mountain path to the Spirit Heaven Sect's main hall. She had been thinking the whole way about what to say when she met me, but even by the time she reached the gate, she hadn't come up with a satisfactory answer. The guards had already been instructed and directly guided her to a side hall. There, Bai Qinxiang met Yi Lingling for the first time. She followed protocol and said that I had sent her to learn. Yi Lingling didn't make things difficult for her, only asking if she could read and if she could keep accounts. Bai Qinxiang didn't dare exaggerate and admitted she only knew a little. Yi Lingling casually handed her last month's sect accounts and told her to find any problems in them. Staring at the dense rows of numbers, Bai Qinxiang's scalp immediately went numb, but she gritted her teeth and began flipping through the pages. She was well aware that her chance to stay in the main hall wasn't the immortal herb her grandfather had given, but what she could do from here on. Half an hour later, Yin walked into the hall. She immediately recognized the 13-year-old girl in front of her as Bai Qinxiang, the one the Minji clan had sent to me. She circled Bai Qinxiang, looking her up and down from head to toe, and then deliberately brought up that Bai Qinxiang and I were the same age. A few sentences were enough to make her blush deeply, not daring to lift her head. Yi Lingling told Yin not to tease her anymore. Yin agreed verbally, but sat down across from Bai Qinxiang, propping her chin up and staring at her. And the question she was about to ask was truly the one that would make Bai Qinxiang too embarrassed to answer. Do you want to marry the sect master? Yin stared at Bai Qinxiang and finally asked the question. Bai Qinxiang, who had just relaxed, instantly flushed bright red. She opened her mouth, but not a word came out. Yi Lingling looked up at Yin, her voice cooling by a few degrees. Yin Yin, stop teasing her. Duga Yin pouted and swallowed the rest of her playful words. She rose and left the side hall. Only then did Bai Qinxiang breathe a sigh of relief. The clothes on her back nearly soaked through with cold sweat. Yi Lingling didn't comfort her, merely pushing the account books back over. Keep reading. Bai Qinxiang immediately put away her thoughts and dove back into the accounts. She knew very well that whether she could stay in the main hall depended not on how fast she could blush, but on whether she could produce results. At noon, I passed by the side hall and happened to see Bai Qinxiang frowning at a dense pile of ledgers. Yi Lingling sat beside her, occasionally offering a pointer. I didn't go in to disturb them, heading instead to the back mount. Grandfather was sitting in the courtyard drinking tea. The first thing he said when he saw me was to ask about Bai Qinxiang. He'd heard that Bai He had sent his granddaughter over. I nodded, telling him she was currently in the main hall learning affairs from Yi Lingling. But grandfather smiled meaningfully and asked, "How does the girl look?" I felt a bit helpless. When had grandfather become as gossipy as Uncle Nyo? Grandfather, however, said he wasn't gossiping, but was concerned about the Holy Dragon bloodline. I was already 12, and in 2 years, I should be starting a family. The bloodlines of the Dark Holy Dragon and the Light Holy Dragon couldn't end with me. I could only remind grandfather that I was only 12 now. But grandfather didn't take it seriously, saying that when he was 12, my grandmother had already been pregnant with my mother. That left me speechless, and I decisively ended the topic. Seeing I didn't want to talk more, grandfather asked about Lin Yuan's news. Ever since I gave him the mechanical phoenix sunflower, he had been in seclusion refining it. The time for his seclusion should be almost up. I told grandfather not to worry. Once he finished refining it, he would naturally come to Heavenly Spirit Sect. While sitting in the courtyard, I thought of my parents, who had been missing for 6 years. 6 years ago, they had sent me to the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Sect, saying they were going to seek an opportunity to break through to Douluo. Afterwards, they completely vanished without a trace. Over the years, grandfather and I had asked many people to inquire but found no clues. Seeing my thoughts, grandfather comforted me, saying they were both blessed and wouldn't easily meet with misfortune. I was already level 75 now, and in at most 5 years, I would reach Douluo. When that day came, he would accompany me across the entire continent to find my parents. I looked at grandfather, feeling a sense of solid reassurance. Then, I rose and left the back mount. Since it was Bai Qinxiang's first day at the main hall, it was fitting for me as the sect master to formally meet her. When I returned to the main hall, Bai Qinxiang was holding a pot of freshly brewed tea, standing at the entrance to the side hall. Seeing me approach, she visibly froze, then immediately lowered her head in greeting. I asked her to follow me into the main hall. After placing the teapot on the table, she stood stiffly in place, her eyes always fixed on the corner of the floor. I motioned for her to sit, but she only perched on the edge of the chair, her back ramrod straight, looking like she was ready to stand up at any moment. When I asked how she was finding the accounts, Bai Qinxiang surprised me by reciting last month's expenses clearly. The sect had spent a total of 47,300 gold soul coins, with 21,000 for materials, 12,000 for labor, and the rest for daily expenses. Even I was a bit surprised. It wasn't that she couldn't do accounting, she just hadn't had the chance before. I immediately told her to assist Yi Lingling in managing the accounts from now on. Bai Qinxiang quickly acknowledged, then secretly stole a glance at me. She had originally thought that her grandfather sending her here would only mean a job as a servant, never truly believing I would entrust her with the sect's accounts. Without putting more pressure on her, I told her to go back to the side hall to continue learning. As Bai Qinxiang reached at the door, she suddenly stopped. She seemed to gather all her courage, turned around, and said to me, "Sect Master, I will study hard. I won't let the Min clan down, and I won't let you down either." I looked at the girl whose face was still red, but who was trying hard to straighten her back, and finally just nodded. Receiving my response, Bai Qinxiang immediately hurried out of the main hall. Her matters settled for now. I then took the Hanhai Chinkuan cover for my storage spirit tool. The blue triangular object lay quietly in my palm, emitting a gentle light. It was the national treasure of the Heaven Do Empire and the token left by Sea God in the mortal world. If recognized by it, one was qualified to begin the Sea God's 9 trials and ultimately inherit the Sea God's divine seat. I had once thought of using it to begin the trials, but the evil god had personally told me that once I became a titled Douluo, the evil god's 9 trials would begin. The evil god's divine seat was a god-king level inheritance. It's level higher than that of the sea god. The sea god's divine seat was no longer a necessity for me. I once again poured my soul power into the Hanhai Chinkuan cover. It only flickered slightly before returning to calm. It still hadn't chosen me. Since I couldn't use it, I might as well let someone close to me try. Yi Lingling's 9-hearted begonia possessed immense vitality, and her personality was calm and steadfast enough. She not only had a chance of being recognized by the Hanhai Chinkuan cover, but if she truly inherited the sea god's power in the future, the Heavenly Spirit Sect would gain a first-class god with control over a divine artifact. With this thought, I went straight to the side hall and called Yi Lingling to the main hall. Bai Qin Xiang stayed behind, still wrestling with the accounts. Once in the main hall, I placed the Hanhai Qinkuan cover on the table. As Yi Lingling approached, she could sense the vast and gentle energy contained within it. I didn't beat around the bush, telling her directly that this was the sea god's token, capable of opening the sea god's 9 trials. Yi Lingling was always calm, but upon hearing the words, sea god's divine seat, a look of shock appeared on her face. I told her that the sea god hadn't chosen me, but I hoped she would give it a try. The healing power of the 9-hearted begonia and the protective power of the sea god might have some affinity. Yi Lingling didn't answer immediately. She just reached out a finger and lightly touched the Hanhai Qinkuan cover. In the next moment, a wave of gentle warmth traveled along her fingertip. The blue light visibly bright, though it faded quickly. Still, it was a much stronger reaction than when I had channeled my soul power into it. Yi Lingling looked up and asked if I wanted her to go to Sea God Island. I shook my head, telling her it was too early. The Sea God's 9 trials were extremely perilous. The only thing she needed to do now was to take the Hanhai Qinkuan cover back with her, try channeling her soul power into it every day, and wait until it truly acknowledged her. Yi Lingling cradled the token in both hands, was silent for a moment, then solemnly thanked me. As she walked out of the main hall, she looked back at me, as if wanting to say something, but in the end, she left without a word. That evening, Yi Lingling returned to her room alone. She channeled her soul power into the Hanhai Qinkuan cover again. The blue light did brighten, but quickly dimmed once more. It felt as if it was responding to her, yet still hesitating. Yi Lingling wasn't anxious. She simply put the token away, ready to wait and see what would happen. The next morning, Douluo Dalu was blocking her door. She'd heard I had called Yi Lingling alone and wondered if something private had happened. Annoyed by her pestering, Yi Lingling eventually took out the Hanhai Qinkuan cover. Douluo Dalu poked it with her finger a couple of times, only to have her finger gently pushed away by the cover's energy. Intrigued, she was even more astonished after hearing the story of the Sea God's 9 trials. She couldn't believe I would entrust the Sea God's token to Yi Lingling. Douluo Dalu was envious at first, but then she seriously told Yi Lingling that regardless of success or failure, she would be happy for her. After hearing that, Yi Lingling showed a rare smile, and I didn't forget my own training either. At level 75, with the dual extreme attributes of the Dark Holy Dragon, the Evil God Domain, the Life and Death Arena, 100,000 Years Soul Ring, and my grandfather's soul bones, I had plenty of trump cards. Yet I'd never truly fought an evenly matched battle. When hunting soul beasts, grandfather always stayed close to oversee, and even the evil god tiger was heavily wounded before it could even fight back. I didn't even know the true limits of my own strength. So I went to the back mountain again. Grandfather was lying in a chair, soaking up the sun with a wine flask in his hand. I sat down across from him and said bluntly, "Grandfather, have a spar with me." Grandfather almost dropped his wine flask. He stared at me for a long moment, as if trying to confirm he'd heard correctly. I said I wanted to test my true strength. Grandfather was torn between laughter and exasperation. I was level 75, but he was level 97, a difference of 22 whole levels. This wasn't a spar. It was asking for a beating. I told him as long as he suppressed his soul power to my level, didn't use spatial teleportation, and only relied on his basic soul power and martial soul, it would be enough for me to see the gap. Grandfather considered it, then finally agreed. But he made it clear beforehand that I couldn't use the life and death arena. He didn't want to turn into a kid and fight me for real. I naturally had no objections. Soon, we were at the training ground. Grandfather stood in the center, suppressed his soul power to level 75, and told me to make the first move. I didn't hold back. The Dark Holy Dragon materialized over me, 7 soul rings rising from my feet. Purple, black, 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 red, black, black. Seeing my soul ring configuration, Grandfather's expression remained calm, but a look of satisfaction was unmistakable in his eyes. In the next instant, I charged forward, my right arm transforming into a dragon claw and slamming towards Grandfather's chest. He didn't dodge, meeting it with a white bone dragon claw of his own. The 2 claws collided, and the shockwave swept across the training ground. I stumbled back 5 steps before regaining my balance, while Grandfather only retreated half a step. Even with the same soul power level, this allowed me to truly witness the combat prowess of a titled Douluo. Grandfather signaled me to continue. I changed my tactics, no longer meeting him head-on. Instead, I integrated the combat instincts from the evil god tiger into my rhythm, each strike faster than the last, each hit heavier, each attack carrying a strange and sinister force. Grandfather started off easily, but after blocking dozens of my attacks, his expression grew serious. He realized my attacks seemed to stick to him, making it difficult to disengage. Grandfather pushed me back with a palm strike and asked what technique this was. I told him these were the combat instincts left by the evil god tiger, which I had naturally mastered after refining the evil god tiger's spirit bone. Grandfather's fighting spirit flared. He told me to go all out, that he was also going to use a bit more power. I charged again, the phantom of the dark holy dragon roaring behind me. This time, every attack carried the devouring nature of extreme darkness and the corrosion of extreme evil. The more Grandfather fought, the more astonished he became. Although my displayed soul power was only low, level 75, my reserves were already close to that of a level 80 expert. The combat instincts of the evil god tiger also allowed me to anticipate his every move. After dozens more exchanges, I finally unleashed my evil god domain. Black-purple light erupted, instantly enveloping the entire training ground. As soon as Grandfather was caught in the domain, his soul power, speed, and strength were all suppressed by 30%. I activated the domain's teleportation ability, attacking him simultaneously from 3 different directions. Grandfather laughed heartily, finally ceasing his passive defense. With a sweep of his white bone dragon claw, spatial tremors erupted. I relied on my domain to dodge continuously, but was still hit by the shockwave to my chest, forced back dozens of steps before I could absorb the force. That was the end of our spar. Grandfather told me that the evil god domain, combined with the domain's teleportation, was enough to make me unbeatable among those below Soul Douluo level. Even against a level 80+ expert, I would still have the means to contend. I had finally confirmed my true combat capabilities. If my opponent were at the same soul power level, there was simply no way for them to win. The next morning, Grandfather and I arrived at the training ground again when a golden light suddenly streaked across the horizon, moving with astonishing speed. Grandfather was the first to sense it, spatial energy instantly gathering in his palm. But I held up my hand to stop him, because the golden light carried a clear phoenix cry, and the familiar soul power emanating from it was far stronger than it had been just half a month ago. The golden light landed in the center of the training ground. Lin Yuan's figure appeared shortly after. He wasn't wearing the silver long dress from before, but instead a set of golden, clean attire. His long hair was tied high behind him, and his entire being was like a pair of sharp scissors that had just left its sheath. The aura that was originally restrained was now fully revealed. As he steadied himself, a wave of soul power, far surpassing his previous level, radiated outwards. Even Grandfather showed surprise, because in just half a month, Lin Yuan had broken through from level 94 to level 96. He slightly bowed to Grandfather, then looked at me and smiled. The mechanical phoenix Kuei had been refined, and his martial soul had evolved from the blazing fire wheel into the ultimate fire phoenix. This was not just a 2-level increase in soul power, but a complete transformation from the very root of his bloodline, enhancing the potential of his martial soul. I could clearly feel that the flames within him were now several times purer than before. With each circulation of his soul power, the air would echo with the faint cry of a phoenix. Although the former blazing fire wheel was also skilled in fire, its bloodline level was far from comparable to a true phoenix. Now that his martial soul had completed its evolution, his control over flames had undergone a fundamental change, and even the barriers to breaking through to levels 97 and 98 in the future would be much smaller than before. However, Lin Yuan's transformation was not as easy as it seemed. Half a month ago, he returned to the martial soul city with a mechanical phoenix Kuei to enter seclusion. After consuming the immortal herb, it was as if his entire body had been thrown into a massive furnace, with his meridians, bones, and blood all burning in golden flames. It wasn't ordinary refining, but a true rebirth through fire. If his will had wavered even slightly, he might have been devoured by the backlash of the flames. But Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and purse, varied because he knew better than anyone that this immortal herb didn't just represent an increase in cultivation, but also whether he could break free from the fate of being arbitrarily controlled by the Pope. In the end, he survived the baptism of the immortal herb. The blazing fire will underwent a complete transformation, and his soul power surged past 2 thresholds, directly reaching level 96. After leaving seclusion, Lin Yuan immediately headed to the Spirit Hall's Enshrinement Hall. Only those above level 95 are qualified to step foot there. The Enshrinement Hall is independent of the Pope's palace, controlled by the Grand Enshrinement, Qian Dalu. Even Bibi Dong cannot interfere in its affairs at will. When Lin Yuan walked into the Enshrinement Hall, Golden Crocodile Douluo and the others all noticed his change. Upon learning that he had reached level 96, the several enshrinements were very surprised. Lin Yuan was already young enough, and now he had broken through 2 levels in one go. Such speed is extremely rare even in the history of the Martial Soul Hall. Golden Crocodile Douluo immediately announced that from then on, Lin Yuan would be the new 8th enshrinement of the Enshrinement Hall. He was no longer just a blade in the Pope's hand, but a true high-ranking member of the Martial Soul Hall, possessing his own voice, decision-making power, and freedom of action. After becoming an enshrinement, he could participate in or refuse unreasonable deployment orders from the Pope's palace. Even if Bibi Dong was dissatisfied, she would first have to go through the enshrinement hall rather than directly ordering him to risk his life as before. This autonomy was what Lin Yuan wanted most. Golden Crocodile Douluo also saw that his advancement wasn't the result of ordinary hard training, so he asked if Lin Yuan had acquired some kind of heavenly treasure before going into seclusion. Lin Yuan didn't reveal my name. He only said he had found a special herb in Heavendo City. Enshrinements each have their own secrets, so Golden Crocodile Douluo didn't press further. After leaving the enshrinement hall, Lin Yuan glanced at the Pope's palace from afar. He had worked for Bibi Dong for many years, killing countless people, yet in the end, he was always just a disposable pawn. Without the immortal herb I gave him, he might never have crossed the threshold of the enshrinement hall. So after confirming his status, Lin Yuan didn't stay in Martial Soul City. He packed a few clothes and traveled through the night to reach the Ling Tian Sect. Now, standing before me, his eyes were filled with barely contained excitement. I looked at him and smiled, saying, "Level 96 is indeed not bad." After hearing this, Grandfather said, "Good," 3 times in a row. A level 96 enshrinement is a pivotal figure no matter where they are placed. From now on, within the Martial Soul Hall, Lin Yuan would no longer have to watch Bibi Dong's moods. Lin Yuan's gaze, however, remained fixed on me. He walked up to me, reached out and pinched my cheek, asking what reward I wanted for giving such a great gift. I brushed his hand away and casually said, "How about offering yourself in marriage?" Grandfather couldn't help but laugh out loud from the side. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment, then directly agreed. After all, I had given him his life. Offering himself in marriage wasn't out of the question. I didn't continue the topic, only asked if he had eaten breakfast since he traveled through the night. Lin Yuan followed me away from the training ground. Grandfather walked to the back, watching our retreating figures, his smile growing more satisfied. He even murmured to himself, "This girl Lin Yuan is much more pleasing to the eye than Baihe's granddaughter." On the way to the main hall, Lin Yuan looked around the Ling Tian Sect. Less than half a year had passed since we left the 7-treasured glazed sect, yet before us stood a sect of considerable scale. The main hall, side halls, disciple residences, and the outer support buildings under construction. All the structures were rapidly being completed. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel that I had built such a foundation in half a year, saying I was much stronger than my father, Han Feng. I told him my father was no less capable. He just wasn't as lucky as I was. Since Lin Yuan and my parents were old acquaintances, he naturally knew what they were like when they were younger. He said that at my age, my father was still clinging to his elders and acting spoiled, not possessing the shrewdness I have now. When Grandfather and I had first left the 7-treasure glazed sect, Lin Yuan had worried that we would live a very difficult life. He never expected that in just half a year, I would not only establish the Ling Tian sect, but also take in the 3 single attribute families, the 9-hearted Begonia Yi family, and strong figures like Uncle Dougabo. Such power could no longer be easily dismissed by any force. Speaking of this, Lin Yuan suddenly took my arm and asked a question that had been on his mind for a long time. When I was still in the 7-treasure glazed sect, had I already been planning to leave and establish my own sect? Was Ning Rongrong's matter just an excuse? I didn't deny it. Ning Rongrong was indeed the trigger, but even without that broken engagement, I would never have stayed under someone else's roof at the 7-treasure glazed sect. Lin Yuan wasn't surprised after hearing this. He had long seen that I would never be content to be subordinate forever. Although the 7-treasure glazed sect was powerful, it couldn't contain my ambitions. As we reached the front of the main hall, Lin Yuan suddenly added that if I hadn't decisively left the 7-treasure glazed sect, she might not have taken a liking to me. Back then, I was just a nobody living off the sect. Why would she, a titled Douluo, actively seek me out? I asked her if she was attracted by my potential to build my own power. Lin Yuan didn't deny it, but said that was only part of it. More importantly, there was something about me that drew her in. According to my father's old saying, it should be called the aura of a king. Hearing those 4 words, I couldn't help but doubt if my father had really said such a thing. Lin Yuan laughed and told me, when my father was pursuing my mother, he used to boast about his own aura of a king in front of Grandfather, only to be chased out with a broom 3 times in a row. I didn't want to hear any more embarrassing stories about my father, so I directly led Lin Yuan into the main hall. The reason for her return, besides showing off her breakthrough, was to convey the attitude of the Martial Soul Hall. After we sat down, I got straight to the point, asking how the Martial Soul Hall viewed the rapidly rising Ling Tian sect. Lin Yuan told me that the Martial Soul Hall's current choice was to win us over rather than suppress us. This wasn't due to Bibi Dong's generosity, but was determined by practical interests. On the surface, the Ling Tian sect now openly possessed 3 titled Douluo. Grandfather was level 97 with spatial abilities, Dougabo was level 92, and Ming Shu was level 91. Combined with the 3 single attribute families and the 9-hearted Begonia Yi family, this force was already considerable across the continent. Even if the Martial Soul Hall could overcome us, it would come at a great cost. Among the 3 titled Douluo, the most difficult to handle was Grandfather. grandfather. His level 97 strength was enough to suppress most ordinary titled Douluo, and his spatial teleportation ability allowed him to retreat at any time. To surround and kill him, the Martial Soul Hall would need to send out multiple powerhouses above level 95 simultaneously, ensuring the encirclement had no gaps. As long as grandfather escaped successfully, the retaliation would be relentless. Furthermore, the Ling Tian sect currently had no territorial conflicts with the Martial Soul Hall and wasn't participating in the Soul Master Academy tournament, which actually helped enhance the tournament's influence. For the Martial Soul Hall, actively courting us yielded far greater benefits than direct confrontation. Besides, the Martial Soul Hall's true enemies were never the Ling Tian sect. The upper three sects and the two great empires were the main obstacles Bibi Dong needed to deal with in her future plans. Starting a war with us at this point would only push a force that could be won over into the enemy camp. With her cunning, Bibi Dong naturally wouldn't make such a losing deal. I then asked Lin Yuan if Bibi Dong knew about the true nature of our relationship. Lin Yuan shook his head. Bibi Dong only knew that he and my mother were old acquaintances, unaware of the deeper connection between us. But even if the situation were exposed, Bibi Dong might not necessarily act. Although she was ruthless, she was also pragmatic enough. As long as the Ling Tian sect didn't stand in her way, she wouldn't provoke a level 97 spatial Douluo for no reason. If they failed to kill grandfather, all the Martial Soul Hall's branch offices across the continent would be in danger of his attacks. Even Tang Hao had given the Martial Soul Hall headaches, let alone grandfather, who could appear and disappear without a trace. After hearing Lin Yuan's assessment, I had a plan in mind. For now, I still needed time to grow. As long as I could cultivate peacefully for a few more years and become a titled Douluo, activating the evil eye, the Ling Tian sect would no longer need to fear any force. Therefore, the Martial Soul Hall's willingness to maintain peace was the best outcome for both sides. And Lin Yuan, now the 8th enshrinement, promised to make the Ling Tian sect's stance clear in the enshrinement hall upon his return to Martial Soul City. As long as he was on our side, the other enshrinements would, to some extent, give face to the new enshrinement. He no longer belonged to the Pope's palace. Even if Bibi Dong had her suspicions, she couldn't casually order him around. More importantly, he felt that his life and everything he now possessed were given by me, and it was only natural for him to act on my behalf. After finishing on the Martial Soul Hall situation, Lin Yuan mentioned my parents. He had been secretly trying to find them all these years, but had never succeeded. However, things were different now. As the 8th enshrinement, he had access to the Martial Soul Hall's vast intelligence network across the continent. As long as my parents were still on the Douluo continent, they were sure to be found. Hearing this, I solemnly thanked Hai, and for the first time. Lin Yuan, however, didn't take it to heart. When I gave him the mechanical phoenix Kuei, I hadn't asked for anything in return, and in his heart, matters concerning my parents were already his own matters as well. We talked for a long time, until the sky outside the window grew dark, and all official matters were finally concluded. Lin Yuan leaned back in his chair and stretched lazily. Then, as if making a decision, he stood up, walked around the table, and stepped right in front of me. He placed his hands on the armrests of my chair, trapping me in the seat. Looking down at me from above, his smile became increasingly dangerous. Then he asked only one question. Is the serious talk finally over?